Although at first all the leaders seemed confident when going up against Arthur, not a single one of them had moved in first for the attack. "Come on. None of you even know who I am. I can't be that scary, can I?" As he said this, the large shadow over his left wing did a little flap. Even though it was only made out of shadows, it had caused a gust of wind that blew the other's hair. It had a weight behind it, a shadow had weight, it was that dense. These things seemed almost impossible, and was nothing compared to the shadow the boy had used earlier. "Fine, be like that," Arthur said. Skill, shadow floor. The right wing had dropped to the ground in an instant and had splattered across the floor. It then started to spread at such a speed that it had basically covered the entire 20-meter area from the platform in an instant. At first, the others, including Vorden and his group, tried to move to get away from the shadow. They had seen what the blood dome had done, and they feared this would be something similar, but the shadow was far too fast for them to outrun. When it eventually reached them and touched, it had no such effect at all. "What is this?" Vorden said, stomping his foot on the ground. There seemed to be no difference at all apart from the color. Now the entire floor was covered in black, and Arthur still had one wing on his back. "Shadow hop." Sinking through the floor, he had disappeared, and the next second he had risen again, only this time he had appeared next to Prima, one of the leaders. "Attacking someone from behind shows sign of no class," Prima said as he turned around and proceeded to stab Arthur with the tip of his rapier many times. It was so fast that what looked like one attack to the others was actually 10. His hand dashed in and out, in and out. But for Arthur it was no bother, as he matched in speed using his own hand, knocking the tip of the blade away each time, not allowing a single scratch to get on him. "And going 3 against 1 shows a lot of class, right?" Arthur replied while continuing to block the attacks. "Isn't Prima meant to be the fastest vampire among us in terms of speed?" Cindy, the second leader, asked. "Yes, and without a hit, Prima can't activate his ability," Jean replied. "You're quite fast, but you are relying on your weapon and speed far too much," Arthur spoke. "You do know I could have just blocked all these attacks with my shadow, but I wanted to prove a point. There is always someone faster than you." At that moment, the attacks stopped as Arthur grabbed the blade and stopped it completely. Prima tried using all his strength to move his blade, but it was useless. While Arthur was busy dealing with Prima, Cal had come up from behind. His cape on his back started to transform into several spikes that were still connected to his back. Without turning around, Arthur said one word as soon as he had gotten close. "Sink." Cal took one step, and he had fallen into the ground, into the shadow, and before he knew it, he had come up from the floor and reappeared at his starting point. Seeing that there was no hope in a battle of strength, Prima let go of the rapier. It was a sacrifice he had to have made if he wanted to break free. But in mere seconds, his leg had been stabbed by the very weapon he had let go of. "Are you trying to escape from your punishment?" said Arthur. Bryce was the only leader that hadn't gone in like the other two, for he was wondering what strength this man had possessed and wanted to see it firsthand. Some of the skills he had seen today he saw being displayed by the other Punishers, but not at this scale. The floor they were on, if one was to use it, it would be a smaller range, and on top of that they would have no more shadow to cover themselves. Yet this man still had one huge wing left. His strength and speed, it had completely surpassed the leaders. Whereas the Punisher leader from before, his shadow abilities were only slightly above the leaders, but this power he was witnessing was like that of a king. For he who wished to xiomps the next king, it felt like an insult. He needed to prove his worth now and while in front of all the vampires. If Arthur was good at close combat and could deal with physical attacks, then it just meant Bryce would have to try something else. He rolled up the sleeve on his shirt and crouched down with his palm open. His face looked prepared as he was about to do something big. "Let's see how you are against blood attacks." Blood cannon. Out from the palm of Bryce's hand, a large circular ball of blood had come out. It was red and black in color and was glowing in the middle. "It seems with no Punishers around, you all really have no clue how the shadow works," Arthur said. When the cannonball of blood got close, his other wing started to move and shift. It had formed a small tornado of shadows. It surrounded the ball before moving it and slamming it into the ground. At the same time, Kyle was on the move once again. 1, 2, 3. Arthur counted, and as he said 0, the cannonball had appeared from the ground right underneath Kyle's foot. Bang! A loud explosion was heard, and a red mist had formed where the attack had hit. It looked like a red fog of dust, but eventually, it started to fall to the ground and formed little droplets of blood when everything started to clear. Kyle was lying on the floor. The cape was covering his body and head, but as for the right side of his arms and legs, they had completely been torn apart. If it wasn't for the cape, there was a good chance he would be dead. But he could now no longer move. The leaders, Jean said, they have no chance. At the same time, Quinn wasn't letting what was happening distract him. The shadow floor had also come to the area where their fight was taking place, but Quinn had already formed his electric scythes. Come on! Vidine shouted, and that's exactly what Quinn did. Running as fast as he could, continually supplying his skill with chi, he needed to move fast as they would soon run out. Seeing Quinn run straight ahead, Vidine was finding it hard to keep his smile. The poor boy is running straight into my trap. I surrounded myself, and the second he takes a step into my circle, I'll finish him. But as soon as Quinn had reached where he had seen Vidine touched, Quinn leaped as far as he could over the area. It looked strange for Quinn to suddenly jump up like that, and then the thought had come to him. He knows my ability? But how? Not just that, but he knows how it works perfectly. But he had bigger problems to worry about. Quinn swung his arms out wide behind him, and using the shadow, he stretched them out for extra momentum. The good thing about the shadow was it was able to bend, so when he would throw it out, it would move like a whip. And that was the very thing he had down now. Charging his arms, crossing them over each other, using every little ounce of his strength, they came out lighting fast like a whip. Blood wall, rise, blood wall, rise, blood wall, rise. Perhaps it was overkill, but there was something that had worried Vidine when he had seen this skill, and he was right. As the shadow scythe hit the first wall, it had shattered it in an instant and hadn't even slowed it down, and the same could be said for the next one as well. When it had hit the third wall, it had slowed the attack ever so slightly, which gave enough time for Vidine to prepare one more thing. Blood hardening. A red thick layer of blood had formed over his arms as well as the side of his body, and then it darkened in color, creating a solid material. Clang. The scythes had hit his hands and had been stopped, but the power and strength of the attack was still there. Looking at Quinn's face, he was covered in sweat. It was clear this was a last-ditch attempt of an attack. Looks like I win again. However, Vidine had spoken too soon, for there was a crack in the blood hardening around his hands. The red blood aura had managed to cut through, and when it finally touched his bare skin, a strong electric shock was sent through his entire body. Arg! He screamed in pain, and it had broken his concentration. As long as the red aura from the shadow was touching his skin and body, he would continue to be shocked. It allowed for his blood hardening to weaken, and the blade continued to move forward, slicing through his hands and going through his bones. Continued to move until it had reached his wrist, and at that moment, the shocks had stopped. The blade had disappeared, and the shadows holding them were gone. Looking in front of him, he could see the boy was down on one knee, huffing and panting hard. He had not only run out of chi, but his stamina, his MC points, everything was coming to an end. Looking at both of his mangled hands, Vidine could see they were split in two. If the boy had continued with that attack, then he could have died. This thought in his head had infuriated him. Not caring for his mangled hands, he threw out a blood swipe from it. Not only had red aura come out, but real blood as well. Quinn could see the attack coming. He wanted to move, use anything, but he was too drained. Blood wall. Without moving, it was the only thing he could do. 100 HP. He used 10 points of HP as he was unsure if it could block the attack, and if it couldn't, then he would need some to take the hit. The attack hit the wall, and it had shattered it. Still, at least it had slowed down the attack a little. It continued onward and hit Quinn directly on the chest, flinging him to the ground. 14/100 HP. Lifting the top half of his body, Quinn was able to get a look at Vidine, but his legs weren't listening to him. "Move, move or you're going to die," Quinn shouted out at his legs. "That's right. I'm going to kill you here and now. Then I really will punish you," a voice from the side said. When they turned to look, they could see that it was Arthur standing there, and behind him all 3 leaders had been defeated, including the first leader Bryce. How is that possible?" Vidine said, now frightened of what was to happen. "I already told you that you shall all be punished for harming a fellow Punisher, and now you go so far to kill him? Even I haven't killed the other leaders, for I know there are many that rely on them," Arthur said, looking at the crowd of vampires. "But for you, you really now shall be judged." Lifting his arm up, he focused it and pointed it towards Vidine, and then quickly looked at Quinn on the floor. "Watch closely, for if you wish to be a real Punisher one day, and hope to lead the people, then this is a skill that will help you greatly. Shadow Eater." The name Shadow Eater. It was a skill that Quinn had unlocked a long time ago. When he had entered the strange underground place and defeated the King-tier beast, he had received a reward to unlock a single skill from his system. Due to the Shadow Eater skill being worth the most points, Quinn thought it had to be the strongest skill and made the most sense to unlock. However, ever since he had the skill, he had no clue how to use it. The other skills had come to him in his head. He didn't need to think much and they would just work. For Quinn though, no matter what he tried, he just couldn't seem to get it to activate, and right now he would see what it did and how to use it. As the skill was activated, the shadow from the floor and the wing behind Arthur's back started to come together in his 2 hands. The shadow seemed to be condensing themselves around both of them. The floor was no longer black, and the wings were no more. The shadows continued to swirl around his arms, wrapping around and around until finally he was ready. Moving both his arms back, he threw them outward towards Vidine. Shadow Eater. At that moment, both of the shadows had left his hand, creating a giant blob-like object. Arthur's 2 hands were separated and the part of the shadow was still attached to his fingers. As for the other end, the 2 blobs had split, and it looked as if it was a giant creature that had opened up its mouth. It had completely surrounded Vidine from all ends, and he was too frightened to even move in the first place. Then Arthur proceeded to call his 2 hands together, and at the same time, the 2 parts of the shadow creature's mouth had closed, completely consuming Vidine there and then. "Is he dead?" Vorden asked. A few moments later, and Arthur pulled his hands together, and with it, the blob had returned to him and the shadow had gone back into himself, no longer appearing anywhere on his body. Knowing the fight would be over, he also decided to put his equipment back in his shadow void. Whatever had happened, Arthur seemed to be satisfied with the result. However, when everyone looked over at Vidine, they had expected him to be dead, or to have gone missing, but there was no such thing. Instead, he stood there staring blankly forward, the expression on his face unchanged. "What was that? What did you do?" Quinn asked, wanting to know what the effects of the Shadow Eater skill were. Certainly looked impressive, but as for the results, there seemed to be nothing. "I suppose I should tell you all, not just because you are a Punisher, but so every vampire here knows. It seems like you may have forgotten why we even have the name Punisher in the first place," Arthur said. "This skill is a skill that is used as a form of the ultimate punishment. On top of all this, it is a skill that was created to only solely be used on vampires. It will not work on anything else. There is one weakness that we vampires can never escape no matter how hard we try, and that is the sun. Sure, we have created rings and such to help us, but even me who has lived this long, the sun still affects me in a negative way. This has forced the vampires to hide in the dark for centuries. Now, what would happen if we were also to take that privilege away? The Shadow Eater is a skill that makes it so a vampire will have the same effects it does in the sunlight as it does in the dark as well. No rings, no spells, or anything can help this. Their shadow becomes a part of our own, increasing ours. For the rest of their life, they shall suffer in pain, whether that be in the sun or in the dark. Is that really true? Does a skill like that exist? People from the crowd started to speak. The explanation itself caused them to shake in terror as they imagined themselves being subjected to such a punishment. But then, why didn't he just use that at the start of the fight? Wouldn't it have helped him? Another from the crowd said. Good question, Arthur said, pointing in the crowd as if he was giving a lecture. When I was a little younger, there used to be a game where one would capture these animals with these small balls. Now you could try throwing these balls to capture these creatures as soon as you saw them, but there was a high chance it would fail unless the creature was weak. However, if you were to weaken the creature and then throw the ball, there is a more chance of it working. Our shadow eater skill is like these balls. On top of this, the more shadows consumed, the stronger the skill will get. Upgrading the ball. I would like to think of myself as a master ball. The crowd seemed to have understood, while half of them didn't. All they knew was they didn't have a clue what game he was referring to. Still to them, the more important factor was what the skill could actually do. Looking at Vidin, sweat started to appear on his face. His body felt incredibly weak and his skin was starting to burn. He didn't need an explanation from Arthur. He already knew what was happening to him. Would he have to live with this pain and in this weak state for the rest of his life? Lifting up his dangled hand, he could see his thumb was still softly intact. He then grew out his thumbnail and hardened it. The next thing shocked them all, as he swiped across his own neck with the nail, and after a few seconds he had fallen to the floor. Blood draining on the ground. Sadly, this is an option many chose once this has happened to them, Arthur said. Did a vampire leader just kill themselves? Vorden asked in shock at everything that was happening. Around the battlefield, the other fights had stopped after this as well. Jill was no longer trying to hurt both Layla and Aaron, and they had managed to survive the onslaught. As for Silver and Leo, they were hardly able to display any of their skills. Although Leo was a little sad, he knew this was for the best. For the number one concern right now was Quinn's safety. The two leaders had simply given up, after witnessing Arthur's power, and none of them wanted for him to use the Shadow Eater skill on them. A vampire leader who was once powerful and strong would now be weaned in day or night. Is it over? Fex said, as there was silence. There was no longer the sound of fighting, and the crowd behind them was still deadly quiet. Can you look after Borden? Vorden asked as he ran off in Quinn's direction. When he arrived, he had made a slit in his hand and started to feed Quinn immediately, allowing him to heal and recover from his wounds. But, even if his wounds were healed, there wasn't much that could be done about his stamina, MC points, and chi. They would take time before they would come back. Hey, we did it! We really managed to save Fex, Vorden said to Quinn, now knowing that they had such a strong ally that no one would dare to mess with them as they made their way back. The group looked up and the blood dome was still there, trapping them all, but with the help of Arthur, it shouldn't have been too big of a deal. Looking at him, Quinn was thinking about the Shadow Eater skill. It was obvious now why he couldn't use it before if it was a skill that would only work on vampires. When he had come to the vampire world, he hadn't thought about trying to use it since he had been so unsuccessful. Besides, even if it did work, he couldn't exactly stop to try to use it in the middle of a fight. When his wounds finally healed, Quinn was able to walk slowly over to him again. Thank you for this. I don't know why, but thank you for all your help. If you hadn't arrived, maybe me, my friends. They would have all died because of me. Don't blame yourself, Arthur replied. After all, it's because of you that I am here in the first place. So you did do something. And it's best if you don't thank me just yet. What do you mean? Vorden asked. Because it isn't over. Behind the platform where Fex was meant to have his death, the outer edge of the blood dome could be seen, partly cut through the stage. However, Quinn soon noticed that Arthur was staring dead ahead at this very platform. As Quinn stared harder, he too could see something. It was people, 3 to be precise. 3 people were walking over towards the dome. They continued onward and first, the 2 men walked through, passing it as if it did nothing to them. Then finally an older man walked through the dome as well. At that moment all the leaders bowed down, and the vampires behind them had done the same. They looked towards the floor, not saying a single word. The only one that hadn't bowed down was Arthur. So the king has finally arrived, Arthur said. All of the vampires, as soon as they saw the first two men appear from the blood dome, they knew who would be following after them. The reason, because the king never traveled anywhere without his two royal guards. The royal guards would be selected from the leaders of the past. Once the election for the next king was over, they were free to choose two guards from the current section of leaders. One would usually choose the strongest of leaders of that generation and most loyal to protect the king. Their power was often above an average leader. Although Vorden, Quinn, and the others didn't know what the vampire king looked like or who he was, they could tell as soon as he had stepped in. He had this sense of superiority around him, as if he was meant to be in that place. The people all bowed down, and Logan and the others followed. Quinn, however, was still standing by Arthur's side, a little memorized by the person who had just walked in. He didn't even notice all the leaders and everyone bowing down. Looking at the king's features, he wore a black and gold robe that covered his body. There was no armor, and the clothing looked relaxed and comfy as if he had just gotten out of bed. As for his facial features, he looked old. The wingless in his face were deep. Quinn didn't know if the king had just chosen to keep this old appearance, or he was so old that he was no longer able to. He had long white hair that went down past his elbows, although it stayed there shining and perfectly straight, looking healthy than the rest of his body. "You look old, young man," Arthur said. These words came to a shock, and some of the leaders even wanted to cry out and shout. How could someone say that to the king? But it was clear. His words spoke as if he was familiar with the person. And the other thing was he was referring to the king as old. "I thought I would never see you again during my lifetime," the king replied as he gave out a large cough or two. The one or two coughs soon turned into several. It was a strange sight to see. This powerful, strong person suddenly looked very weak at this moment. The king then looked at the vampire leaders around him who were hurt and passed out on the floor. "Thank you for not killing the leaders," the king said. With each word that passed by, the vampires no longer knew what to think or react. Arthur wasn't just any punisher. It seemed as if the king was treating him as a person even above himself. He then laid his eyes on Vidine, who laid there dead on the floor. He quickly closed his eyes, saying a few words of comfort. Seeing this, Mukka thought that perhaps the king would be angry and another fight would soon start. If he did nothing, he feared the worst and had no choice but to chime in. "My king, Vidine, had killed himself. It was not the Punisher's doing," Mukka said, still with his head down and bowing for respect. He didn't want to say more for fear he was stepping out of place. "Worry not. I know that Arthur is not like that," the king replied. Whatever he had done today, he probably felt like it was within his right to do so. He then turned and looked at Arthur, with a little glint in his eyes, showing sadness. "If it was up to me at the time, we would have never chased out the Punishers," the king said. "I'm..." Holding up his hand, it was a signal for the king to stop. "Not here and not now, besides you didn't chase us out, we chose to leave," Arthur replied. The king looked at the scene before him once again, and Mukka and the other leaders were waiting for his verdict. According to Bryce, he should have known everything that was going on. Unless Bryce had refused to tell him, which was a possibility. At that moment, Bryce was starting to wake up. His eyes had opened slightly, and the first thing he could see was the king. "My king," Bryce said as he reached out his hand. Looking at Bryce, the king simply shook his head as if he was disappointed. "There were more ways than one to go about this, Bryce. And now because of you, a leader is dead." Moving his head upward, he could see Vidine's body lying there still. It looked like what he had said was true. The king took his time to think about the situation. He knew what was going on and also knew what the council was like. There were always two sides to everything, but right now, he had to make the decision that was best for his people and the future. The Vampire Council couldn't continue on to be fractured like this. If it was the case, then there would be another civil war when the next election came up. If that happened, he would have felt like his time as a king was useless. He hadn't taught the people anything. "Arthur, you have done no wrong here, and you have only tried to protect one of your own. But I'm afraid that your Punisher boy has gotten involved in our affairs for no reason. If you wish to vouch for the boy and punish him yourself, I can allow that. The king explained. But as for the boy known as Fex, the council had already decided an appropriate punishment. He had hidden and illegal as well lied to the leaders. To solve this matter between the leaders and create harmony between the vampire leaders once more, I believe that Fex and the illegal white must both be executed. Hearing these words just when Quinn was starting to think it was all over, the same problem from the very beginning had occurred. It felt like there was no reason for him to have fought this whole time, for it had only ended up in the same result. Boy, I have helped you as much as I can, but I am not a rule breaker. Is there a reason why you wish to save the boy? Or is there anything you can say to the king now to help with your case? Arthur asked. Was there anything he could do? There was always one decision that Quinn could have done, but it wasn't an option until now. And the system seemed to be thinking along the same lines and knew exactly what Quinn was thinking. I will not stop you from saying it. If anything, it might be the only thing you can do now, but hear me out. If you were to tell them you are the 10th leader before and tried to save Fex that way, you would have been killed by one of the leaders before you had even made it to one of the castles. Better yet, it would have been nearly impossible to prove, and they would have just claimed you were an illegal. A vampire leader only at the rank of the vampire noble. It's just not a believable story. But at least there is time to prove it to them now, and the king won't dismiss your claim so merely. I remember this man, and he is a reasonable leader compared to the last. There are many that dislike me, and there are many leaders after your seat. However, right now you have Arthur, a strong punisher by your side for protection, and you have made it so you are in front of the king. Although they might still be after your life when you mention this, you will at least be safe for now. The crime that was put upon Fex will be lessened, as he had done no wrong in the first place. But it is likely he will still face punishment for lying to the leaders in the first place. Hearing everything the system had said so far was making Quinn think it was the right thing to do. Sure, it sounded like he would possibly have more problems in the future, but it was better than seeing his friends die in front of his eyes. However, there is one more problem on top of this, the system added. And I warn you, you must think this through carefully before making a rash decision. If you claim you are the 10th leader, then they will make you stay here as the leader of the 10th people forever. The duties that Edward had done will be passed on to you, and you cannot decline. You will become a part of the vampire world and will not be allowed to go back to Earth. The only way is to do what I had once done, to run away from everything, to be hated and chased for the rest of your days. It was hard for Quinn to tell if the AI system regretted his decision in leaving the people, or if he was in spite of what the vampires made him do. But thinking about himself, deep down, Quinn knew this was a possibility. When he had heard from Edward that after Vincent had left, it had become a big deal to the people and others. It seems like being a leader was a heavy task, and the punishment for leaving was strict. If it was Quinn's duty to look after all those in the castle, he wasn't ready. Not right now, maybe never. But, as he looked at Fex and he looked at Peter, he was ready to protect them. His cursed family. Walking in front of Arthur, he looked at the king straight in the eye. There was no hesitation or fear when he said these words. I am not a punisher, Quinn said. The reason for me coming here to save Fex and to save the white is because, for Fex, I consider to be my blood brother, a part of my family I have sworn to protect, and as for Peter the White, I was the one who created such an illegal. This was expected from some of the leaders. They had guessed the vampire had come from the earth, and looking at Quinn now, they could see he looked exactly as Peter the White did when he first arrived. But they were not prepared for his next set of words. Well, illegal wouldn't be the right term. For these people are a part of my family, and I am the new 10th leader. Was this some kind of joke? This thought had come to a lot of people's mind as soon as they heard Quinn say those words. The ones in the crowd, the leaders, and so on. He was nothing but a vampire noble, but they had to admit he was a strangely powerful one. But most of his strength could be explained away by the fact that he was a punisher. If he was a punisher under the guidance of Arthur that they had just seen, then maybe a lot of them would have understood. But Quinn specifically said he wasn't a punisher. Arthur, who was standing by his side, was even more intrigued. The 10th leader, Wasn't it that crazy guy during my time, if I remember correctly? What happened to him? He wasn't one to have given up his place too easily. No, he cared about the people too much. Arthur thought, but he was thinking more than just that. Now he was starting to wonder where Quinn had even got the shadow power from. "You're crazy!" Bryce shouted as he started to lift himself off the floor. He had recovered to the point where he could now stand, but he was in no condition to fight at all. Maybe even Quinn was able to take him out the way he was. "I don't know why you know so much about our current affairs for an outsider, but if you think you can just lie your way out of this and save your friends, then think again. There is no way you are the 10th leader," Bryce said. The other leaders too felt like it was a bit far-fetched, even the ones that were on the Punisher side, but then Mukka thought about something, the 10th tower. For a brief second, the first time in years, it had lit up, indicating the leader had returned. Just as Mukka had this thought, Edward was there to confirm it. "That boy speaks the truth," he said, barely lifting himself up on one knee. Vincent had passed down the 10th seat to that boy. You know how crazy he was. He would be crazy enough to do something like this. You remember when the tower lit up not too long ago? It was reacting to the boy's presence. If someone else had made these claims, they would perhaps think they were lying or on the Punisher boy's side for some reason. But the fact it had come from Edward had made it seem more trustworthy. Edward was completely loyal to the 10th seat. He always had been. Many of the leaders there had tried to get him to come over to their side, but he would always refuse. To them, in the first place, it didn't make much sense for him to stick his neck out to save Lee's son, Fex. Now, if the boy had some type of relation with Fex and really was the 10th leader, Edward's involvement matched the circumstances. It was simple. Edward would not follow anything unless it was an order from Vincent. Vincent, huh? He certainly would have done something like this. The king mumbled to himself. "Wait, you're not actually believing them, are you?" Jill complained. "He even brought humans to this establishment. And what about the direct descendants that were killed? Should we just forget that it was most likely that Punisher boy right there as well?" Quinn had a feeling that his earlier actions could have quite possibly sabotaged him in the future, and it seemed like it was doing so now. Although it wasn't really him who had killed them but the Bone Claw. "This matter seems to be more complicated than I first thought," the king said. "I think it's best if we first deal with all the injured and the Blood Dome. The vampires have witnessed enough and everyone is tired. I'm sure. After that, the first call of action will be to test if what this boy says is true or not, and there are more ways than one to see if he really is the 10th leader like he says he is. Based on that, we will then move forward and give everyone that was involved in this affair an appropriate punishment." The king had a rational thought. Before they should make a decision, they needed to get all the facts straight first. The Blood Dome was taken down, and the people were free to go, but many of them before leaving stayed for a moment. The smell had attracted them. Both Logan, Aaron and Vorden were still bleeding slightly, and the smell was attracting their nose. Arthur made a note as he saw this. "I shall be taking the boy and his companions with me," Arthur said. "I have questions of my own that need to be answered. You can trust me to not run away with them or do anything stupid. When you need us, just come and fetch us." "And where will you be staying?" the royal knight next to the king asked. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going back to the 14th castle," Arthur replied. Gathering all of Quinn's friends, they stood next to Arthur. Vorden was able to place Borden over his shoulder in a lying down position on his belly. He was still sleeping peacefully away even with all the movement, while the others each held on to each other with two people holding on to Arthur. But they weren't the only ones that were going with them, for Silver and Fex had joined the group as well. "Are you going to let the criminals go as well?" Bryce asked, looking at the king for answers. "Bryce, you don't understand. Now that the Punisher has returned, then the decision and trial would go over to them in the first place," the king replied. All of them holding on tightly, Arthur's shadow dropped to the floor covering the area the group was in. Shadow travel. Activating his skills, they all started to sink into the shadows, until they were no longer seen, but the pool of shadow was still there. Suddenly, it started to move away, going through and past everything with its destination in sight. The 14th castle. The king is still treating them just like before. Does he not even remember why we had the war in the first place? This fool. When I become king, I will change all of this, Bryce said, clenching his fist so hard that the wooden part of his cane he was holding in his hand broke. Traveling at a fast speed, the group had no clue what was going on outside. To them they were in a black space, where they could feel acceleration but at the same time could see nothing. What Quinn was happy about, though, was seeing a bunch of shadow skills he had yet to unlock. If he saw more, it would give him a good idea of which ones to unlock first. With shadow travel, they were practically able to go through anything traveling only on the floor. They could go direct, the shortest and fastest way to the castle. Eventually they had finally arrived, and the group stopped. Each one of them popped up out of the shadow and could see the large castle in front of them. Compared to the others and the tents, it looked a lot more menacing, and it was larger too, but just like the tents, there was no upkeep of the castle and there was no light source either. But it was larger than the others, only a little bit smaller than the king's castle. Just like the others, Arthur went to the door and started to spin the circular lock, putting in the combination. A clicking sound was heard and the door started to open. He soon stepped in and Quinn thought the lights would turn on, just like it had done with him, but there was no such thing. Is he not the leader of this castle? Quinn thought. Based on his strength, I was sure he was the leader of the Punisher's 14th family. System, do you know who he is? I do, but during my time he had gone into eternal slumber, never to be woken up unless needed. Then shortly after something had happened, but I had left before this and only heard about what had happened. So I have no clue why the 14th castle is empty either. Only that it is. Walking in Logan had passed something to the humans of a group, a small light source to be used. It was a little crystal that allowed for a warm glow to surround them. As for the vampires, this was not needed, they could see everything fine. Do you need one, Leo? Peter asked as he was going around. Did you forget? Leo replied. Oh right, you're a vampire now, sorry. But Leo continued to shake his head in disbelief. Even though he was a vampire, even before he could not use the light source to see anyway. Walking around they could see large paintings of vampires wearing the same red and black armor. Some of them looked identical to the one Arthur wore, while others were a bit more fancier in design. The castle was so large, it was impossible for it all to be used for one person, and the paintings on the walls often showed many Punishers. While following Arthur around they were mostly quiet, but Quinn's curiosity had gotten to him this time. Having this shadow power, he felt like he needed to know more about it. But Fex had beaten him to the punch. What happened to the Punishers? Fex asked. The adults, they never told us much, but if you were so strong and the rule upholders, why did you leave? I suppose while I walk around, I can tell you my story, Arthur replied, about how the vampires and the Punishers split. Although Fex had asked a question towards Arthur, he was continuously glancing towards Quinn as he walked behind him. The reason for this? It was because both he and Silver couldn't believe what they had just heard on the field. During the tour, the two of them were walking towards the back, discussing amongst themselves. The others continued to look at the strange objects placed around while the two of them would have their own discussion. I guess this just delays the inevitable then, Fex said in a depressed monotone voice. But he wouldn't let it keep him down as his sad face had soon turned into a smile. After all, he was with his friends right now, and just moments ago he thought he would never see them again. Being sad at a time like this would just offend all of their hard work. Don't lose hope, brother. We have come this far. And maybe there is some truth towards what Quinn says. Silver replied. You really believe he's the 10th leader? It makes no sense. He was a vampire that was on the human world, and when I met him he was nothing but a regular vampire. How and why would he be the leader? It would be more understandable if what he set out on the field was just to buy time. But I've decided I should just accept my punishment. So far I have been lucky, you, Father, and everyone else here who came to get me hasn't been hurt yet. But there has already been blood spilt because of me, and it could get worse if this continues. The group continued to walk onward, while Arthur was bringing them along to the main lounge room. Before he told his story, he wanted everyone to sit down and relax. While walking, Silver continuously looked at Quinn as well, and then towards Layla, Peter and Leo. She knew that Leo was a human before, and now the sudden change to a vampire. How and when and who could have possibly turned him? These thoughts were going through her head as she thought about this. Did he create all three of them? But how would he have the power to do something like that? And then a major thought had come to her head. What if everything Quinn had set out on the field was actually true? After all, there was one thing that they did know, that the 10th leader had left his castle to go somewhere else. No one knew where, but what if he had remained on Earth at the time when the vampire settlement had moved? Only time would tell, but she too was also interested in finding out what had happened to the Punishers. Perhaps it would explain why someone had gone so far to try to extract extra information from her brother. They had entered a quite large room, with a bookshelf on either side and a large glass-paned window at the back. There was a desk that faced the opposite way, looking at the door, and in front of it were 2 sofas and a desk. Everyone sat down on the 2 sofas, while Arthur went looking around for something. He pulled a certain book and a secret compartment had been opened. The others were intrigued to see what it would be, but then were a little disappointed when it just looked like some form of drink. He poured the drink into his own glass and sat down at his table, before taking a sip. This helps me bring back memories. It still tastes the same as it did back then. Back when this all started, Arthur said. Since there are a lot of you here that are human or just turned vampires, it would make sense for me to start from the beginning, and then maybe you will understand how things came to be. A quick question for the 2. I guess I should say the regular vampires here. Do you know what the vampire code is? Arthur asked. The vampire code, a set of rules that were established by the Firsts a long time ago. Silver replied. Correct, said Arthur. Although I am quite old, I'm not that old, so take what I say with a grain of salt. In the past, there weren't many vampires. To be exact, there were 13 first vampires in total. Sound familiar? These were the ones who created the code. As for why, the reason is unknown. Perhaps the first vampires had fallen in love with the humans, maybe they pitied them, or they knew they needed them as a food source. Or something else entirely different. Could have even been because there were so few of them. After all, even with a vampire's strength against the humans at the time, they were outnumbered and there was a chance they could have died. But because of all this, they decided to make the vampire code. These were a set of rules that were established between them from the beginning. They had decided what to set together based on the troubles they had each been through so far. An example of one of them would be to never fall in love with a human. Of course, these rules have been adjusted with time, but this is rumored to how the current council and 13 families came to be in the first place. But you see, there was a major problem in all of this. The 13 vampires were all friends of each other. They didn't always agree, and what would happen if one of them were to break these rules? Not only that, just because they had agreed to follow the rules, why would their followers do such a thing? The people they had turned and called their family. Some family members grew mad with power and wanted to lash out. Some felt like being superior beings they should have taken over the human race. Sadly though, all these thoughts that they could see that their people had felt. They had once felt the same way. They were old and had already been through what they had been through. People learned from their mistakes and it was their job to pass it on to the others. As disagreements continued between the 13, a choice was made and this was how the first vampire king had been elected to their seat. They needed control and order as their population grew in a certain direction. Sometimes more heads are better than one, but a leader is sometimes needed at the helm. And if one of the 13 were to break the rules, then he would be the decider of their punishment. Some time had passed and things were looking quite good. That was until the king himself had broken one of the rules of the vampire code. What rule he broke we do not know. But what we do know was there were some vampires that chose to side with the king and some that chose not to. This was the start of the first vampire civil war and in the end, the first vampire king was killed. One of the first vampires, gone forever. The group was saddened and devastated by this. When the first vampires had come together, they never thought they would need to do something like this. As Arthur was telling his story, the others were glued in, listening to everything. It was interesting learning about the past, and even for Silver and Fex, this was something they had never heard before. Wait, did you say First Civil War? How is that possible? Silver asked. She had heard of the civil war between the vampires, but first, history is a funny thing. We learn it and teach it to others so we can learn from our mistakes, so we don't repeat our past actions. Yet for some reason the vampires have chosen not to pass on this information, which makes the saying even more true that history has a way of repeating itself, and that very thing had happened. Many, many years ago, the first vampires had taken a break from each other for a little while after the incident with the first king. They continued to look after their families apart and away without the vampires interacting with each other. Some had hoped it would have led to a better life when they were apart, but it hadn't worked that way at all. At this point in time, humans knew of the existence of vampires. They didn't exactly know the truth, but they hunted such things, referring to them as demons. There still weren't many of them, and spread thin like this, they were weak, being killed off one by one. Then they realized there was another problem that would occur. Vampires made families, but the same family could not harm each other. This led there to being no discipline within the families, or at least made it hard to do so. To control the vampires, they needed each other. The first vampires had met up once again, and they wished to revitalize the old ways. At this point in time, there were no fancy castles or housing for each other. They had simply met up in a cave together. So you suggest we go back to our old ways? I agree, life used to be better that way. One of the first spoke. And what if the same thing was to happen again? I can't go through hurting one of you. I can't do that again. Another spoke. But we must. I believe you are all facing the same problems with your families as I am doing mine. I know I am not a first like yours, but for the sake of my old leader, I would like to continue to pass on his bloodline, but at this rate the humans will learn more about us and we will all be killed. Then I have a suggestion to make to all of you. How about we throw a third party into all of this? A neutral camp who does not know us to uphold the rules. Another suggested. You can't be thinking of asking a human, could you? Through my experiments and research, I have found a way to turn a human into one of us, just like how we the first were turned. One of the first said. And it wouldn't just be any human, but my suggestion would make it so the humans would forget about us to stop chasing us. I think we should turn to the current king, King Arthur. You madman. The more I know you, the crazier you become. Another replied. The sun had fallen, and in its place the night sky rose. A city full of people and life, but there were no lights, no sign of any modern technology. Nothing but torches and candles to keep the darkness away. Right by the city side was a cliff, and on top of that cliff stood a large castle, making it the highest point and allowing it to be seen from everywhere. Inside currently resided the king, one known as King Arthur. There was no king as popular with the people as Arthur was. He would regularly go visit the people in the city, check on their well-being no matter what house they would have come from. Poor background, noble, or even if one had run away from another country. Arthur didn't care for that, and he treated everyone with a blank canvas as he met them. He genuinely cared for these people, and in return they cared for him. On top of this, he had protected the country as well as the city from incoming attacks again and again. And he was not one to shy away from the battlefield. He himself would often join the battlefield, fighting by the side of those with him, knowing he protected his people, swinging his sword, but he never forgot the blood of those people he had killed. Right now, an important meeting was taking place in the castle. Inside a large room, Arthur sat on the biggest chair at a round table, while his advisors, some of the smartest men in the country, were there by his side to guide him. Another ship was spotted around the outskirts, and it looks like they have finally made enough preparations to start an attack. One of the men in robes said. While they dressed in robes, Arthur himself mostly stayed in his knightly armor. How many men? Arthur asked. Around 100,000. He replied. A worried look had entered Arthur's heart. That's twice the size of our own, Arthur said. A slam was heard on the table by a slightly larger man off to the side. We shall fight them off and protect this country as we have always done. Some mumbled in agreement while others seemed to be concerned about the size of the army. Is there not anything we can do to stop them? How about a trade deal of some sort? They will just take our things and try to fight us anyway. Another complained. It looked as if the room was split in a decision on what they should do with the neighboring country that seemed to be preparing for an attack. Which meant the decision ultimately came down to the king. We have never faced an army of this size before. It's not that I fear we will lose if we confront them, but it's the fact of what we will lose. The people, they will be hit heaviest by this, and we must think of them first. Arthur explained. The discussion had continued on for about an hour or so, and it looked like no decision was made. In the end, Arthur had asked for all of them to leave while he would sleep on it for the night. He sat alone on his table with candles lighting up each area of the seats, including his own. What do I do? While deep in thought, he saw several of the candles flicker, as if a gust of wind had drafted in from outside. He could sense it. Something had come in the room with him. Immediately he had drawn his sword that he always kept with him by his side. I know you are there. I will warn you. Many assassins have been sent after me, and they now are unable to wake up and see the sun rise another day. Arthur shouted as he waited for a response. He knew something was there, but he couldn't see them at all. If only there was more light. That's okay, we never see the sun much anyway. A voice was heard, and finally, he could see 3 figures dressed in black robes, looking like monks standing in front of him. We are here to. But before the vampire could say his words, Arthur had already come forward swinging at him. A discussion was not needed for those that would come to him in the middle of the night. The people that often did only had one goal when seeing him. Death. Seeing the object at the last second, the Rubed man was able to dodge, but the attack was faster than he thought, and it had hit the end of his robe, cutting it. How dare you try to hurt me? I should kill you. But the other vampire stood in front, stopping him before he could say anything else. It was your fault for reacting that slow. Remember why we are here. The other said. We have heard many things about you, Arthur, but we are not here to fight. One of the robed men said as he walked towards him. Arthur swung his sword again, but this time, the man simply held the sword with his 2 fingers grabbing it. Although you are certainly skillful for a human, it means nothing when compared to us. Just then, glowing red eyes could be seen inside the hood. Arthur tried to pull his sword away, but his strength, his skills that he had been training for years were useless. Demons. Why are you here? Arthur had heard stories, and he had even slain a few himself from time to time, but he had never met ones that moved so fast or were so powerful. This was because Arthur had been fighting against regular vampires and not the firsts. Demons, those are for the weak of our kind, we prefer the term vampire. The man replied, It looks like you are in some trouble and perhaps we can help you. How about a trade? Trading with demons like you, who give up your power and forsake our God. No thanks, I don't crave power so much that I would make a deal with the devil. Arthur replied angrily, and now he was using his full strength and slowly, the sword was starting to slip from the vampire's fingers. He certainly lives up to his name. He is an impressive human indeed. The vampire thought. Arthur, you make it sound like you have a choice in the matter, but honestly you don't. When you can't control yourself, come looking for us by the cave about a mile out from here through the forest. I'm sure you will be able to smell us by then. Arthur thought these people were crazy. Why would he seek them out for help, and what were they talking about, a smell? He understood nothing, and at that moment, the vampire had let go of the sword and started to walk away. Seeing that there were 3 of them and looking like their goal was not his life, Arthur decided it was best to not attack further and risk his life. His people needed him alive. If he was to die, then the people had no chance. Eno, you may proceed with the ritual. As another robbed man stepped forward, once again he could see the red glowing lights, and the rest of the night from then on was a blur. Outside of the castle, the 3 vampires were returning to the others. Are you sure it was a success? A lot of this is counting on you, Eno. Yes, I'm sure. Eno replied. You will see, in a couple of days' time he will come out to us, using us to do everything we can to help him. We will be his lifeline, we will be the hand that reaches out to him and helps him in his time of need, and in return, he can then help us. The next day had arrived, and when Arthur woke, he found himself in his bedroom. The maid had come into his room with a knock before entering as usual, and he was starting to wonder if what had happened yesterday was a dream or not. Everything had seemed so real and fake at the same time. "Why don't I just go draw the curtains for you, your majesty?" Opening up the curtains, the bright sun started to shine through, and it gently went on the surface of Arthur's skin. In an instant he felt a slight burning sensation, and it started to feel itchy. The longer he stayed in it, the weaker he was starting to feel, and he was now starting to sweat. "What is going on? What is happening to me?" Arthur thought. "So you're saying they forced you, turned you into a vampire, but no one gave you their blood," said Fex, surprised at what he had heard so far. The whole story was interesting, to say the least. He felt that word was a bit of an understatement for what they had learned so far. "Yes, I'm unsure of what the vampire did to me that day. As I said, it was all a blur the minute he looked at me with those red eyes," Arthur replied. "But my bloodline was not considered to be from one of the 13. In a way, I was considered a first like them, or at least an artificial first." Feeling the burning sensation on his skin, Arthur quickly realized it was from the sun. At first, he thought it was just a hot day, but he decided to go through some tests, and for some reason, the sun was indeed the cause of his pain and fatigue. It wasn't that he couldn't go out in the sun, but that it made him sluggish, extremely tired, and he was less than half the man he used to be. "Is this what those demons meant? They think I will seek them out for some type of cure?" Arthur said in anger. He felt even more frustrated as the pressure to make a decision of what was about to happen was pending on him. Trying his best to avoid the sunlight as much as he could, he had finally ended it to nighttime. Never did he think he would wish for the sun to go down, but for the first time he had, and that's when he started to notice some differences. His movements, not only were they back to normal, but they were better. He was faster, stronger, and more agile than before, but that wasn't the best part. The best thing was his vision. He could see just as if it was the day. But you see, Arthur was selfless. He wasn't thinking about himself at this point in time, but thinking about how he could use this to their advantage. He could see in the dark from miles away. If they were to fight in the night, with him commanding the army, they would have a huge advantage. Excited by his new idea, he decided to hold a training session in the outside court. Right now, while the dark was out. It was the king's command, so of course, the others would follow and listen. When they had arrived outside, they could see the big smile on his face, and they felt like Arthur had a plan. He decided that he would spar with the other knights one by one, so they could get first-hand combat experience. Some of them were new recruits, and if a war was to come, it would be their first time doing battle, but this was also an excuse just to test his skills. He fought night after night and won the fights with ease. On top of this, he was going easy on them. But the amazing thing was he didn't seem to tire, and the others and the knights watching were impressed. They started to think that Arthur was beyond a human being, someone who was blessed by the gods. However, in one fight, Arthur had gone up against a skillful young knight. He showed promise, and it caused Arthur to use a bit more power than he was used to. The body felt practically new to him, and he wasn't in complete control, and an accident had occurred. Swinging his blade forcefully, he had smashed the other's sword in half. As it flew through the air, it went past the knight's knee and grazed it with the edge of the blade. At that moment, a sweet, sweet smell had entered his body. All of his senses felt like they were on high alert, and they were tingling. What is this sensation? His nose led him to one place, and his eyes were glued as the blood dripped from the knight's knee. "Your Majesty, did I do something wrong?" the young knight said in a shaky voice. Hearing it had briefly made him snap out of his trance. When he had come to, he realized he was now standing right in front of the boy and could see the young knight was shaking. All of the other knights had remained silent as well. But there was a stranger look in his eyes as he approached the boy. "The training session is over. Everyone have a good night's rest," Arthur said as he quickly left to return to the castle. What was I about to do to that boy? Is this what they were actually talking about? Have I become a demon like them? Although Arthur would have liked to think he would have held himself back when seeing the boy, deep down he knew it was an urge he couldn't control. Even now in his room, his mind kept going back to the image of red, and the smell. And as more time passed, it was getting stronger and stronger. But there was one will of Arthur that was stronger than anything else. And that was the fact he never ever wanted to harm those that chose to follow him. Those that were loyal to him. Ultimately, this is what had led him to the decision to head back to the cave, and confront the so-called vampires that had done this to him. A king couldn't leave his post so easily, but leaving in the middle of the night, with his eyesight and new body without being seen was an easy task. He went through the forest and finally saw the cave that the 3 robbed men had mentioned. They are all counting on you, Arthur thought. Just in case he wasn't to come back, he had left a detailed plan for the others, the best course of action, but Arthur was sure they didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, they would have done so back then. They needed him for something, for what, he did not know, but he was going to find out. Just like they had said, when going through the forest there was a point where the smell was leading him to a different place. It wasn't hard to find the cave because he knew where it would be. Entering the cave he walked and walked, and then a fire could be seen not too far in. Voices could be heard, and finally Arthur could see them. 13 figures, all dressed in black robes. It was a larger amount of people than he was expecting, and for some reason Arthur could tell each one of them were as powerful as each other. "So whose throat did you rip out before coming here?" one of them said as they started to laugh. "No one. I came here to get you to undo such a thing. In return, I will do as you wish," Arthur replied. "You see, there is a bit of problem. First of all, as we currently know, there is no way to undo what you have become," one of them said. "As for the second, we need you to become one of us for our goal." The words they said had struck Arthur hard in the heart. He would never be able to be normal again, to see the sunlight without feeling weak. What had these people done to him? Why? "But we can make it as normal as possible for you. We can teach you our ways, teach you how to wean off blood, and we have special items that will make you just as strong as you were in the sun, as you are now," one of them explained. Looking at them, Arthur started to think about his people once more. No, it wasn't good enough. I see no upside for me in this. You guys suddenly turn me, put a curse on me, and then you treat it like you are some kind of savior by helping me. It might fool others, but it won't fool me. If you won't help me, then I will do it without you. Some of the vampires were angered by his words. They thought it was useless to convert someone who was so headstrong to do this task. But one of them had heard Arthur's plea. He had said, "Help us." "Why don't you tell me what you want, Arthur?" one of them said with a smile on their face. After much discussion, the vampires and Arthur had come to a deal. They had yet to tell him what they wanted him to do, as they wanted to see how things went for a while. As for Arthur's request in all of this, he had asked them to fight by his side. He knew their strength, and it turned out there were more than 13 of them. They were just the strongest of the bunch. In return, Arthur gave them all a place to live. He had even created a separate establishment, hidden from all the other towns and cities, for people of their kind. The vampires kept their promise in showing him how to wean of blood. They showed him skills and how to use his powers. Eventually, the world came to know Arthur and his 13 knights and called them the Knights at the Round Table. They went into battle and mostly fought at night, giving their army a huge advantage. It was a good relationship. But then the time had finally come. The vampires wanted Arthur to hold up his side of the deal, and there was something important they needed him to do. They were to go and visit the first vampire king's grave. Presumably, life couldn't have been any better for the life of Arthur and his people. Not only had they vampires helped him in great battles, but the technology that they didn't have access to was taught to their people and spread around. Medicine and knowledge were passed that saved hundreds and thousands of lives. The kingdom name, fame, and fortune was spreading around because of these things. The things that had happened he could have never dreamed of. But there were problems in all this. The first being that Arthur seemed to never age. Most vampires could control their aging process and slow down, but as for those that were deemed the first vampires, including himself, it was as if they were stuck, never growing older or younger. Soon others around would start to notice. While some thought he was blessed by gods, others did believe that it could have been the work of demons. To quell these rumors, Arthur started to see his people less and less. and rumors of him getting sick had appeared. He was preparing for his time when he would no longer be their king. The second being, he knew the vampires wanted something for all they had done for him, and quite honestly he was happy to give it to them, even at the cost of his own life. He had been asked to meet the vampires at the settlement they had made for themselves. All Arthur had done was given them a plot of land, and the materials from time to time to get them started. The plot of land was located in the high hills, a terrain that was unfavorable for most to get to, and it would be hard for one to build land on. This place had been kept secret and removed from all the charted maps. When Arthur was younger, he had gone to such a place to train himself. There he had seen the most beautiful peaceful land that had a stream like a river running throughout it, surrounded by hills, untouched. This was the land he had given them. He hadn't visited the place since the vampires would have always come to him, so it was his first time seeing it since back then. When he had finally scaled the top of a hill, he looked down, and he could see what seemed to be an entire city that had been built. There were 13 castles built in a semicircle-like shape around the settlement, but a large space left untouched in the middle. How did they do this so fast? It would have taken many years for us to create something like this. It was comparable to Arthur's own kingdom, only it was built in a fraction of the time. With a little more help and time, they would soon grow. What would have happened if the vampires were to try and attack humans? Arthur wondered, if the human race didn't outnumber the vampires, then it would be a different story. Before they were never able to grow, but for the first time, they were allowed to, and that was thanks to Arthur's help. But there was one thing that vampires needed the humans for: their blood. Entering the settlement, Arthur was welcomed by one of the first. The first vampires were now changed to the leaders, and the leader that greeted him was the one who would often come and see him. The 10th leader, the same person who had turned him. At first, Arthur was weary about him. He seemed stranger than the others, but then he realized that he was strange in a good way. Often more times than not, he would be the one to convince the others if Arthur wanted something. While walking through, Arthur could smell that all of them here were vampires, and they didn't bat an eyelid when he walked through because he was one of them. As for where they were going today, the 10th leader continued to walk him forward when they had finally arrived at the center empty space between all the castles. Here all the other leaders were waiting for him, and they were standing in front of what appeared to be a large gravestone. But the strangest thing of all was one of them was holding on to a human. He could tell from his smell. Arthur, although our relationship started off sour, I think we have grown to be good partners, the 10th leader said. You gave us a place to live, stopped humans from chasing us, and in return we gave you power and technology to help your people. In a way, I feel like you are a part of us. Some of the leaders were nodding in agreement with the 10th, while some of the others seemed to scoff or pull faces as they heard this. Just as much as Arthur and his people's lives were changed, so were theirs. But even if he was a vampire, some felt like he was not like them and never could be. The 10th leader then went on to explain what they wished Arthur to do. To be the lawkeeper, the grand judge in what vampires had done. They explained why they couldn't harm their own people and him who didn't have a direct connection with them could. Not only for those reasons, but because many of the rules were to do with a vampire and human interaction. He thought him who was once human, and now vampire would be the fairest when coming to making a decision of punishment. But in the end, they weren't telling him all of this because he had a choice. They were telling him this because it would now be his job. Learning of their past, Arthur understood why they had come to a decision such as this, but there was still a major problem in all of this, and that was power. Arthur was strong before, and when he was turned into a vampire, he grew stronger. The 10th was the one who had mostly taught him, and it was safe to say, due to his skills as a human and vampire, he was now on par in terms of strength with the others. But this was the problem. Nearly all the leaders' strengths were equal to each other. If a leader had committed a crime, then how would Arthur, who was weaker than them, enforce it? In his own kingdom, the knights had armor and weapons compared to the civilians, and this was what was used to sway the advantage, but there was no advantage here. And that is why we are here, Arthur, Ino said to him after he had voiced his concern. This is the first king's grave. We had once tried to have an absolute leader, but it did not work out when he had broken the rules, But there was a reason why he was elected to be king over all of us at the time, said Ino. That was because he was stronger than us all. We thought that was the most important factor for a leader, but it wasn't. Still, there was a reason why he was stronger than us. It is because he had an ability that is not known to us vampires. It was the ability to control shadows. When he died, we gave one of the leader's places to one of the strongest vampires to replace them. But the ability was not passed on nor taught to any others. Abilities? During his time as king, there were very few rare reports of people with abilities. Still, it was just reported as witchcraft, and when Arthur learned of the vampires, he assumed most of them must have just been them. Were there really people and vampires with abilities? But with the first king dead, then I guess his abilities would now be lost as well. Arthur thought. We would like to give you his ability, Ino said. He didn't know how they would do such a thing, but it seemed like the process had already started. The leaders had clearly planned everything for a long time. They had also made a set of safety measures in place just in case Arthur was to turn on them. But honestly, after the 10th leader had explained all of the rules and the vampire code to him, he was more than happy to comply. The rules were designed not just to protect the vampires but humans as well, to keep the two worlds separated. If Arthur was to be the peacekeeper in between these worlds, then he was fine with that. On the floor in front of the large tombstone was a circular-like combination lock. They spun the circles in a certain order, and then steam started to pour out from the top. Soon it raised, revealing a cylinder-like casket with a glass pane screen, and behind the clear screen, a person could be seen. Pale old man. The glass container slid to the side in its oval-like shape, and the body remained upright with its arms placed across its chest. Is he dead? Arthur asked. Not dead, but the most we could do at the time was force him into eternal slumber. But he is practically dead. The only thing that is able to wake a vampire from eternal slumber is the blood of a vampire that belonged to the same family as him, and all his family is dead. Ino explained. They told Arthur to stand in front of the body. He looked at the dead king, and even though they had said he was dead, Arthur was afraid at any second he would spring up and grab him, but no such thing happened. One of the leaders had brought the human over. Okay. True Dream, it's time for you to do your thing, the vampire said, pushing him forward. And you promise to let me go after this, right? The man nervously said, looking around. The vampire nodded, and the man got to work. He went over to the vampire king and closed his eyes as he gave him a kiss. What is this man doing? Arthur said. Don't worry, it is all part of the process, Ino replied. Shortly after, when he was done, it was time for the same to be done to him. The man looked at Arthur before saying, sorry, and forcing a kiss upon his lips. Arthur wanted to push away, but with the other vampires not reacting, he knew it was part of the whole process, and soon he started to feel a strange energy that was entering his body. Finally, the shadow ability was passed on to him. A strange new energy was felt inside Arthur. It felt as if there was a new part of his body pulsating through his veins with his blood. A feeling he hadn't felt since he had become a vampire. Focusing on this feeling, it was as if it was telling him to do something, to act out, and that's what he did. As he let out the energy from his body, the shadow beneath his feet started to rise, and it slowly crept up behind his back, hovering in place. The other vampires, seeing this, they took a step back on instinct. Many of them had fought against the king before, and it was a tough battle for them all. Seeing it again didn't bring back the best of memories for them. I can see you can use it, Ino said as he looked over in the direction of the vampire holding onto the human. They both gave each other a nod, and that was the signal for what he was to do next. Grabbing onto both sides of True Dream's head, with a simple twist his neck was broken, snapped, and the human fell to the floor dead. Why did you do that? Arthur said with anger, and at the same time, the shadows flickered on his back. Even though he was a vampire, he still cared for the humans, and it was the first time any of the 13 had killed someone in front of him. Had they decided to show their true side, now of all times? If so, perhaps he made a grave mistake and the rules and vampire code was just a lie to get him to keep the ability. Please, I assure you, there is no need for you to feel sorry for this human, Eno explained, trying to calm Arthur down by approaching him. He was a thief, a crook, and worst of all, a rapist. Of those victims, 2 of them had decided to kill themselves. At first, we were just keeping an eye on him due to his powers. We thought that one day we could use them. During this time, we noted down everything he did. I believe in the kingdom you have a harsher form of punishment for these people. A crushing of the man's jewels by stone. I believe he got off lightly if you ask me. Arthur was wondering if they had just said this for him, to calm him down, or if the words were true. Because the 10th leader was the one who had said it, and it was the one he trusted most. He decided he would oversee this for now, and would try to look into it himself if these words were true later. Although Eno's words were true, there was another reason why they had decided to kill the human. His ability was too strong. Being able to take away and steal such things, one day they knew it had a great chance to cause trouble, so they wanted to get rid of it now. Arthur was to live in the vampire settlement for a while before he would return to his castle. He stayed at the 10th's castle most of the time, and the 2 of them tried to figure out how to use the shadow ability together. While here, he also planned his death. He learned how to control the shadow and got stronger than any of the current vampire leaders. But Eno wasn't scared and more proud of the accomplishments he had made. When telling his plans of his death to the kingdom to Eno, he said something that made him to think a bit. This task is a heavy one, Arthur, and I want you to think about this. It is not something you can do on your own. The vampires grow day by day, and you will most likely need help. Yes, you are free to pick men from the vampires, but they won't be loyal to you, Eno said. He knew what he was suggesting. Eno wanted Arthur to pick some of the people from his kingdom. Before leaving them, to turn people he trusted and allow them to be part of the Punishers. There were many people loyal to him, many people who would give their life to him, but he didn't know if it was fair on them, or if it was something they wanted. I'll think about it. Before leaving, there was one more thing to think about. The vampires were now finally ready to elect a new king. In the middle area above the first king's grave, they had already started building a grand castle, larger than the others. Now that Arthur was ready, they were too, and it was just as well as more and more vampires were starting to think of other things, such as leaving the settlement and going out to explore. The vampires had all met up, and this time Arthur was invited as well. They hadn't seen him in a while since he had been with Eno, but they could tell that he was more powerful. The confidence he had before when seeing them and the confidence he had now were worlds apart. Many of them were starting to regret their decisions. It didn't make sense for an artificial vampire to have as much power as he did. Stronger than them, they were meeting up in the newly built castle. It wasn't yet finished yet, but on the first floor they had brought a table out, similar to the round table that Arthur had in his kingdom. Do you like it? We designed it after yours. There are some things we can still learn from each other, Eno said with a smile. It was time. The matter was brought up for what the meeting for today would be, and the 13 first leaders needed to choose who would be their next king. Each person was allowed 1 vote, and they weren't allowed to vote for themselves. They went around the room, and in the end, the first leader, Cain, and the 10th leader, Eno, got the highest amount of votes with 5 votes each, while another female leader got the remaining 3 votes. Since there was a draw, a discussion was to take place between all of the leaders. They were talking about why they had placed their vote for certain leaders. The first was the female leader. Not much was said, as the ones who voted for her all seemed to be entranced by her beauty. They hadn't really given any valid reasons, and all her votes were from the boys. However, it also seemed like it was impossible for them to change their vote either, as if they were stuck in a spell. As for the one who voted for the first leader, their reasoning was because he was the strongest of the current vampires. If they ever did need to go to war against the humans and such, then someone like him whose skills were unmatched was needed. But there was a group who were heavily against this idea, and they had voted for Eno. Their reasoning being if Cain was to be selected as the leader again, they would just be making the same mistake as before. On top of that, Eno was the cleverest of the lot. He had helped advance the vampires far in life and also came up with many solutions to their problems, including the current one. These 2 camps were heavily split. It didn't look like either one was going to budge to the other side, and then a suggestion was made. I believe there is one person here who hasn't cast their vote, one of the leaders said, looking towards Arthur. He is an important person in our organization and will be in charge of many things. I think he has a right to vote, don't you agree? It seemed like most of the vampires were actually in agreement on this, including the female leader with her 3 men that got the other votes. Then please Arthur, help us choose this split, the leader asked. It was obvious to many why the leader had suggested this because even they knew who he was going to pick. Then I elect the 10th leader to be named king, Arthur said. The decision was now final and it had been made. Ino was to be made the first official king of the vampire settlement. Once the castle was complete, they would announce it to the rest of the settlement. A few days had passed, and Arthur thought it was time for him to return back to his own castle to see how his people were doing. As a gesture of goodwill and wanting to be his escort, Ino had opted to come with him during this time. 2 of them talked about a few things like they usually did. It was mostly Ino talking about his new ideas for inventions and such he had, while Arthur found it amazing just to listen to him talking each time. Finally, they had arrived at the castle, but when they had entered, it was quiet. Something was wrong. He searched and searched, but the normal workers and knights that would usefully be on guard weren't present for some reason. As they looked around, they had finally spotted something. It was their noses that had led them to the right place. It was the meeting room where the round table was present, and outside the door leading in blood could be seen. There wasn't any hesitation in Arthur's mind as he burst through those doors. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side, but if his people were hurt, he knew every last second would count towards saving their lives. As the 2 entered the room, they could see blood marks and been splattered everywhere. And his closest advisors, friends he had known and fought with throughout the years, were lying on the floor covered in blood. Immediately, Arthur went to the one closest to see how he was doing. Thankfully, groans could be heard coming from them. They're alive, Arthur said, and it wasn't just him. The room was filled with around 20 or so of Arthur's men. These often stayed in the castle and would work around the city. They had been with him for the longest amount of time. One by one, he checked on these people. They had severe wounds on them, but they weren't dead, at least not yet. Arthur wanted to know who had done this and why, but that wasn't the most important thing right now. It was to try to save as many men as possible. The good news was that he had one of the best vampires by his side. Ino, is there any way of saving these people? Arthur asked. You introduced the medicine to us, the surgery. But when he saw the look on Ino's face, it was not one he didn't want to see, and the short shake of the head confirmed it. They have lost too much blood. Moving them would make things worse, and you don't have the facilities to even do things such as a blood transfusion as such. Ino explained. Arthur didn't really understand what Ino was saying, but knew the first words he had spoken. He looked into one of his longest friends who was held in his arms. Arthur, I'm glad to see you're safe, he said as blood filled his mouth and started to pour out from the sides. You fool, don't worry about me. What about yourself? Arthur replied back. I'm just sorry, I won't be there to turn this kingdom into something great, the man replied, and his heartbeat was now starting to weaken. No, Arthur cried. Ino, please something, anything. There is one way, Ino said. Explaining the one way that Arthur could save them, it was to turn all the people in the room into vampires. With his strength as a first, he would have the power to do so, and they would be able to heal from such severe wounds. Perhaps Arthur wasn't thinking straight, nor was he in the right frame of mind at the time. But he had decided he would save all their lives there and then. Giving them a part of his blood, he activated the ritual, and that day they had been saved. After some digging, it turns out the knights and the maids had been killed and were placed in a different part of the castle that was found later on. Arthur had gotten some of his armies from the city to come and look after the others. According to Ino, it would be some time before they recovered. Now at least he knew they were safe. He could start thinking a little more clearly as well. Who would do that and why? Arthur asked. I understand if they were to attack those close to me, but to let them live? It was as if they were sending me some type of message. I have an idea, Ino replied. Many of the leaders weren't happy with the fact that you would become a 14th member, and now I'm assuming even more so are unhappy with the decision that you had chosen to make me king. Instead of taking it out on me, who they see as a fellow brother, they decided to take it out on you, an outsider. Perhaps a warning to not meddle with our affairs. I'm sorry about this, Arthur. It's all my fault. No, you gave me the option to save my people, and with your skills you have saved them more than once. I must find out who did this though. Ino then went silent, as if there was something on his mind he wanted to say but he hadn't said it yet, until finally, he had broken the silence. I think we can find out who did this, said Ino. You might not like what I'm about to say, but you have to understand why I did it. I had a vampire stay in your castle. It has been here since the day I turned you. I was worried that something like this would have happened, so I sent him here to protect you. The truth is I already spoke to him and he told me who was the one who had come. If anything was to happen, he was meant to protect you and your people. The only thing was, I never expected a leader themselves to come. You're saying one of the leaders did this? Arthur replied as he clenched his fist. He wanted to return to the vampire settlement and drag whoever it was out of there. Yes, but Arthur, I think we must do this the correct way. We must do this following the current laws. It will be a perfect opportunity to show the leaders and all the other vampires that this is serious, and this is how things will be from now on. Okay, I'm ready. Now tell me who did this, said Arthur. It was the first leader, Cain. A few days had passed since the incident and Arthur had explained to all the people that day what had happened to him. He didn't choose to hide anything and also told them what he was and what had happened. He had expected some of them to choose to leave him, maybe run away in horror, but instead, each one of them kneeled down in front of him, stating that they would continue to follow him as long as he lived. Later on, these 20 men would become the core group of Punishers along with Arthur. As the days went past, Ino had returned and finally had stated that they had enough evidence to convict the first leader of committing such a crime. Arthur had returned, and the evidence was placed by Ino. The vampire that was there that day had confessed, as well as evidence of others who were at the castle that day. There was more than one person who said they had seen him. This is a setup, Cain shouted. I'm telling you, I would never do such a thing. I would never sink that low to even think about that. But the evidence was heavily against him. No matter how many times he denied it, it was hard for even those that supported him before to believe his words. The punishment had been decided, and the person who was to deliver it was to arrive. Since this felt like an attack on the new system they were to place and trying to set up, they all felt like there was only one thing they could choose: death. Otherwise, they would have a similar situation as to what had happened to the first king. The execution was to be made public to show all the vampires what would happen and who was to punish them. Out on the platform in front of the settlement, the first leader stood there, while Arthur too was present with his sword in hand. Only Arthur's face was covered. The Punishers would not reveal their identity to many. Otherwise, they would never be able to live a normal life, being targeted by those who wish to go after them. Is there anything you wish to say? Arthur said. He had done this as his time as a king before, but it never felt good, and usually when people knew they were close to death, they would confess everything. But Cain did not. His very last words were, I didn't do it, and this heavy burden will be put on your heart one day when you learn it wasn't me. There was no fight put up, like the others though. Instead the first leader closed his eyes and waited for the sword to come down. So be it. Arthur swung the sword, and with a clean hit, the head was taken off and the first leader was no more. Grandfather! Grandfather! A young-looking man shouted from off the platform. His eyes were filled with tears as Arthur looked down at him. It was a cruel sight for anyone to see. The man standing down there felt like he would always remember this day. His grandfather who had treated him well and was the kindest man he knew. Him, Bryce Cain, would never forget. After the first execution, the vampires followed the rules well, and Ino had become a great king. The vampires continued to advance and didn't look like they were slowing down. The only area where they were not expanding on was population, and this was all decided by the king. As for the Punishers and Arthur, he had finally faked his death, and in doing so they had asked him to move, creating a new castle for himself in the vampire settlement. Cases would appear now and again, and the Punishers would arrive to deal with them. Their power was shown a few times, and quickly their name became known to all the others. Everything seemed to be going fine. That was until the first king had decided that it was finally time. It was time for Ino to go into eternal sleep and pass his position on to the next. In the middle of Arthur's story, something strange had happened to Quinn while listening to it. He could hear a voice in his head, but it wasn't in any type of language he could understand. "System, is that you?" Quinn asked. "No, I haven't been saying any word. I too have been deeply interested in learning about the past. There are things that even I didn't know," the system replied. The little deep murmurs continued, and for now, Quinn decided he would ignore it while listening to the rest of Arthur's story, as it seemed like it was soon at the end. It had been many years, and the vampire society had established itself well at this point. Ino had felt like he had already given the vampires everything he could and everything he wished for, a place of order and safety, so he decided it was time for him to rest. Even if vampires could live forever, it was a choice old vampires often made. It was hard to explain, but after so many years, things seemed to become tiring. Instead of worrying about death, they started to welcome the idea of eternal sleep, and this very thing had happened to Ino as well. He had already found a person in his family to pass down his ability to, and now it was time to make the announcement to the rest of the leaders. When they heard the news, they understood. Before a new vote was selected to crown a king, the old one would be put into eternal slumber first. This was so there would never be a struggle between the old and the new. There was no passing, and instead, just a new election would take place between the council. All of the leaders were present, as Ino had chosen to go into eternal sleep. Before stepping into his prepared and made chamber, his familiar was seen coming out. It was the Bone Claw. Ino himself wasn't the best fighter, but the Bone Claw had helped him out greatly to equalize the strength if there ever was a time when he needed to fight. At the start, when he was elected king, there had been times when vampires had tried to kill him, but the Bone Claw was always there to protect him. The reason for it appearing now was because to a familiar, going into eternal sleep was the same as dying. The bond would be broken and he would go off once again. Finally, the ceremony was complete, and Ino was placed underneath the 10th castle. This was when all the problems had started. When the second king to the people had taken over. Arthur had thought that the vote this time would have been more one-sided, and he was right. Just it was more one-sided going in the other way. The ones who had voted for Ino last time had voted for one of the first on their side again, choosing the second leader. As for the other side, they were able to convert the 3 votes from last time into theirs, making it a clear victory. This time the 6th leader was elected as the king. Under his rule, the vampires started to expand. They were allowed to leave the settlement more. They were careful to not break any of the rules, ever so slightly while doing this. When Arthur asked the other leaders why the votes had gone so one-sided, they had explained how many of the vampires felt bored. Their life was too peaceful and didn't understand why them as superior beings had to stay hidden all the time. Watching the vampires grow in population day by day, Arthur felt like he knew what was about to happen. With his small amount of punishers, soon there wouldn't be enough to deal with them if they were all to break the rules at once. But the young vampires weren't able to contain themselves long enough, and they had started breaking the rules before it had gotten to that point. Arthur, of course, was to punish these people, and so he did, but this had set off the ticking time bomb in the other leaders' feelings, starting the Second Civil War. It was found out through interrogation that the people who had broken the rules belonged to the 6th. On top of this, he was the one who granted them permission. The vampires thought because the king had ordered it, they would be safe from punishment. But no one was above the law, and that included the king. This led to 2 factions taking place. Those that felt like the king should be at the top, and the punishers shouldn't be treated as on par. And those who wished for the punishers to stay, creating a civilized society. At first, Arthur wanted to try to settle this rationally. The other leaders thought to stop this they would have to fight. And Arthur disagreed with them. That was until he had learnt of the 6th's plans. The reason he wanted to get rid of the Punishers was so they could rule over humans. Arthur didn't know how many years had passed since he was turned. It was too many for him to count. But still, he felt like he had a connection with them. He felt like they were his people. Whatever was going to happen, he wouldn't let them do what they wanted. And so the grand battle had started. Some of the leaders sided with the Punishers, while others had sided with the Second King. Many vampires had died due to this civil war, following their leaders' orders, but what they didn't expect, including the 6th, was how powerful Arthur and his Punishers had become during that time. Even with fewer men on their side, with Arthur, he was able to deal considerable blows to all the opposing families. Even the vampire leaders cared about their own families and people, and a truce was to be called. After this event, many things had changed. The 6th leader had agreed to be put to sleep for what he had done. A limit was set for the number of vampires each family could have, and a log of every vampire created would have to be put in place. After all these rules were agreed, Arthur realized he needed to do something as well. The vampires hated the fact that he was an outsider. The only reason they had followed and agreed before was because of Ino. But they hadn't changed their minds. The second he was gone they had decided to act out. Perhaps Ino was wrong in his idea. The Punishers shouldn't have been treated as the same as the vampires in the first place. They shouldn't have been told to live with them and become a part of the 14 families. So Arthur had made a choice to leave with his people. But before doing so, he would say that he would keep an eye at them at all costs. There were 2 rules they ultimately had to follow: the number of vampires allowed, and if they were ever to attempt an attack on the human race once again, then he would return to stop them. When Arthur had left, some of the vampires had come with him. All of the Punishers and their families and children, as well as some who liked the peaceful place Ino had once created. That was what had eventually led them to move to a different planet. Many more years had passed, with very little interaction happening between vampires and humans. He didn't keep up with the current affairs of the vampires personally but had people watching them. People he could trust. Finally, Arthur felt like he could rest and go to sleep. And when I woke up, I saw that there was no one around me, Arthur said, finishing his story. Everyone who had come with me had gone missing. I never expected to wake up, but I at least wished to know what happened to my people. As the story was finished being told, the others started to ask him questions within the story. Interesting parts or specific details about certain things. As for Quinn, the voice in his head continued, and it had only gotten louder. Suddenly, he recognized the voice in his head and where it was coming from. Sorry. Do you mind if I just head to the bathroom quickly? I'll be back, Quinn said as he rushed off. Arthur enjoyed recalling stories of the past, and the others seemed to be interested as well. So he continued on, explaining every little bit. As for Quinn, he hadn't headed for the toilet and instead decided to enter one of the empty bedrooms. When he finally arrived, he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes as he started to meditate. In his mind, he was transported to a black room where he could see himself standing. It was completely empty and void of nothing, but it looked as if it would endlessly go on. Go on then, Quinn said. Tell me, what do you want to tell me? From his back, the mist started to appear, and the appearance of the bone claw was seen. During a certain part in Arthur's story, the bone claw had started speaking, but Quinn was unable to understand it. The two didn't communicate in the same language after all. But here, there maybe would be another way they could communicate. The bone claw started by lifting its arms up, and at the same time, the black room started to change. Shapes and objects, colors began to form. The first thing he could see clearly was a round table being created and sitting there, many people present. That's when it hit him. The bone claw was showing Quinn a scene from the past. This was the round table that Arthur had described in his story. The question was, why was the bone claw showing him this, or what was he trying to show him? I will show you the past, the deep dark voice said slowly and broken. The bone claw rarely communicated to Quinn, at least not in a way he could understand. There were times when he couldn't understand what it was saying, and there were times when he could. Perhaps whatever it wanted to show Quinn, it felt like it was necessary. As the black room started to change into a replica image of Arthur's old castle, and the bone claw saying those words, it seemed like Quinn's thoughts were right. They were currently at the castle inside the meeting room looking at the round table. It was exactly how Arthur had described it in his story. Thinking back, Quinn realized something: the 10th leader or the previous king also had the bone claw. Was the one Quinn had and this one the same? Was that why it was showing him this image? Around 20 or so men were present. Some of them had fighting gear on while others just had robes. These were Arthur's trusted men, and not all of them were fighters. Both the bone claw and Quinn were hovering in the air above the table. It was as if they were in the room with them, like he was watching a movie but was able to be inside and move about. "Did you get the notice?" one of the men asked. "Yes, Arthur said he would be returning. It had his seal, and he told us to wait in this room. How he would tell us the truth about everything." Another replied, "What if the rumors are true? What if he really is working with demons? That's how he was granted his power, and he has never changed in age." One asked, "Does that matter? Whatever Arthur has done, he has always done it for the sake of the people. I'm sure if he did make some kind of deal, then the only person it would have an effect on is himself. I will follow him to the end. He saved our lives, all of us. If it wasn't for him, perhaps all our families, our lives we had now, wouldn't have even existed." The others nodded in agreement, and at the same time, a sudden look of horror had appeared on all of their faces. The man who stood in front of them was unaware of what had just appeared behind him. Out from a black portal, teleporting in, a large, thick, bone-like creature had appeared with deathly claws. A swipe was made and blood was drawn. The knights and humans were no match for the bone claw, as it continued to go around the room, appearing and disappearing seconds later, causing damage to each and everyone. "What is this?" Quinn thought. "Is that you? Did you do that?" Is this when Arthur had returned to the castle? "Why did you do this?" Quinn shouted. The scene continued to play out, and eventually all of the people in the room were hurt and damaged. They weren't dead but left barely alive. When the bone claw was done, another man had entered the room. Quinn had no reference of who this man was, but he picked each human up and activated the influence skill on them. As he did, he would describe the features of the attack to each one of them, changing the memory in their mind. Soon after, the bone claw in the memory had disappeared, and the scene had changed. When it changed, he could see two people walking through the forest. One of the people looked identical to Arthur. He was right, his appearance really did never change. As for the other, it was quite a young-looking man, with short brown hair, handsome, and had a gentle, trusting face. But that's when Quinn saw it. He could see the two of them walking towards the castle, and for a brief second, his face had changed. The room went to pitch black in an instant once again, and the current bone claw was standing in front of Quinn. "Did Eno order you to do that? But why? And why did you choose to show me?" Quinn shouted. But soon after, the bone claw started to turn into mist, and Quinn knew he would no longer get any answers. Opening his eyes, he had broken out from his mediation, and he was still in the dark room. "Arthur, he doesn't know the truth, But before Quinn could think about what to do, the system had replied. "I don't think it's a good idea to tell him," the system said. "I have a good idea of why the previous 10th leader did what he did. He knew Arthur was too kind-hearted. He would have never turned his people if he didn't have to. It was the previous 10th's way of making more punishers, and at the same time it got rid of his greatest competitor for his goal. Doing this achieved many things, and he could also show to the other vampires his system with the punishers had worked. It was probably why during his time, the punishers' effect they had on the settlement had worked so well, because it was fresh in their head about what had happened. But doesn't he deserve to know the truth? He killed the first leader, the vampire was innocent." Quinn replied. "And does that change anything?" The system replied. "This is the past that Arthur knows. From the way he talks about the 10th in his stories, it seems he was close to this man. Perhaps even saw him as a good friend. I believe it might even be the reason why he is happy to help you know after finding out you are not a punisher, because you have a relation to the 10th. If you tell him this, you risk running that relationship. I'm not saying to never tell him, but not when we don't have all the answers. If you were to tell him, it would only lead to Arthur asking more questions, and me or you don't have the answers to that. There is no point ruffling up more feathers than we already have. You need to start being more selfish and thinking about you more, Quinn. The system seemed to be quite adamant on his opinion in this matter, but at the end of the day he was right. The situation was still not resolved, and because of Arthur's display, it seemed like the king and the others were more inclined to listen. And after hearing Arthur's story, he was a more important figure in the vampire world than they realized. He was practically equal to a king and was the reason why the vampires hadn't chosen to try to get rid of the human race. System, this Ino person. I'm assuming he is related to you. Did you know him? Or his name? Quinn asked. I do not. If you are thinking about what I think you are, we are not the same person. My reason for leaving the settlement had nothing to do with his, it was because of... Soon, Quinn. When I know you are safe, I will tell you why I left. The system replied. But that wasn't why Quinn was asking. It was a long shot, but he was starting to wonder about Eno of the past. If he was tricky enough to trick Arthur into doing such things for his goal, Quinn didn't believe he would be such a person to just give up his seat of power like so. It sounded more like he was a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Did Eno really die? Or did he have a plan to come back at some point? It was quite possible that Richard Eno and this Eno were the same person. The AI was an AI after all and could have been programmed like so. For some reason, the Eno of the past cared for humans, and perhaps when he saw they were in trouble, he introduced all the vampire technology to them to try and help them. Then what of the Dalki? If they were like Borden, man-made, a mixture of beast and human, are they really aliens? Or something the vampires created? If so, who had made them and why? It wouldn't make sense for Eno to create the Dalki and also help out the humans at the same time. All the thinking was starting to hurt Quinn's head quite a bit. The pressure seemed to be adding up day by day. The more information he would unlock, the more questions he had to ask and the more decisions he needed to make. Before deciding anything, he needed to leave this vampire place with everyone alive. He had been gone quite a while, and if he didn't return soon to the others, they would probably think something was up. Arriving back in the room, Quinn could see that they were all happily talking away. When looking at Arthur, he could see a big smile as he talked about his past with others. He's a good man, Quinn thought, a person who had always thought about others even now. Him and Arthur weren't too different either. He had been turned by a 10th leader against his will, and so had Quinn, and they both had the shadow powers. If one day Quinn could be half the man Arthur was, it was something he could be proud about. What took you so long? Borden asked. Sorry. This place is so big it was hard to find a toilet, Quinn replied back as he sat down in his seat. Okay. I think that's enough about me, Arthur said. Now Quinn, is it? You interest me greatly for more reasons than one. Why don't you tell me about yourself? Who are you? Are you really the 10th leader? Now all the eyes in the room had turned to Quinn. It was finally time for Quinn to explain his situation. His close friends had heard this story before, but there were a few people who didn't know the truth behind Quinn. This included the likes of Silver, Fex, and Arthur. Just like Arthur, Quinn too had started from the beginning, explaining how he was gifted a book from his parents, and once a drop of blood from his finger had touched the book, he had turned into what he had become today. There was no need to explain the system part or about the AI in his head. These weren't important parts. However, he did explain that when he had turned Peter, he felt something special inside him click, and the same thing happened again. As for him being the 10th leader, this was found out when he had completed the blood ritual. The way Quinn had explained the information the system had given him along the way was by saying it would just come into his head from time to time. The first time being when he had turned Peter. The information would enter as if he already knew it. Then he explained the same thing happened as soon as he stepped into the castle. He knew for sure he was the leader, and Edward the Vampire Knight from the previous 10 confirmed it. Wait, so you're saying you really are the 10th leader? Fex shouted. I thought you were just saying it to buy some time, to maybe get them off your back. It makes sense now why you were able to change so many people into vampires without your body being affected. Silver said. The fast progression and such, it was all due to you being turned into a vampire through some irregular method. Hearing Quinn's tale about how he had become a vampire had reminded Arthur of his own. He knew he felt something similar between the two, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It wasn't just the shadow power that connected them. It was the fact that Quinn had a human heart. Have you learned where the book has come from? Arthur asked. Quinn shook his head. He had ideas but nothing solid. Based on what you have told me so far, it would seem like that book was originally created by one of the 10's powers. It sounds like something that ability could do. This is why, when it turned you into a vampire, it also made you the leader. Were any of your parents vampires? No, Quinn replied. They weren't, and I'm 100% human before. I'm sure of that. The problem is, I can't even ask them now how they got the book. Although Quinn had said this, there was one person who could tell him, and he had promised to tell Quinn when this was over. Fex and Silver were in the corner, pleased and smiling. It was the happiest they had seen them since they had entered the castle. What's with you two? Layla asked. You guys don't understand. If Quinn is really the 10th leader, then there is a good chance my punishment will be lessened. I finally have hope. Fex said. But, if Quinn was the leader all along, then why didn't he just tell them? CIA asked. You knew about being the leader when you turned Peter first, right? Actually, that isn't a good idea. Arthur did the explaining for the others here. He knew what was most likely to happen and what the Vampire Council was like. For some reason they aimed for the king's seat like madmen, as if when they obtained it, they would become some sort of god. He knew how far some of the vampires were willing to go to get that seat. With Arthur explaining the difficulties and the possibilities of Quinn being killed if he was to mention it, Quinn was happy for once he didn't have to explain, and Arthur was confirming what the system had to say. Now, Arthur wanted to get to the serious questions. He was happy to learn about the boy more and how he got his vampire powers to be, but after learning about Quinn, he was doubtful whether he would know what he really wanted to find out. Can I ask about the shadow ability you obtained? At first, I thought you were possibly one of the newest recruits of the Punishers. One that was placed after I had gone into sleep. Although we had moved to a new planet, we still had a system of our own for our people, and the Punishers still acted as a type of police. We needed to make sure to pass on the powers generation from generation if there was ever the need to stop the vampires and intervene. But now, I'm pretty sure you were not, said Arthur. Quinn went on to explain about how he had found the shadow ability book by complete coincidence on one of the vampire planets. The planets they would use for training vampires that were coming of age, turning into a vampire noble. There were 100 ways for this ability book to have gotten on that planet, maybe a vampire in training of the past, and when the humans came they had found the book. Or a human had killed a vampire who carried the book and kept it for storage when they found out they couldn't learn it. Although you are not a Punisher, it seems you have learned to adapt the shadow with your own skills quite well. I should expect at least this much from the person who freed me. The person who freed you? Quinn asked, as it was the second time he had heard this. Oh right, you do not know. I wanted to ask you as well. The underground settlement, there was a tower and a sword behind a glass pane. I believe it looked like this, Arthur said as he pulled the sword from out of his shadow. Ah, Fex said, jumping from his seat. Quinn, that's the tower we went to, where we fought against that king-tier beast. Now Quinn was sure of it. The armor Arthur was wearing when he was fighting, the sword. These were all things he had seen in the tower. But I don't remember freeing you, Quinn said. It seems that it might have been unintentional, Arthur replied. Before passing on, I handed a blood crystal with my family bloodline to my right-hand man. He was free to do what he wished with it, but it was mainly if he ever needed to wake me again. You're right, I do remember that blood crystal. So when I inserted it into that machine, that's what woke you up. Arthur nodded. The group went on to explain to Arthur what they had seen down there and how they had fought against a deadly king-tier beast. After all, nearly all of them were there that day when fighting against it. But hearing this, Arthur had a saddened look on his face. From the sounds of it, when you guys arrived there were also no vampires present, I see. It seems like the council has a lot to answer for what happened to my people, said Arthur. I'm sorry, we don't know much about it either, Silver said. All we know is that the Punishers no longer existed anymore after the Civil War. We didn't even know that the Punisher side had won at the time and had chosen to leave. They made it sound like they had already killed you in battle, let alone that you actually were peacefully living on another planet. Something strange was going on, and Arthur could feel it, as if something more was going on in the current world, perhaps more complicated than the one he left. After the stories were finished being told, the group were told they were free to rest in the castle until the council would call them. It wasn't like they had any other choice anyway. There were vampires everywhere and they knew humans were staying here as well. As for Quinn, his group, and the others, they actually thought it was a good idea if they all slept in the same room. Right now they didn't really feel safe on their own, including Silver and Fex, even if they didn't want to admit it. As sheets and mattresses were being taken from one room and put into another, Quinn had to ask a question that had been burning on his mind. Vorden, what the hell is that little thing on your shoulder? It's been bugging me all day. The little figure was still lying on its belly over Vorden's shoulder, and it could be seen going up and down as it breathed in and breathed out. Using his hand, Vorden lifted his head, and a sleepy mini Borden could be seen. Borden, what happened to him? Quinn asked. Why don't we talk about what happened to us while you were kicking that Vidine leader's arse? Vorden said. Borden was still last asleep and hadn't woken up, and the group decided to share stories of their battles they had. This was also fun for Erin to hear, as she hadn't seen them in a long time either. After everyone had finished telling them of their battles, they wanted to ask about Erin and Leo and how they had even met. They also had explained what type of journey they had been on, how Erin was able to escape from Pure, and how Leo had helped her. You killed a high-ranking number of Pure, Layla said, shocked. She looked at Leo and only just then she realized how strong he must have become. Her hands were shaking at the news. When her hands finally stopped shaking and she realized her old friend was now in front of her, she proceeded to give her a hug. It's good to see you again, Layla said. You too, Erin replied. As for CIA, she was happy to learn more about Pure. Since Erin was treated like a new member, she could imagine what type of place it was. And she was kind of happy she didn't remember, from the way Erin was explaining everything. After everyone was done telling their stories and experiences, they had fallen into a deep sleep. All apart from Leo and Silver, that was. The two of them had decided to play guard duty. As they stood outside the door not saying a word to each other. Those kids. They're so young to be going through things like this. Leo finally said. I wish Fex could just enjoy his life with his friends, Silver said. And hearing these words, Leo smiled, knowing he was next to a caring woman. An unknown amount of time had passed and Arthur, walking the hallways, spotted the two of them. It's time, said Arthur. The council have asked to see everybody. They are to make their decision. The group had gathered up and were standing in the reception area of the castle. Even though they now felt confident that the outcome wouldn't be the same and Fex had a fighting chance, they couldn't help but feel nervous that something unexpected might occur, especially since it seemed like unexpected things were happening more often than not lately. Standing at the front of the group, Arthur had opened a large shadow on the floor. I think it's best if you hand all your weapons over to me. They won't let us in that room with all this equipment on, he explained. If it's on me, I can use my ability to hand it over to you at any time, giving a wink to them all. It was a way for them to still have their weapons in case of emergency, while not having them at the same time, following the rules. Of course, the Grand Judge of the Vampires would best know how to bend the rules, Fex said. As for Quinn, he never had weapons on him to start with since he could use the skill shadow equip. Exiting from the castle, around 30 or so vampires were standing outside, lined up opposite each other in 2 rows. With them was Mukka, the 9th leader. We are here to escort you to the king's castle, said Mukka. Everyone who was involved with the incident yesterday evening is to be present. After saying these words, The group was escorted along with the rest of the vampires standing by their side. When walking through the settlement, the vampires made sure to walk in synchronized form, blocking the view of the people going towards the king's castle. Everyone, Layla said, a little nervous. Yeah. Does that mean even the people we were fighting against are going to be there? Vorden asked. I wouldn't worry too much, Arthur replied. The king will be present for this. The vampires respect the king quite greatly. Even if they don't agree with his ideals or such, they will still follow his orders. It's only after he disappears where the cracks that weren't apparent before start to appear. Finally, the group had arrived and they were continued to be escorted into the large room. It was the Vampire King's table. The 14 seats were all empty at the moment. Looks like we are here first, Arthur said as he naturally went towards one of the biggest chairs that was stationed on one end of the table. It was opposite the king's chair and he sat down. It was as if he had done this 1,000 times before. Mukka looked at him as if Arthur was a bit of a madman, but then he guessed that chair was always for him after all. Just he would have thought Arthur would have asked for permission from the king before doing such a thing. Did he know how long that chair was empty for? The other vampires would not react well to this move. The vampires that were with Mukka had gone to line up along the side. Mukka had also ordered those with Quinn to line up by the side as well, towards the back of the wall. Mukka explained to them some basic rules, that they were not allowed to speak at all unless being spoken to. It was strange, but Logan was happy to see that even for Leo, Silver and Fex had the same rules applied to them. It wasn't like the humans were being treated any differently during this meeting. Quinn naturally went to line up with his friends on the back wall. What are you doing? Arthur said. Your place is not there. He then pointed with his finger to one of the seats. Arthur, you can't be serious? Mukka replied. If what you have told us is true, Quinn, then that seat is rightfully yours. You sit there and show the rest that this is your rightful place. It is important to not let the vampires push you around. Hearing this, Mukka didn't say any more, because perhaps Arthur was right. Quinn, Arthur seems to be a wise man who probably knows the council better than they know themselves. I will tell you if he gives you bad advice or not, the system said. Doing so, Quinn walked over and looked at the seat. For some reason, it felt like a strange power was emitting from it, but it seemed no different from the others, and taking in a deep breath, he finally sat down. Does it feel good? Arthur said. But Quinn didn't reply. He didn't know if it felt good or bad. Just different. They waited patiently until the other leaders started to enter the room one by one. This time, they had their vampire knights by their side, some with knights they hadn't seen before, ones that weren't a part of the battlefield. Most of the leaders who had fought looked to have made a full recovery. Even Lee as he entered the room. Both Fex and Silver looked in Lee's direction, but he quickly looked away and sat in his seat. However, some of the leaders had still yet to recover, and these were the ones that had been hit with chi-infused attacks. Their wounds were healing just at a slower rate. When Edward had entered the room, he had gone over to Quinn's side and stood by his seat, acting as if he was his vampire knight. You look good in that seat, Edward said with a smile, hoping to calm the boy down. He could see Quinn got more nervous as more leaders started to enter the room. It was undoubtedly an awkward feeling for everyone. Just moments ago, people in this room were trying everything in their power to kill each other, and now they were to look at their enemies without saying a word. Then finally, Bryce, the first leader, had entered the room. He first saw that Arthur was sitting in the Punisher's seat, a seat that had remained empty since he had become a leader. He was happy seeing that seat empty and never thought he would live to see the day when it would be filled again, especially not with someone as strong as him. Their two eyes had met, and Arthur was sitting with his leg up on his thigh and his hand on his face. He was the most relaxed out of everyone there. Ignoring this, Bryce continued heading towards his seat, and that's when he passed Quinn and Edward. You are certainly brave, Bryce said. You may think it is a smart move to sit in that chair, trying to convince us all you really are the 10th, but if you aren't and you sat in another leader's seat, then I will personally cut off your head. The Punisher has no right to protect you from an offense as grave as this. Hearing this, Quinn gulped. He didn't feel the same as he did on the battlefield. When he had a goal in his head and was trying to save Fex, he forgot about everything. All he wanted to do at the time was to fight and save their lives, but now he no longer had that energy in him. He could feel the power of everyone in the room. He couldn't even imagine trying to fight them all now. Will we really be okay? Quinn asked the system in his head. Yes, do not worry. There are many ways for them to find out wherever or not. You are truly the leader of the 10th castle. Do you remember when the castle lit up when you entered? That's because the leaders have a bond they can set up with certain things. Pass them on. The castle reacting to you proved you have that bond, Quinn. But what the system didn't mention was there was also the chance something like what happened with the castle could happen as well. Maybe there would only be a slight reaction because Quinn wasn't ready yet. But the AI didn't want to make the boy any more nervous than he already was. When the leaders entered, they did so from the door that was placed behind Arthur's seat. But there was also a large set of double doors that were placed behind the king's seat. These doors never opened, unless the king himself was attending the council meeting, and today those doors had opened. The two royal knights had entered the room first, and the king in the same calmed, relaxed robe clothing as before had entered after them. Immediately the leaders stood up, and so did Arthur this time. All of them bowed, and Quinn, as well as his group, followed as they had been told to by Muka before. But Arthur still did not bend. He didn't need to and was never asked to. It was done this way, to prove that his position was no lower than the king's. Please sit, the king said, and the rest followed. We have gathered all the information that has been provided by all those from the event yesterday. We were always aware of what was happening but didn't think it would turn into such a serious matter so fast, at least not one involving the return of the 10th leader. In all honesty, something like this should be a joyous occasion to be celebrated, and I am saddened by the fact that it has caused this outcome instead. Although we haven't yet heard from the interrupters of this event yet so far, we felt like a decision couldn't be made until we found out the truth. The other leaders had brought up their concerns with the belief that this boy here is not the 10th leader. For one, he has the ability of the shadow, and not the same ability as Vincent the 10th before. As for the second, he is still a vampire noble. Not yet at the evolution stage of a vampire lord. Because of this, before we can come up with a verdict, we must determine whether or not the vampire boy known as Quinn is truly the 10th leader or not. As the king finished speaking those words, out from behind a strange table was brought out which had a large black ball on the top. There were many strange contraptions and writings underneath it, as if they were going to perform some type of magic spell. The flames behind each seat react to the lifeline of each vampire. When a leader passes away, the flame diminishes. When a vampire performs a ritual and passes on the leadership to another, the flame is no longer linked to them, but the new vampire. The king then placed his hand on top of the black ball, and the flame that was a few meters behind his seat, and above his head started to burn brighter and stronger than ever. I would like to invite the new 10th leader, to prove that they are the 10th leader. Place your hand on the ball. If you are who you say you are, then the flame should react behind your seat. The ball that was on the table was then rolled over to Quinn's side where he sat. He got up from his seat, and he stood in front of the ball looking at it. His heart felt like it was going to jump out from his throat and was beating as fast as a regular human heartbeat. Of course, all of the vampires in the room could hear this as well. The sound of his heartbeat. How could a vampire, who can't even control his heart, be a leader? Look at him. He's so nervous. It was a lie, I knew it. These were the thoughts of many in the room. Now, Quinn, please place both hands on the ball. Closing his eyes, Quinn was too afraid to look at the results. He slowly readied himself, moving his hands towards the ball, feeling that the palms of his hand were sweating. Then finally both of his hands were placed on the ball and there was a result. Seeing how nervous Quinn was before touching the ball, was starting to make the others feel nervous as well, watching by the sides. Was it possible Quinn was lying? Or was there something else worrying him about the whole thing? Logan thought as he could see his hand ever so slightly shaking as he was about to touch the ball. Then finally both hands were placed and the ball, and then the flames above the 10th seat grew in size and started to move about furiously just like before. Seeing this, Quinn couldn't help but let out a smile and quickly let go of the ball. He did this just in case, like when the tower had stopped, he thought the flames would too. So he really is the 10th leader. Then why didn't Vincent pass on his powers? One of the leaders asked. How and when did this happen? Did Vincent make an illegal and pass it on to him? The mumbling continued, and the royal knights suddenly let out a little bit of their energy, to remind the others just who was in the room at the moment, and it fell silent again. It is not our place to discuss what he did or why he did it. The simple fact is that Quinn did not lie. He is the 10th leader and he has returned. When planning our decision, we had two scenarios of what to do. One if you were the leader and one if you were not. But there are still many problems we have to solve. First, you yourself being a leader has changed the outcome of Fex's crime. A leader is allowed to create a vampire, so the white was never illegal in the first place. The 10th's population has not reached the maximum amount, so there was no crime on this part. As for Quinn's actions, two of them have claimed to have been sworn blood brothers, making Quinn's actions justifiable in trying to save his blood brother. I am not a fool and understand that Quinn, being as weak as he is, if he was to state he was a leader, no one in this room would have believed him. The leaders remained silent as they continued to hear the king give his verdict and his reasoning for doing so. Some of them wanted to contest and argue, but deep down they knew this was true as well. But it doesn't change the fact that Fex had lied to all the leaders present, not telling them of who had created the white and informing them of the truth. His punishment and abandonment of his position shall remain the same. He currently does not belong to the 13th family, nor will he get special privileges as a direct descendant. He will no longer be able to obtain the position of a leader. Hearing these words, the sadness in Lee's eyes grew. He had planned great things for his son, and wanted him to take his place. Now that just wasn't possible. My king. So are you saying there will be no punishment for the 10th leader? Bryce asked calmly, trying to contain his anger. I understand you have forgiven him for the attack, but even before that, there were reports of him killing the direct descendants. He has even brought humans to this establishment. You are correct, the king replied. The verdict is not yet finished, but there has been some new information that has been received. Clark has changed his statement from before, allowing it to be more accurate. Would you care to share, Clark? Clark, the vampire knight who had fought with Quinn on the Bat Planet at that time, stepped forward from his leader's Jim's side. The direct descendants' death, I believe, is my own fault, for not caring for them properly. When I arrived at the scene, I saw an unknown vampire standing there and 3 dead students. I had at the time only assumed that he had killed them, but did not see it with my own eyes. Quinn didn't know why, but for some reason, Clark and Jean had decided to change their statements, making it more favorable for Quinn. That's crap, Bryce shouted. Of course, it was him. The system then whispered something into Quinn's head, something that would clear the situation for them all. He raised his hand, and the king looked over in his direction, giving him a nod, allowing him to speak. If you want, I give you permission to use your influence on me as the 10th leader. That way we can clear up the students' deaths. The king ran his fingers through his long hair as he thought about it for a while. He could see the anger on some of the other leaders. After all, their sons had been killed by another leader. If this were to happen, even if they were leaders, there would be some consequences. Honestly, the reason the current king was being quite lenient on Quinn was because he had some questions of his own. He wanted Quinn to be a part of the vampires, for before he too was close with the 10th, Vincent. But he wasn't sure if Quinn's suggestion was a smart one, for he thought that Quinn really had killed the descendants and now he might have just been bluffing. But when looking into Quinn's eyes, he could see a glint of confidence. Very well. The king stared directly at Quinn and his eyes shined bright red. This time, Quinn wasn't able to even resist at all. He had been taken over in an instant. Is this the power of a king? Did you, Quinn Talon, kill 3 of the direct descendants? The king asked a simple and direct question. The influence skill always worked best when it was used this way. The others, seeing he was under their control, Quinn answered there and then. I did not. The influence was broken, and with that, the answer for them was satisfied. The king, not wanting to go onward with this matter anymore, had decided to continue. "How did you know that would work?" Quinn asked. "Because, Quinn, you didn't kill them. It was the bone claw. The influence skill can only say nothing but the truth." The system replied. "As you said, there are still more matters, and the decision shall be left up to Quinn, the 10th leader. Concerning the humans he had brought with him, they are not allowed to know of the settlement. Therefore we have chosen to give him a few options. First, the humans are to be killed." Hearing the first options, those on the side nearly dropped to their knees. Hearing such an influential figure talk about their death so easily, it was quite the shock. Second, their memories are to be removed of all of this place and events of ever happening, before being returned. And thirdly, they are to be turned into vampires to be put under the 10th's control. Hearing this, the others felt a little better, but Logan and Vorden were not happy about the options given. To lose their memories or be turned. They didn't like the sound of either of those things happening. Before I make the final announcement, is there anything the others would like to bring up? There were many points Bryce wanted to bring up, and the same with Mukka. After all, his vampire knights were killed, but he still had found nothing solid at all. But the decisions had already been made, and the current king was much about unity. He would want to try to bring everyone together as quickly as possible. They knew of this because they had already discussed many different matters before this one in the last meeting without Quinn. Many vampire knights needed to be replaced as well as a new leader to be found. A ritual would have to be made since the leader had died before choosing a successor. Something like the death of a leader hadn't happened in a long time. Then Arthur was the one who raised his hand. "While everyone is here, I thought it would be best to ask my own question. What happened to the Punishers when I went into my slumber? When I woke up, no one was there." When saying this, his playful tone wasn't there like usual, and his shadow was seen slightly flickering above his shoulders. "I thought you would ask something like this." The king replied. "The truth is, Arthur, we don't know what happened to your people either. You know, I was always on the Punisher side when the events of the last Civil War happened. I actually wanted the Punisher system back, and I was even going to ask you if you wish to have your position you once had again." The sudden look on some of the vampires' faces dropped when the king had suggested this. "Because of this, I regularly had someone check on your establishment from time to time, and then one day there was no one. They had all gone. I'm afraid I have no clue what happened that day." Arthur carefully scanned his eyes around the room. There were a lot of frightened faces on some of the leaders' faces. More so than they should have been. "It looks like some of them know more of what's going on than the king?" Arthur thought. "So what do you say, Arthur? Do you wish to return to the position you once held?" The king asked. If Arthur was to stay at the 14th castle, then maybe there was a chance he could find out the truth and do some investigating. But when thinking about this, the image of the human shelter he had looked after appeared in his head, including images of Ruby. Was he going to leave those people? "I must decline your offer. I believe you have done well so far," Arthur said. "I believe as long as the correct king is elected, then you will do fine without me. Although I will be happy if you still treated me as an important guest from time to time." "Of course," the king replied. The king then stood up from his seat, signaling the meeting was about to end as he said his last words. "Then, before I end this meeting, I have one last thing to say. Quinn Talon is now the 10th leader. With this, he shall be treated as such and has become part of the council. He shall perform his duties as a leader just like everybody else here, and his first task will be deciding what to do with the humans he has brought with him. The meeting is now over." As soon as the king left the room, all of the other leaders left as well, not even looking at Quinn, while all of his friends remained at the side. "This is what I was afraid of, Quinn," the system said. "Now they know you are the 10th leader. You are to remain here forever. If you choose to leave without their permission, you will be treated as a criminal." Leaving from the king's castle, the group walked off towards the 10th castle. It now rightfully belonged to Quinn, so there would be no one stopping. Leading the group was Edward. Arthur had also decided to come along with them as an escort until they had at least reached the castle door. It was just in case if there were any unexpected occurrences along the way. As for Silver and Fex, they had broken off from the group to head back to the 13th castle. They both needed and wanted to have a serious conversation with their father. Everything had felt so strange since the incident with Fex, and as a family together, they needed to decide on the next step of what to do. Another thing that had crossed the thought of the group was why the mention of the Dalki attacking hadn't come up in the meeting. Edward had explained that the vampires had tried to look for the Dalki everywhere but could find no sign of him, unaware that it was actually the strange little thing on Vorden's shoulder. What worked in their favor was Edward actually didn't know that the Dalki was part of Quinn's group. He had assumed that the Dalki had come randomly during the fight and was a separate problem altogether. So when they asked him about it, he never tried vouching for it either. Even when they had used the influence skill to ask who was part of their plan, he did not know. So that discussion was dealt as a separate problem to the rest. While walking to the castle, Quinn was busy racking his mind with what to do next. I have to stay here? But I can't. Quinn thought. Rather than can't, it was more like Quinn didn't want to stay here. He looked at the others that were behind him, Vorden, Peter, and Logan as such. Maybe before he had met them, he could just change his life as such, but to suddenly live in a new place like this and to be a leader, it just wasn't something Quinn wanted to do. What Quinn wanted was to just be free, and being under the vampires or under the humans, he didn't feel free. The other problem was not just him, but the others were also meant to return to school soon. There was only a little over a week before the second year would start. As he was deep in thought, Logan came over to his side. Don't worry too much, Logan said. If anything, our memories can be wiped. It's not a big deal. I could always just make a video log of some sort and hide it. Just watch it back later. It won't feel the same, but I will still have the same information either way. The main problem is you, Quinn. When they spoke, there was no option for you to leave this place, Logan said. Logan didn't say it, but he thought of a couple more things that perhaps could get them out of the woods as well. One of them was pretending to be vampires again using the potion. The vampires hadn't found out how they were able to disguise themselves. If they just needed to prove they were vampires for a short amount of time, this could work. But the problem was, if they were turned into vampires or they thought they were vampires, then they would have to stay just like Quinn. And honestly, both Logan and Vorden didn't want that. Finally, they had arrived in front of the 10th castle. The news hadn't been publicly announced as of yet about the new 10th leader, and they had explained to Edward that it was his duty to inform his people of this as well. However, when he looked at Quinn, he thought it would be best to leave it a while before they made such an announcement. Quinn didn't exactly look like the most menacing or strongest of vampires. All right, I guess my journey ends here, Arthur said. What are you going to do now? Aaron asked. Will you be returning to the shelter? Is there even a way you can return to the shelter? Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Besides, unlike you guys, I am free to leave and do as I wish. It's not like they can exactly stop me. Can they? Arthur started to laugh, and it certainly was true after seeing his strength. But I think I will stay for a short while before leaving. There may be some clues in the castle or around here as to what exactly happened to my people. Arthur then walked over to Quinn and looked at him up and down. You are a strong one, and if you weren't the 10th leader, I would have asked you to come join me as a Punisher. You have the correct morals and traits to become a perfect Punisher. When you're done with what you need to do at the castle, then come over to see me. Perhaps there are a few things I can teach you about the shadow. And with that, Arthur hopped into his dark shadow and he was gone before Quinn could even give an answer. Learning about the shadow from the strongest shadow user was certainly an offer he could not refuse. Growing his strength was at quite a high priority at the moment. If he was to stay in the vampire settlement and Arthur was to leave soon, there would soon be others that will be targeting him. Entering the castle, everyone had gone to choose a room to rest for a little bit. They also wanted to take a shower and such and also change their clothes if need be. It was certainly tiring for all of them, and very stressful too. They were then later to meet in the dining room, to discuss what needed to be done. Quinn with Edward had decided to head there first, and while doing so, Quinn was busy trying to think of what to do. But in the end, he realized it wasn't his decision to make. Just like Logan had said, they had 3 options and they were to choose from them. Whatever they would choose, Quinn would respect their decision. Quinn, I think it is important if we take efforts in completing the quest given by the system. The AI mentioned, if we can get you up to the rank of the Vampire Lord, then there will be no worries. There were 2 parts to the quest. One of them was to level up to level 40, which Quinn was a long way off this one and it didn't look like he could really do anything to speed up this process. As for the second part, it was to bring over 10 people to his cursed family and also select 2 vampires as vampire knights. Looking at Edward, he tried to wonder if he could make Edward his own vampire knight. He used to be one of the previous 10th leaders anyway, and he was strong. But as he looked at Edward and tried to activate such an option, nothing would come up no matter how hard he tried. Am I missing something? Or is it because he was Vincent's vampire knight before? The first 2 to come back and enter the dining room were Aaron and Leo. The 2 of them had grown closer during their time training together, and Quinn was pretty happy to see them both safe. Leo was already considered a vampire, so there was no problem with him. But Quinn did feel bad. He knew that Leo's goal was going to try to find his master. If he was to stay in the vampire settlement, he would not be able to do such a thing. That's not necessarily true. The system replied. Do you remember when Silver was sent out and how she had come to visit you? Leaders have more control than you think. Although leaders are to remain in the settlement, they are able to assign vampires on doing certain tasks and such without permission from others. The rules are there so that vampires have to be careful when doing such things. Hearing about this, maybe Vorden and Logan would be more open to the idea of turning into vampires. Still, it felt wrong to him, and he would inform this to them before telling them. Then Quinn's eyes had gone to Aaron. Before, she had expressed to him that she wanted to turn into a vampire as well. The main reason why she wanted to before was so she could learn a new ability for the one she had lost to True Dream. Although you can't turn Edward into a vampire knight according to the system, I'm sure if you were to select Edward as a vampire knight, the council would still accept this as well. The question was, would the system accept that as part of completing his quest? There were a few times when Quinn thought he could cheat the system in a certain way, but it would always adapt as if it was able to tell what Quinn was thinking. It surely was an impressive thing. Whoever had created it had designed it well. When the 2 got close, Quinn was about to ask Aaron the question. He just wanted to get it over and done with, and as Aaron was one of the humans in question, she would need to select from one of the 3 options anyway. Seeing the 2, Quinn naturally used his inspect skill on them both. He did this to gradually increase his inspect level, as well as wondering if it would show him some new details on both of them. That's when a certain option had appeared under Leo where his stats showed. Evolution possible. Please select whether you would like to turn them into a vampire knight, although he couldn't turn Edward into one. The system had just given him the option to turn Leo into one. A vampire knight, an evolution that was not available to Quinn, for he only had the option to go evolve into a vampire lord. The reason for this was because a vampire knight's position was something that could only be given by a vampire leader in the first place. The way the system explained it, rather than an evolution, it was seen more as a title. However, a powerful title that still did physically change the vampire structure. It was a title that could only be given to vampire nobles, and it was best to give it to a strong one. For the family members would see them as just below a vampire leader. Looking at Leo, Quinn honestly couldn't think of a better vampire to make his knight. He was stronger than all of them before he had even become a vampire, and he couldn't imagine what his strength was now. The one thing that did surprise Quinn was Leo was a vampire noble already. Something that took Quinn months, Leo had managed to obtain in a short amount of time. That's because Leo was already at the peak of a vampire when you turned him, the system explained. But a vampire is not able to be above its creator. If I was to take a guess, he had evolved as soon as you did. This was why Quinn, even though he wasn't a vampire lord, he was technically a vampire leader, so he could apply the position onto Leo. I feel like you have something to tell me, Leo said, even if he couldn't see Quinn looking at him. He could sense he was thinking about something. People's auras reacted to their thoughts and feelings. The aura was even more honest than a face. Quinn decided to explain to Leo what he wanted to do, how he wanted to make Leo his knight and what that meant in the grand scheme of things. Of course I will, Leo replied quite quickly. For him there weren't many downsides. He would turn into a stronger evolution than he was currently. On top of that, he would have the privilege to leave the settlement as long as Quinn ordered him to. He was a vampire already, so it wasn't like saying no was actually going to change anything. Are you sure? Edward asked. A vampire knight's duties, although you can send them off on a task if you do so, then you will be in charge of everything that happens to the 10th family. Usually their knights deal with most of the work. Edward, in all honesty, I wanted to ask you to become my knight as well, Quinn said. You helped me out greatly, and you were loyal. If you could continue your duties and act as knight, show me the ropes of how things go around here. That would really help me. Of course, just like with Leo, Edward didn't hesitate to accept. It would be an honor. Temporary knight, Edward. The system notification appeared again, and now Edward's status had changed from former 10th knight to temporary 10th knight. Looking at Quinn's quest, it had not increased. It looked like the system wanted him to create his own family directly after all. Maybe once I complete the quest, and the system accepts me as a leader, it will classify as all the people at the 10th as under me, but for now, the old Eno family and the cursed family seem to be treated as two different things. Quinn thought, and he was starting to think about something else as well. The flame, the castle, was it really reacting to him? Ignoring this for now, Quinn started the knighting process. It was a little different from the turning process where a human needed to consume Quinn's blood. Although Leo had turned differently, that was the standard way to do a ritual. For the vampire knight part, Leo was to take off his shirt, and Quinn was to draw something on his back. Oh, you already know how to do this, it looks like, Edward commented. Of course, Quinn didn't, he was just following the system's command. Using his own blood, Quinn drew a circle on Leo's back, after he connected lines towards the center in a particular pattern. When the system said he was done, he was to place his hand on Leo's back. The knighting ritual has been activated. Would you like to turn this person into a vampire knight? Yes. No. After selecting yes, a strange energy was felt rushing through Quinn's hand and was being transferred into Leo's body. It was similar to before but different, and this time, Leo didn't try to fight back the changes and allowed it to alter his body like so. The circle on the back started to light up, and all of the points and the edge of the circle that was drawn with blood started to shift and move towards Quinn's hand. Eventually, it went underneath. A few moments later, and the strange energy was no longer felt between the two. When Quinn moved his hand, the circle he had drawn and all the blood that had gone towards his hand had disappeared, as if it was never there in the first place. Congratulations. You have made your first vampire knight. 1/2. New skill acquired. Call. Call. A skill that can only be used with your vampire knights. This skill allows you to call a knight by your side no matter where they are. It will forcefully bring them to your location. Can only be used once a day. With the successful notification screen, a few more things had come up that Quinn wasn't expecting, and the first of them was a new skill. Call sounded a lot like what Arthur was able to do, how the Punishers were able to go to each other using their shadows. But in this case, Quinn could only call over the knight to his side. It would definitely be handy in tough situations, and it didn't seem like it could be used the other way round. If Leo was in trouble, he was not able to call Quinn. Is this something all the leaders have? Quinn asked. No, the system replied. I believe this is a skill given to you by the system itself. A skill like this would have been able to save many vampire leaders in the past. Passive skill. Vampire Knight's buff. When a vampire knight is fighting alongside its leader, all stats and skills will be increased by 10%. Knight's command. A vampire knight is able to form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the knight's command, all skills and stats will be increased by 10%. The notifications didn't stop there, and there seemed to be some advantages that Leo would be able to make use of, not just Quinn. When Leo had finally turned around, Quinn was shocked to see who he was looking at. The evolution didn't just change his powers, but his looks as well. When Quinn first met him, he looked like an old man, later he looked slightly younger, and now he looked like a middle-aged man again. Quinn, I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. I feel like I am in my prime once again, Leo said, but as he clenched his fist, he shook his head. No, I am even better than I once was. Aaron had been standing by the side and had seen all the changes Leo had gone through as it was happening. When they were training on the planet with both Arthur and Leo, she could see the extra strength that they had. She wanted it too. Right now she could only see the plus sides and none of the negatives. She would be able to learn an ability again, and her body would be improved as such. Finally, when she was strong enough, she would shove her sword right up True Dream's backside for putting her through all of this. Aaron didn't need to think about the three options. She had already decided. As Aaron was about to step forward and talk to Quinn, the doors to the dining area opened again and stepping in was both CIA and Layla. Leo, do you look different? Layla said. Oh, do you mind getting me a mirror? Maybe I can take a look? He replied. For a second Layla was about to go look for one, before quickly realizing he had made another joke at his own expense. Quinn, we've been thinking a lot. Or I've been thinking a lot about it, CIA said. Remember what we talked about before? Well, out of the options we have, I don't want to lose my memories again. I can't even think about doing that. Forgetting everything that happened. Forgetting all of you. I still want you to keep your end of the deal, about trying to find a way to get my memories back. But if you can, I want you to turn me into a vampire. At that moment, Aaron decided to put her foot down as well. Quinn, you promised me before as well, remember. If I asked you, you said you would do it, and I want you to turn me as well. This situation Quinn never imagined. When he had first turned Peter, it was because he had to, and Leo was an accident. But all three of the girls in the room had asked to be changed. Are you sure? Quinn replied. Logan said he might have a way for us to get out of this, without having to turn you. Quinn, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for myself, Aaron replied, and when he turned to look at CIA, she nodded. Okay, Quinn replied. The two girls walked to the front, with Layla standing in the middle, and it was time for Quinn to turn both of them. The question was, what would they become? Before Quinn would start the ritual, he made sure to talk with Edward about it first. Quinn had become more experienced now with turning people, and the last 3 times weren't exactly the best they could have been. There was always the risk that one could turn into something difficult. But with Edward here, he did feel a lot more confident. What better place would there be to turn someone than in the 10th castle, the vampire world where they could get all the things they needed? Quinn even had Edward, one of the most experienced vampire knights, by his side. So Edward had decided to gather a few things, just in case things were to go wrong. However, there was a look of concern on his face when he saw that Edward had come back with a strange crossbow. It looked to have been modified to fit in special bolts and was powered by the blue crystals he would often see. What's that for? Quinn didn't really want to ask, but he knew he had to. As you may know, there are some evolutions that are less favorable than others, Edward replied. I would hate for these beautiful girls to turn into something unfavorable, but we must prepare for the worst. A clicking sound was heard, as the crossbow was sprung back and loaded with a black-looking bolt inside. But the two girls still didn't seem to be backing down and were ready to be changed. Quinn prepared them both, and was ready to start the ritual one after another. It was best to do it this way just in case there was a problem with one of them, maybe even both. He had cut his hand and activated the system part, ready to turn the two of them. Closing their eyes, they lifted their heads and opened their mouths. As Quinn walked past both of them, he realized he had grown a bit in height since he had first met Aaron. The evolution really did change his body. The first one to start the process was Aaron. The blood dripped down her throat, and the burning sensation feeling over her body was felt. She started to grab at her chest and knelt down, as her insides felt like they were burning. Control the pain, Leo shouted. You have gone through worse things than this. This is nothing compared to the torment you were put through. This is just physical pain. Concentrate your mind just like you do when focusing your chi, and it will help. She did as her teacher had told her, and she started to focus her mind. It allowed her to suppress the pain a little, but it was far worse than she had imagined. Seeing Erin's face in pain like that was something Quinn didn't want to see. However, after a few moments, the pain had died down. Her skin had become fairer, and as she lifted her head and stood from the ground, there was a big change that Quinn couldn't help but notice. That was her hair. Before, Erin was considered a blonde-haired beauty, but now her beauty was the same as before. But her hair color had changed to a dark brown, and as for her blue eyes, they now had a tint of orange in them. A halfling, Edward said. Sometimes a normal vampire for once from these things isn't such a bad thing. But, seeing the hair color change, Quinn wasn't so convinced Erin was just a halfling. His or the other's hair color hadn't changed. The system message that soon came up had confirmed it as well. Congratulations. The blood ritual was a success. 4 out of 10 cursed family members. You have created a damper. It was something Quinn had seen mentioned a couple of times, when the system was explaining but didn't really know what one was. Still, he could tell why Edward had mistaken her for a halfling, an evolution before a regular vampire. Because even standing this close to her, she felt no different from a vampire. The smell, the aura, everything was the same that was emitting from her body. With Peter and Layla, there was a difference. If Quinn remembered correctly, a damper was one of the ones that belonged to Category A. They were able to go through the same evolution change that he went to, but would gain certain special skills attached to them. Inspect. Damper. A hybrid creature which is a mixture of a vampire and a human. It's hard to determine whether they are more vampire or more human. They have all the strengths of a vampire, super strength, super speed, faster regeneration. Yet, at the same time, are able to withstand sunlight. It is said that some are able to adapt to the situations they are in. If they are with vampires, they will imitate and appear to be one of them. If they are with humans, their form shall revert back to what it once was. Reading all of this, the AI too could see what Erin had become. He too thought she was only a halfling until he saw the message. Quinn, don't tell the other vampires or Edward what she really is? The AI said. Why? Quinn asked. Because there is another name we use for the damper. We call them vampire hunters. The AI replied. And it would seem what the system said had some truth for it, as Quinn continued to read the description and abilities of the damper. When fighting against vampires, a damper stats will increase. The damper base stats are determined by its creators to start with, but then must get stronger on their own. Quinn started to wonder if he decided to reveal what Erin was. Would Edward try to use the crossbow on her? But this didn't seem like a bad result for Quinn. If anything, it was good. Erin wouldn't have to shy away from the sun, and had gotten stronger as she wished. Immediately after being turned, she had drawn her blade and gave a single swing in the air. The sound was so sharp, the moment was so fast. She had paused as soon as her sword was about to hit the ground. It's perfect. Putting her sword away, she walked back over to where Leo and Layla were standing by the side. One was out of the way, and finally, it was time to turn CIA standing in front of her. She now looked nervous, not as confident as before. Perhaps because she had seen how much pain Erin was in, and CIA didn't know how to use chi, so it would be far worse for her. But she closed her eyes and opened her mouth, waiting for the blood. Here goes, Quinn said, as the blood dripped into her mouth. The same feeling as Erin started all over CIA's body. But her body was far weaker, and instead of going down to her knees, she had collapsed down on the floor and was scrunching up in and out, screaming in pain. The screaming continued and continued, and it sounded like she was going to rip her voice out. It wasn't this bad when I did it, right? Layla said, worried at just how hard CIA was screaming. She would continue to scream and every so often stop to cough, and when she did, a few specks of blood from her throat could be seen with it. Come on, CIA. I know you can do it, Layla shouted. Seeing how much pain she was in, Leo decided to come forward. He placed his hands on top of her and started to concentrate, putting a tiny amount of his own chi inside her. It was the same thing he had once done to Quinn. The reason for him doing this was so he could control her pain a bit more. Maybe he could use the chi inside her body to calm her down. Holding on to her tightly, it seemed to be working slightly. She wasn't moving about as much, but the screams continued. "What is going on here?" Vorden said as he entered through the doors into the dining room. Behind him was Peter and Logan. They had rushed over once they heard the screaming, thinking that maybe something was wrong. At that moment, the evolution had stopped, and at the same time, the screaming did too. Leo could feel he had done all he could and let go of her, moving back in place to the others. The three boys who had entered had moved along to the front to see what was happening. At that moment, CIA suddenly stood on her 2 feet. Her short hair but long fringe was covering her face, and they were unable to see her eyes. That's when a sound was heard. CIA gripped both of her fists, and at the top of her lungs, let out an almighty scream. A scream so loud the others thought their eardrums were going to burst, and they were sure anyone who was in the castle would have been able to hear it. The scream wasn't a short little burst like before, and instead, it was one large one. The ones being affected most by this were the ones with sensitive hearing. The vampires and the subclasses. They all could hardly move and had gathered hands placed over their ears. As for Edward, he had the crossbow in his hand, with the bolt already loaded, and before Quinn knew it, he had already pulled the trigger, firing off the bolt towards CIA. The bolt had already left Edward's crossbow, and most in the room had been paralyzed by the intense scream. For once, it seemed like the vampire's sensitive ears were working against them. But even though Vorden and Logan were close, they had been stunned by the scream as well. Although not hurting them as much, it was still causing pain, and a slight dribble of blood could be seen from their ears. The bolt came out fast, and when they saw it, it wasn't a regular crossbow. Powered by the crystals, it came out at a speed that was meant to be used against vampires. Gritting his teeth and bearing through the pain, Quinn leapt forward, hoping to stop the bolt. He had already hurt CIA more than once in this whole trip, and finally, she had come up with a solution that was quite fair. He didn't want her to die here. Not just that, but a feeling inside him was urging him to try and protect her. Flash stepping forward, he moved closer but fell to his knees from the screams. His eardrums had popped, and the pain was great. At that moment, the bolt had hit her, and the screaming had stopped. CIA? CIA? CIA. Layla was screaming, but the sound to Quinn was muffled as if they were being shouted through walls. His eardrums were already being repaired, but it was hard for him to make out some things. When he turned his head around to the side, he could see Layla and Aaron over her. CIA collapsed on the floor. That screaming finally stopped. "What the hell was that?" Peter said. "Why, Edward? Did you really need to do that?" Quinn asked. "It was best for all of us," Edward said. "If she had continued like that, we would all be on the floor hurling in pain for hours, and even she would have possibly damaged herself from the screaming." That's when Quinn had done a rain check on Edward's words. Damaged herself, but hadn't Edward just killed her? Going over to CIA's body, he could now see that the bolt had landed in her stomach. The wound was bleeding, and although CIA was passed out, she wasn't dead. "Just give her some of your blood, and she will be okay," Edward said, pulling out the arrow and giving some of his blood. She certainly healed, but CIA still seemed to be fast asleep, drained from the evolution. "What happened to her?" "It wasn't the same as my own evolution," Aaron asked. "Did something go wrong to cause her to scream like that?" Before Edward had answered, Quinn had used his inspect skill to get his own answer. "Banshee." Banshees are known as the harbingers of death. When one of them comes into this world, including themselves, they let out an almighty scream to announce it. But this is not the only time they will do so. The reason for their name is because they are able to tell when one of their family members has died. They too announce this with a scream or a cry. Banshees often are able to predict death in their family and see a distorted future. The method this comes to them is different for each one. For some, it can be whispers, some visions, and other ways. Just because a banshee has seen such a sign doesn't mean it will happen, as the future can always be changed. It is just one of the possibilities they are seeing. "A banshee," Edward said. Most families have one as they are quite good at predicting the death in their own families. It helps them make certain decisions sometimes. Though due to her scream, I'm sure the others will know that another has come into this world by now. The two girls decided to take CIA out and rest with her in another room until she was okay. After that, Layla and the two girls would try to figure out the new bodies they had been given, seeing what differences they had. Quinn had offered to help and guide them with the system's knowledge, but Layla insisted it was not needed. She was sure he would be busy with other things, and Layla had learned a lot about the different vampire types while in school. On top of this, there was a library even in the castle that they could use. She didn't want to get in the way. After that was done, all the boys decided to sit back at the table. The three that had entered couldn't help but notice Leo's change. They knew something had happened but decided not to say anything. So have you decided what to do yet? Or come up with a plan? Quinn asked. Not yet, Logan replied. Me and Vorden are pretty sure we want to keep our powers, Quinn. For both of us, it's not really an option for us to lose. So what we are stuck on is either to pretend that we have been turned into vampires and stay here, or lose our memories and head back. The news saddened Quinn a bit, because he didn't want them to lose their abilities. At the same time, though, he couldn't imagine not being with them. Don't look so down, Quinn, Vorden said. We still have some time until school starts again, so we don't have to make an immediate decision. You're the leader of this place, right? So as long as we don't leave this planet before we decide one of those things, then there won't be any trouble, right? They turned to Edward for confirmation, and he seemed to agree. There is something we wanted to bring up with you though, Quinn, Logan said as he turned to Vorden. At that moment, Vorden reached down from below and placed something on the table. For a second Edward looked at the thing on the table confused. But as for Quinn, he knew what it was. Brother is always so gentle with me. But he has to remember I still have a strong body, Vorden said. He was the same size as a puppy but looked just like another human, moving well. Vorden had finally woken up. He was wearing clothing that had been specially made by Logan, so he still looked the part. Is he permanently like this then? Quinn asked. For now. I've done a few tests with some of the things here and doesn't seem like he will get any worse or better for that matter, but this does seem to be permanent if nothing is done. Logan replied. Thank you for helping us in the fight, Vorden, Quinn said. You really helped us save both of them and the lives of all the others. Vorden started to blush as he was being praised and was rubbing the back of his head. My brother's friends are friends of mine. I was glad I could help. When Vorden turned around, though, he could sense that a certain set of eyes were being darted into his back, and those were the eyes of Leo. The others couldn't see it, but Leo could sense it. The little puppy-sized figure on the table had the aura of the Dalki. Leo, it's hard to explain, but it's on our side, Quinn said. I know, Leo replied, with his arms still folded. If I didn't, it would have been sliced to pieces by now. What did he say? Vorden shouted angrily, but it was hard to take such a small figure seriously. But in its anger, it had stomped on the table, and a loud bang was heard, like a gunshot had gone off. The table had cracked, and it wasn't just a regular table, but one crafted from the black material. Oh, I forgot to mention. Vorden still seems to have his monstrous strength as well, said Logan. Quinn, the reason I brought him out though is because I wanted to ask you something. I think we need to head back to that lab where this all started. Before you go crazy on me, there are a few reasons. I'm pretty sure I was the one created by Vorden by accident. I have already gone through this with the two of them, so don't worry. With the green liquid from that robot, we were trying to make something that would also power Vorden. If the red pills worked, then I thought I would be able to create something that would help out in this fight. Using the tense machinery, I gave it a lot of information regarding Vorden, and I found out that all of this information was being sent out to a different place. My guess, from what Vorden has told us and from my research, it's the same place. Or at least in the same area. I don't have all the answers, but if we want to save Vorden and return him back to what he once was, or at least find out what is going on, I think we will find our answers there. Logan explained. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it seems to be an important matter, Edward said. The only problem is, the others will be looking at you closely at the moment, Quinn. I think it's best if you stay in the castle for now. Quinn wasn't just going to ignore Edward's advice. The problem was, Quinn thought it was important to find out what was happening at that lab. The system said he had no clue, but clearly he was involved, or maybe not him but someone released to the 10th family. And the lab wasn't exactly the safest of places. You stay here, Quinn, Leo said. I will go with the 2 boys to the lab. Make sure they are safe. You can trust me. With Leo heading off with the boys, Quinn was confident that any troubles they ran into, he would be able to deal with them, even more so if he was to go with them himself. Even if the vampires were against Quinn and his 10th leader family, Edward said it would be crazy for them to try something so soon right after the king made his verdict, so the boys were relatively safe from the others. However, what Edward was unsure about was Leo himself. He didn't understand why the second Leo had said he would go with them. Quinn was calm about the fact that they would be going to a dangerous place. From the descriptions and stories he had heard, a place full of wendigos and perhaps even more. If Quinn had asked him to go with the boys, then he would have done so as well, but instead Quinn said he wanted him here to help him with his other duties. The group headed down to the reception area as they made their preparations for the little trip. Edward had also said he had invited someone along to guide them through the forest and back from the mountain. When they had arrived, they were pleasantly surprised to see a small little boy waiting for them. Hey everyone, he said, waving and smiling. The boy who was there was Timmy. He had helped them out more than once during this whole thing. While they were busy talking away and catching up on things, Edward continued to glance at Leo. What he had planned was to do a little test. His hand started to turn to mist, and he was about to give Leo a little surprise. I won't hit you too hard, Edward thought, but then, as soon as Edward had made the intention to attack, before he had even started to move, Leo had turned and looked towards Edward's direction. He could see his hand hovering over the hilt of his blade and his fingers tapping them up and down. A little smile appeared on Leo's face before tuning away again. Is that person really blind? Edward thought. Somehow, someway, he knew that Edward was about to attack. Now Edward realized why Quinn had so much trust in him and chose to make him his vampire knight. With him protecting the kids, they really had nothing to worry about. All right, we are off, Logan said. Quinn, keep the mask on you. If we need anything, we will be contacting you on that. Leo, Timmy, Borden, and Logan had set off on their own journey, and Quinn could only hope they would be safe and find the answers they were looking for. As for Peter, he was placed in the same situation as Quinn. Since he was a criminal up until recently, they thought it was best if Peter stayed by Quinn's side for the most of it. When the doors had opened to let the group out, though, there was a little surprise waiting for them. A certain individual with his black hair pulled back stood at the door. He had his hand hovering in the air as if he was just about to knock. The group said hi to the boy, before quickly heading off and allowing him to enter the castle. Fex, you look better than the last time I saw you, Quinn said. Yeah, I guess my hands aren't chained up this time. You look good too, Fex replied. Before waiting a few moments and then giving Quinn a big old hug, he squeezed him as tight as he could. Thank you, man. I really mean it. You don't understand how much it means. Even though Fex had accepted his death before, when he had been saved, he truly realized how much he didn't actually want to die. He still had so much he wanted to do, and he wanted to create more memories with everyone. After placing Quinn down, the two of them got to talking again. Before Fex had claimed the real reason he was here. So I ended up talking with my father and sister, and it looks like there's nothing I can do about going back to the 13th family. I could join as a regular vampire, but then it would be awkward. Someone who used to be a direct descendant working for his own real family. Which is why I have decided to come to you, Fex said, placing his hand on Quinn's shoulder. Being in the vampire pool has its perks, and one of them is, I can go in between any family I wish, and Quinn, I want to join your family. I want to be with everyone here. Now I don't want any high position or have to be a close member as such, and of course I have my own restrictions from my family. They have said if I join another family, I am not allowed to teach anyone our ability. But I hope me and you can keep doing things together. It didn't take long for Quinn to answer. Of course you can, you idiot. Why would I do all of this to save you and then say no to a request like that? Quinn still didn't know all the details of the vampire settlement and how they worked. He didn't know the process or if Fex was even allowed to join, which was why he had never popped the question, but this was another bonus on his end. However, he was a bit upset that it didn't complete part of the quest, bringing Fex into his family. May 10th. Which meant the system really did want him to turn 10 people into vampires one way or another. As for the formalities of the transfer and such, that was to be done by Edward. Hearing the good news, Fex decided he would go back to the 13th castle and gather his things, ready to move in. He hadn't actually asked Quinn if he could move into the castle and only assumed, but Quinn didn't care for this. "What would you like to do now, sir?" Edward asked. "There are still many duties to be filled. We could see how the girls are doing. Inform the people of what is happening, or even get to know the people and plan for the future." The more Quinn thought about that, the more he was realizing that Edward was planning for his stay to be permanent. Something Quinn still wasn't ready to face. But before he did all of that, there was a particular person that owed him something he had been waiting for a long time. "Are you finally ready to tell me?" Quinn asked. "About how this book fell into my hands, why you left the settlement, and if you know what's going on with the Dalki." "I am," the system replied. "And I think there is a perfect place where we can do it. Ask Edward to take us to the 10th castle tombs. Tell him to go find my grave." Quinn had asked this very question and Vincent was confused. There certainly is a tomb which has all the previous leaders who have gone into eternal sleep. The problem is, Vincent had never returned to the castle. His body won't be in there. "Do you still want to go?" Edward asked. "It is a request from Vincent himself. He said if I was to return to the castle that I should go to the tombs and go to the one that was made for him." Quinn asked. If it was an order from Vincent, then Edward would believe there was a reason why he had asked. The two of them were to go alone, as the only people allowed in such an area were a vampire knight and a vampire leader. They were rule breakers, but Edward was adamant about not letting this rule slide. So Peter was left outside. On the ground floor there were a set of doors which also contained a circle lock. Quinn noticed that this combination was even different to the castle one. As the door opened, torches from both sides of the wall started to light up one by one, revealing a staircase going downward. How deep it went was unknown, but Quinn was unable to see the bottom. When they stepped in, the doors behind had closed. "You have entered the 10th castle tomb. Well, at least I know I'm in the right place," Quinn said. After a few minutes of walking down the stairs, he could finally see the bottom. It leveled out, and they began walking down a tunnel for a while until eventually they had reached a large open space. It was a single large room with several circle patterns on the floor. Too many to count. "Are all of these things on the floor tombs?" Quinn asked. "It's designed for the future generations as well," Edward replied. "If we ever need to expand, we just dig out some more." Considering how large the cave was and how long vampires lived for, it seemed like the spaces they had on the ground wouldn't be filled out for a long time. The two of them went to the very back, where 4 different round patterns could be seen on the floor. These were different to the rest, for they were lit up with a slight blue glow around the edges. The blue glow means someone's inside. They are the leaders even before you, Edward said. "Is the first 10th leader here?" Quinn asked, looking at the first circle on the ground. "Yes, the first leader is here as well. The first 10th leader, the man who changed Arthur and was also previously a king of the vampires." Quinn couldn't help but think about what the Boneclaw had shown him, and how perhaps that man had many secrets other than that as well. "This one here, the chamber is prepared when a new leader takes place. You will need to make one yourself as well. This one is for Vincent. As you can see, it's not lit up, for his body was never found," Edward explained. "I had hoped he would have gone into eternal slumber, but perhaps he had really died out there." Walking towards the first chamber, Quinn stood near it for a while. He looked at the patterns on top of all the circles, each of them slightly different. The 5 there were the only ones that had patterns on it. Bending down to get a closer look, Quinn noticed something about the first one. The first one had a pattern he recognized. It looked like the same marking that was on the book. As he reached out and grazed his finger upon the pattern, suddenly, a blue light from it started to glow. "What's happening?" Quinn asked. "I have no idea," Edward replied. Suddenly, from his body, it felt like something was forced out from him, and in front of his eyes he could see it, a spirit-like figure. "Vincent," Edward said with his eyes wide open. The two girls were carefully watching over CIA as she was lying there in the bed. This was the second time Layla had been in this position, and she couldn't help but feel bad for the girl. As Erin saw this look of discomfort on her face, her heart sank a little. It made her realize that Layla really cared for CIA, someone who Erin didn't even know that well. Too much time had passed between the two, and if one was to ask her during her time at school if the two were close friends or not, she would have said no. She didn't know why, but before she had always been this way, not letting others get close to her. But when she was at Pure, she realized what she was missing: a companion. All she started to think about was her time with Layla. "Do you mind telling me a bit about her?" Erin asked. She didn't want to be like her old self, cold and pushing others away. And rather than be jealous of Layla's new friend, it was best that she got to know the both of them. Smiling back, Layla had explained what happened to CIA and why, who she was, and how she really was an agent of Pure. "It looks like all three of us have something in common then, all working for Pure," Erin said, trying to crack a joke. At that moment, CIA had woken up from where she was. The two jolted a little, preparing for something unexpected to happen. But there were no screams or noise, just slow movements. CIA went to grab her belly as she started to remember what happened moments before. There was no wound, and then she quickly went to look at her nails, but they weren't sharp either. Erin's hair color had changed, and even her teeth had sharpened a little. Layla had bumps, and when she transformed, she looked even more different. So CIA was expecting something from herself. But as she felt around her body as such, she felt no different anywhere. She then clenched her fist, expecting some type of newfound strength. But there was nothing. "Did it not work?" she asked. "No, it definitely worked," Erin replied. "You nearly burst the boy's eardrums. And as for Quinn, he was lying on the floor in front of you. Past getting hit by the arrow, CIA couldn't really remember much past that. But if she had changed, what exactly was she?" "I know what you're thinking," said Layla. "Edward and Quinn said you were something known as a banshee. There are a few things I learned about them. Apparently they can predict or see things in the future. But I don't know about their fighting strength." CIA looked a little disappointed. And she was. She had given up her ability mostly for her memories, but she had expected something great in return. The ability to see a future that might not happen didn't sound great at all. "I know," Layla said in a perky voice with her finger in the air. "Why don't we go see some people? Both you and Erin have just become vampires, so I'm sure there's a lot for you to learn. And I know just the right people." Layla was thinking of going to both Amy and Xander. Although she initially didn't like the guy, he had protected her in her time of need, and the least she felt like she could do was say thanks. When she thought about Amy, she remembered she was actually one of the ones that were at the top of her class. If anyone could help them and figure out what a banshee was, it would be her. With the three of them being vampires, they wouldn't stand out too much, although there would be some who would remember their faces from the stage. But Edward had said they were free to leave the castle. If anything, the vampires would be on their best behavior at the moment. Erin didn't mind herself too much, but she was a little worried. Before the girls had gone off, Quinn pulled Erin to the side to explain to her what she really was. He had also informed her to not let anyone know. The vampires couldn't find out unless she told them. Anyway, still, she wanted to practice her new powers and also spend more time with the girls, so it sounded like a great idea. CIA was in for it as well. She wanted to see now that she was a vampire if there was any way for her to get her lost memories back. With this, the three girls decided that they would redress into some new clothes in the tense castle and head out. As CIA got out of the bed and was about to leave with the girls, a strange ringing was heard. She placed her hands naturally on her head. "Huh, what did you say?" she asked. The two girls turned around looking confused, for they hadn't said anything at all. but they could see something was going on. Slowly the talking started to become clearer, and she could make out that it was several whispers going off one by one. Back. Go. Earth. What? True dream. No. Fighting. True what? CIA said, as she didn't quite understand what was happening. And then her eyes started to fill with white as the noises in her head got louder and an image appeared in her head. A crumbled down building, destroyed. Fields filled with craters and the city that was once there, no more. She couldn't recognize exactly where this place was, but she knew it was Earth. It was an image of an entire city which had been destroyed. Then the image had suddenly changed again, moving to the schools and the group standing there including Quinn, with a shocked and frightened look on their face. Hey CIA. CIA, are you okay? Layla asked, grabbing her but not wanting to shake her at the same time, for fear it may do more damage if she did. Yeah. CIA replied slowly as she came to. I think I just had a vision. Back underneath in the 10th leader's tomb, Quinn was still trying to wrap his head around what was happening. There were 4 tombs that had the blue circle lit up indicating there were vampires in their eternal sleep. Quinn had gone to check the 5th tomb, because he noticed the pattern on it was similar to the book he had been given, and as soon as he had touched it, a spirit that seamlessly had left his own body was now hovering in front of the tomb, looking at both him and Edward. Vincent, Edward said with his eyes wide open. A lump was felt in his throat. He thought he may have never see his leader again. The one that he had served for many years, but here he was, and although he didn't look exactly the same, he could feel a connection between the two. He wasn't the only one that recognized him though, for Quinn did as well. The spirit had a striking resemblance to a certain man. It was the man who would be in his tutorial videos. The man who had taught him the flash step and hammer strike. I have been waiting to speak to you like this for a long time, Quinn, Vincent said. The voice wasn't speaking from the spirit itself, but when words were said both Edward and Quinn could hear it in their heads. First, I would like to apologize for everything that happened to you. It would be a lie if I said I didn't think it would happen, otherwise I would have never made the book in the first place. The system started to explain, and it did indeed look like he had a sad look on his face. But the real reason why I am apologizing to you is because I have been lying to you this whole time. Although this is the first time you are seeing me like this, I have been with you always, inside with the system. When I said that it was an AI answering all your questions, it was not, it was me. For some reason, a slight pain was felt in Quinn's chest. Was it because he felt a little betrayed? Of course he thought an AI system to be advanced as this was near enough impossible, and he thought that maybe it was the leader, but the one thing he did think was that the AI could not lie to him. But if he was able to lie about something as big as this, what other lies had he been hiding behind? I'm sorry about this, but there were some restrictions, and I thought it would be best for you to get to a certain point before you learn the truth. Then are you going to tell me everything now? Quinn asked, with slight anger in his voice. Or are you going to keep avoiding the question like you always do? I will tell you everything, Vincent said in a calming voice, and suddenly, Quinn's eyes started to darken. His vision started to fade. He tried to fight it as best he could, but he felt no strength, as if something was taking over him. The feeling he had right now, it was the same feeling when he had first ever obtained the vampire system. The weak feeling completely took over Quinn's body, and once again his vision had disappeared. The last time something like this had happened to him was when he had first obtained the book. His mind was currently conscious, but he could see nothing. It was strange to describe because it wasn't like when one's eyes were closed. There was no color, nothing. It wasn't like when he would meditate and go to an empty space, he felt like he was nowhere. Until finally, something started to appear. Am I waking up again? Quinn thought. But it was strange since his mind was already awake. So why weren't his eyes and body acting as if it was already awake? Finally, Quinn could see himself in a room, however, it wasn't one that he recognized. The room was dark, with a shade of blue lighting that would continue to flash from the side. Vincent, it seems like there is an incident going on down below. A voice was heard from his side. Then, Quinn's vision had changed without his control. Looking to the man on his right, who was in a nice black and white suit. He couldn't believe it, but the person he was looking at now looked like a young version of Edward. An Edward that was at least 50 years younger. Once again, without Quinn's control, his body was moving and everything he could see wasn't part of his doing, and his body walked over to the large glass pane by the side. And he could finally see what he was in, or at least had an idea. Looking down, there were people, too many people to count, and all of them were dancing while flashing lights were going in and out. It was to a kind of music Quinn had never heard before. It was a place known as a nightclub. At that moment, Quinn knew what was happening, based on what he was seeing, based on the younger-looking version of Edward and how he had called out his name. Quinn was in the past. But it wasn't like how the Boneclaw had shown him, where he could see from high above everything that was happening. This was different. Quinn right now was Vincent himself, and he was experiencing everything that Vincent did back then. They were in the past. Although he was in Vincent's body, he had no control over the actions or what he would say. It was like a personal VR movie experience, where you watched everything as the main character. What are you trying to show me, Vincent? Is it something I need to see rather than just tell me? Quinn said, but there was no answer as everything continued to play out. Just then, a man came running into the room, slamming the door open. Sir, I think the situation might soon get out of hand. It's best if you to come down yourself. Looking out of the glass window, Vincent watched what was happening. There seemed to be 2 girls standing by the bar along with 2 boys, while another larger group of just boys were arguing over something. A group of about 8 in size. It was clear if the 2 groups would get into a scrap, which one would come out worse, for one was bigger than the other. And even the 2 boys who were with the girls didn't look exactly confident, as there was a single black-haired girl standing in front of her 3 friends that seemed to be shouting at the larger group. People are already starting to leave, and I think if a fight was to break out, even more people will leave. The man said worriedly. Would you like me to deal with this one? Edward asked. No, it's okay, Vincent replied. I can handle it. Outside on the club floor, the arguing had gotten to the point where the group of people dancing had spread out and made a circle around the 2 groups who were arguing. On the group of 8 males, there was one man holding his face that appeared to be quite red, while his friend was stood in front of him shouting back at the girl. You think you can just hit whoever you want to because you're a girl? The man shouted. Are you crazy? Are you just going to completely disregard what you did back there? The girl shouted back. My friend already told you she wasn't interested. She tried to leave the seat by the bar and get away before you grabbed her hand. She told you to let go. Let go. Then what did you do? You pulled her towards you and put your lips on her. I should have done a lot more than slap him, the girl with the black hair shouted, and her friend stood behind her, in tears, being comforted by the boy. As for the other boy with them, he looked uncomfortable, as if he was trying to pull away, pretending he didn't know anyone in the group. She had been flirting with me all night, the man with the red cheeks said. And she didn't say no when I was offering to buy her drinks all night. But when it comes to ask for a kiss or to go out with me, she says no. If she wasn't interested, then don't accept the drinks. Katie knew what her friend had done wasn't right, but that still didn't give the man the right to do what he had done. And when she saw that her friend was asking for help and trying to push the boy away, of course she would come in and help. Finally, the boy who was wandering around and hadn't come in to say anything had stepped in. The one who was stood behind Katie. The 2 didn't really know each other. He had just been invited along for a double date with his friend's girlfriend, so all he wanted to do was not get into trouble. Look, is there any way we can solve this and just forget about this? Enjoy the rest of the night, he asked. Then a smile appeared on the boys' faces. Of course there is. Just leave those 2 girls with us and we will show them what a good night is all about. The boy walked forward as he said this and reached out his hand to grab Katie's wrist. As soon as the other saw him walk forward, he had already backed off, for fear of getting into a fight with 8 of them. She pulled her hand away and looked behind her for her friends to help, but the boys and even her supposedly best friend weren't coming forward to stop them. What a bunch of ours! Suddenly, the hand was slapped away, and someone's back had stepped in front of her. I think it's best if you guys leave this place. You have had your fun. Who the hell are you? Can't you see it's none of your business? Stop trying to be a white knight and get out of the way, the man said as he tried to shove Vincent to the side and grab the girl once again. But when he went to shove him out of the way by banging his shoulder into Vincent, it felt solid and his arm felt sore. It was like he had just barged into a solid wall. Looking at Vincent, he could tell he couldn't have weighed much, so how had he not moved? Do you not know who I am? Vincent asked, and his eyes started to glow with red. The 8 of you will leave this place immediately, he said, and soon after they were following his orders, without saying a word. Turning around, Katie was waiting to see who her savior was. But when she saw him, she wasn't expecting to see such a handsome, good-looking man dressed in a high-quality tailored suit. It suited him perfectly, and his looks were one of a model. "Thank you," she replied as she bowed down. "Leave," Vincent said. These words had shocked her. Wasn't this man here to just protect her seconds ago? "You can wait in the lobby for 10 minutes while that other group goes, and then you can leave after them. All of your drinks will be paid for the evening, so don't worry. I just don't want another incident to happen with you and your friends. It's bad for business, so just leave," Vincent said in a cold tone. Katie couldn't believe it. Their group hadn't started it. Although she was the first one to attack and her friend did lead the other boy on. So she couldn't say they weren't totally not to blame. Either way, whoever this man was, he had made a fair deal for her group, and besides, her mood was soured for the night. Anyway, getting their things, they decided to leave the place as had been asked of them. When the group was busy leaving, Katie's friend had quickly ran on over to her, grabbing her around the arm. She had the biggest smile on her face, and one wouldn't think she had just gone through what she had done seconds ago. "Do you know who that was?" her friend said with a smile. "It was the nightclub owner, Vincent. It seems like the rumors are true about him. He really is a cool hot stud. Did you see how he saved you from those boys?" "Saved us? I don't think he saved us," Katie replied. It looked more like he was trying to save his business. While still down on the nightclub floor, Edward had appeared by his side and whispered into his ear. "They have been gathered in the back, sir," he said. Leaving the nightclub floor, and the tow went to go into a separate room. They went through a heavily locked and secured door that was guarded by staff men outside as well. When they entered, the room was incredibly dark, pitch black almost. But this was fine for both Vincent and Edward. Going through the room at the very back, 8 figures could be seen bunched up together. Looking at them, each of them had their hands tied up behind their back, and one of the boys had a red mark on his cheek. "It looks like you boys were a little unlucky today," Vincent said, "for you will be going to a special place. A place away from everyone else." While Quinn was seeing everything, he was wondering what the importance of it all was. They were in the human world but not the vampire settlement, and what exactly was Vincent doing owning a nightclub? And it looked like, seeing these boys here, he would have his answer. The 8 men who had been caught and tied up at the back were the same men that had caused the commotion in the club. Seeing this, Quinn was just wondering what Vincent was planning to do with them. More than once now he had heard multiple people refer to people in the 10th as crazy, and perhaps Vincent was also one of these crazy people. Just what was he planning to do with them, Quinn wondered. However, Quinn didn't get to find out the answer to that. The reason being, whatever they had planned to do, the task was left to Edward and the others as Quinn followed to live on in Vincent's memory. It was strange for Quinn. He thought that maybe once he had seen the scene he needed to see, he would be transported to the next one. Same as what had happened with the bone claw, linking all together why he was being shown these things. Instead, Quinn was forced to continue watching Vincent's every move. He saw him leave the nightclub and head back home, clean his apartment before waiting for the sun to rise and falling asleep. If anything, it was boring. This didn't happen just once, but it was as if Quinn was stuck in a simulation. Every day he would follow Vincent's life of going to the nightclub at night, working. Incidents like what happened on the first night would happen every night, but it was rare for him to get involved. Because Vincent wouldn't directly get involved, Quinn didn't really see if anything strange would happen with them like he did the first night. As the days continued, Quinn realized that this was more than just seeing Vincent's memory. He was living them, and suddenly, he was starting to feel very lonely. Each day in and out doing the same thing. Not a change in routine, and even the small differences that would happen throughout the day felt the same. Quinn was wondering if he could live like this and if his life at the castle would have been any different if he did. While Quinn was living his life as Vincent, the lives of others would continue on as well, and this was true for one in particular. For a girl with long black hair was sitting at her desk, with a mountain of paperwork in front of her. Arg, what the hell is wrong? Do they really have to know every little detail of what happened? She said, screaming as she was going to pull her hair out. Just then, the man who had come to the club with her that day came towards her desk and threw several pieces of paper. Katie, lifting her head, had a look at them, and each one had a picture on the top right-hand corner. "These are the people from the club, Gavin?" Katie asked. "Yeah, it's a little strange. Their family doesn't seem to be concerned they're missing. Not one of them, but their workplace was the one that filed the missing report. Apparently, one of the guys who works with them was concerned and went to check up on him. But when he went to his apartment, there were no signs of him ever returning there." Gavin explained. "So the last place they were seen was at that nightclub?" Katie asked with a dissatisfied look, as she remembered the events that occurred there last time. "All right, let's check it out tonight then." Katie stood up from her seat, and around her waist, a certain badge could be seen with the words "Detective" written on them. That night, Quinn was going through Vincent's usual routine now, and he felt so strange he was wondering when it was going to end. It wasn't as if time passed faster while in Vincent's body. Every minute felt real to him. It was making him understand why some vampires eventually chose to go into eternal sleep. For how many years had he been doing the same routine? The other thought that had crossed his mind was the fact that leaders were meant to stay at the castle. It was clear Vincent hadn't left the vampire settlement yet at this point in time, for several vampires, including Edward, were still by his side. Had they given him a mission? If so, what one was it? But it looked as if Quinn would soon find out, for something had changed in the everyday routine. "Vincent, today the quota needs to be met. We have prepared everything as usual," Edward said. That night, the nightclub opened as usual, but this time, rather than staying in his private room watching from above, Vincent had chosen to be on his own at the bar, drinking a strong, clean whiskey. Whenever it was a night like this one, he would do the same. A vampire's taste was strange. They weren't able to taste many things, so they couldn't really appreciate what humans had. Oftentimes he would see people gather just to enjoy a meal, but he would never experience the joy of something like that. But Vincent and other vampires could appreciate the taste of good alcohol. "Well, I wonder what the big shot owner is doing here in front of all of the normal folk like us," a female voice said. Usually, Vincent wouldn't remember the voice of every person he had met, but for some reason, he had remembered this one, and when he turned around, he did indeed see the girl he helped from that night. This time she was wearing a stunning red dress that showed off her curves well. At the same time, he had spotted the man that was with her that night going through the crowd, going to strangers one by one. As he closed his eyes, he could focus on their conversation. "Hey, I'm looking for my friend. His name's Greg. He was meant to be here. He looks like this?" Gavin asked as he pulled out a photo. It was a strange interaction to have, and he wasn't exactly being careful about who he asked. Of course, although Vincent was sitting in his seat far away, he could see and hear everything. "They are looking into the missing people? Are they both police?" Vincent thought, but that wouldn't matter too much on a day like today. "Is it wrong for me to be here?" Vincent said as he took another drink. Most people would sip a whiskey, but he was drinking it clean without flinching, as if it had no effect or taste at all. When Katie saw the man, she thought, who better to ask than the owner? If their questioning couldn't get them anywhere, then they could always ask to see the club's tapes. See if they saw anything that day. She decided to sit down next to him, but his aura was intimidating. It was something she had never really felt before. Often more times than not she wouldn't be shy, but he had this look on his face that made it hard for her to be the first to approach. "Why do you do what you do?" Vincent asked. "Huh, what do you mean?" she replied. "Don't you think life is quite boring? We follow what others say, the whole of society follows a system, we get assigned jobs and roles, but for what? In the end, what is the point of it all? To rise to the top and get in a position of power. But that only gives us all more responsibility. It doesn't give us freedom. So what exactly is freedom? Vincent spoke. This was something Katie wasn't expecting. She never thought a man would be rambling on such thoughts in his head. I don't really understand what you're saying, but I'm kind of a go-with-the-flow type of person, you see. She replied. I do what I want if it feels right. I had a load of bad stuff happen to me in the past. I'm sure we all have. But someone said something to me that changed me a little. The biggest influence on your life is you. It's not anyone else. It's not your job or the people you follow, but you. If you are bored, then change it. If you don't like your job, then do something else. Katie said with a sweet smile. Vincent turned his head and looked at her. The whole time he was speaking and listening, he was looking towards the crowd of people as if he was trying to find an answer. When he looked at her, that was when she realized how beautiful this man really was. But not only that, how lonely his eyes were. As expected, an idiotic answer from someone who doesn't understand the weight nor has no such responsibility, Vincent said. Katie wanted to snap back. This man was a complete stranger and she was only trying to cheer him up. And in return, she had been called an idiot, but suddenly the man stood up. There are some things you can't control in your life, Vincent said, and this is one of them. At that moment, a hissing sound was heard, and following after, gas was starting to enter the room. The club was being filled with it. Some people started to scream while others were collapsing onto the floor. They banged against the doors, but it was useless as the whole place was locked, and their voices weren't heard over the incredibly loud music being played. Soon, even Katie's vision started to blur, but she could see the man who was standing beside her was unaffected by the whole thing. And finally, she had passed out, along with every human in the club. Not a single human soul was awake in the nightclub, and just like with the 8 men from the first night, each one of them was rounded up. But not only that, any signs of what the nightclub once was, were being completely demolished. The whole site was something Quinn couldn't believe. He wanted to shout out, stop them, ask them what they were doing, what they had planned to do with all the people in that room. But all he was in this story was a bystander. Soon he came to the realization that everything that was happening had already happened. Watching everything was Vincent and Edward. So are you ready to head back again for the rest of the year? Edward said. Jim will be happy you're back. You know, he asks about you every day. At that moment, he could see the girl he was talking to seconds ago, being dragged on the floor away like the rest of them. Make sure everything is sorted. We can't have anyone finding out, Vincent said as he walked off. Everything had been done in a matter of hours, and the vampires were quick to work. Eventually, the group of them, including Edward, had all returned, and were once again in the dark room. With them, several large vehicles that had a cage filled with the people inside. Powering them for the movement was the blue crystals. All that was left to do was turn on the teleporter, and it was time for them to head back to the vampire settlement. When the last person walked through, a strange device was thrown on the ground. A countdown was shown, and a few seconds later, it had exploded, destroying any evidence of the advanced technology that had yet to be introduced into the human world. Following Vincent's movements, Quinn noticed that the place they were in wasn't exactly the same as the settlement they knew today. It looked slightly different, and there was only one moon in the sky, which would suggest the portal they used was still on Earth. The people, including Edward, were busy escorting the group of people somewhere, and Vincent himself was to report to the king of his duties. During the report, Quinn had found out what those people were to be used for and what Vincent's job was. It seemed like Vincent's job every year was to find humans that would be used as a blood source for everyone. There was a date that was always set and a quota he had to hit. How many years he had been doing it for, Quinn had no idea. All he knew was the way he was acting. He had become numb to doing such a task, or he never cared for the humans in the first place. Still, Quinn felt like the Vincent he knew now and the AI that would usually talk to, they seemed like two entirely different people. Something had to have changed. As for the current king that was there, it didn't look like the one that Quinn had seen. It was making it hard for him to place when exactly everything had happened. All he knew is it wasn't the first king, neither was it the current one. When Vincent returned to his castle, there was someone waiting there, waiting for him. It was a man with short brown hair, and his lips would stick out a little further than usual. This man's name was Jim. "Sir, did you have a nice trip? I bet you have many stories to tell me this time," Jim said. "I'm a little tired," Vincent replied. "Do you have any news about the 10th settlement?" "Of course, sir, I understand. I have prepared your bed for you already," Jim said. "And as for the people, ever since you gifted them those power crates to help move their belongings, the people have been even happier. I also set up your research lab just the way you like it in case there is anything you want." Jim replied, "Thank you, please continue to look after the people. After my rest, I will be going to the lab," Vincent replied. Jim was a strange man. He was Vincent's other vampire knight, and while Edward would often be with Vincent, Jim was left in charge of the castle to look after the people. However, Jim had a strange fascination with Vincent that Edward just never understood quite well. Because Jim, although he didn't look it, was even older than Vincent. In a way, they were related, and Jim was Vincent's great-uncle. But their relationship never seemed to be like so. If one was to take a look, they would think it was the other way round. Jim always was respectful to Vincent and admired him. Vincent never told Edward why their relationship was like this. So the whole thing was a mystery. Vincent certainly did rest when he returned, but it wasn't for long, and soon after he would go straight to his research lab. Quinn, seeing this place, knew it was exactly the same as the lab that Logan was using. Only at the moment it was more full, with materials and liquids lying around all over the place. He got straight to work and was silent. The whole thing Quinn didn't really understand, but he could tell Vincent was incredibly focused. He would often, while working, taste the strange liquid he was trying to create, which was red in color, but each time he would shake his head in disappointment. If he needed a break, he would start to work on other things like strange weapons. What interested Quinn most, though, was from time to time he would look at his notes. When this happened, Quinn had gotten a chance to read them, trying to see what he was working on, and after a lot of back and forth and flipping through pages, Quinn finally understood a little of what Vincent was trying to do. He was trying to make a replacement of blood for the vampires, so they no longer needed to rely on humans anymore. Things were starting to make sense. Arthur had explained some of the laws that were agreed upon between the Punishers and the Council when he had left. Of course, he knew that they needed blood to survive, or at least not to turn into crazed, hungry bloodsuckers. So there was no rule saying they couldn't exactly get blood from humans. However, there was a rule about breeding humans, using them as some type of cattle. A life like that Arthur just felt was too cruel. They had no choice but to go to the human world every so often and pick the unfortunate to be used as a blood source. What Quinn was wondering, though, was if Vincent was doing this out of his own choice, or was it something that the king had ordered him to do. Eventually, it looked like Vincent had run out of the source material of the red liquid he was trying to make. When he went to leave the room, he could see Jim standing by the door. "Jim, didn't I tell you to look after the people? What are you doing here?" Vincent asked. "Well, now that Edward is back, sir, he is dealing with those normal duties. This gives me time to help you with your work if you so wish. I'm not a fool, you know, I could greatly help." As he spoke towards the end, Jim sounded as if he was getting more excited. "You know I can't do that, Jim, please," Vincent said, and Jim quickly realized his place and calmed back down. "I assume that you are looking for something. They should be awake by now," Jim said. "Would you like me to go fetch one?" Jim knew Vincent's routine in and out. He had been working on the same thing for years after all, and their conversation never seemed to differ. So he thought, just like today, he would go get what Vincent needed and return, hoping one day he would change his mind when asking to help him with his research. But today was different, as for the first time Vincent had replied differently. "Actually, I would like to go get one myself. Only a fool does the same thing again and expects the same result," Vincent replied. "Maybe there is something else that I'm missing." With this said, the two of them traveled to their decided location. Finally, they had arrived, and the two of them were now at the 9th castle. Around the back of the castle was a large square-shaped building. The 9th family was in charge of all the prisoners, and this was their prison. Upon entering the prison, the two of them continued to walk, Strange creatures could be seen as they walked through the halls and a few vampires here and there, but eventually, they had reached their destination. They were looking at the cells full of humans. Most of them inside looked like they were shaking, shivering at what they had seen and wondering what had become of them. "Hey you! You tricked us! Get us out of here!" a voice shouted. Usually, the humans would have learned their place by now and had broken down into silence, too afraid of what might happen to them if they acted out. From time to time they may have been screams and noises but not clear speech. So Vincent was quite surprised to hear this. As he moved over to a different cell, he could see her. The same girl from the nightclub that one time. "If I get out of here, I swear the first person I'm going to kill is you," she shouted. Vincent smiled back at her and said, "I'll take this one." As requested, Katie had been taken out of her cell, and both Jim and Vincent along with her were on their way back to the castle. It was the first time Katie had left the cell and was wide awake. So turning head around, she took everything in, seeing the fantastic sight. Everything around them looked as if it had been made from the Victorian era. Yet, somehow there were signs of modern technology being used in certain places. A cashless society, kids playing with virtual machines and such, and they even had automated delivery systems. Vehicles that seemed to be moving without the need of any help from outsiders. "Where the hell am I?" Katie asked. "Shut up. Don't you talk to him like that." Jim snapped at the girl, and it looked like he was about to hit her at the back of the head as a reminder, but Vincent had turned around before he could do so, and he could read his eyes. They were telling him to stop. "You don't need to know," Vincent said, as they continued on walking towards the castle. It was clear to her that this man was the one in charge, and he had been the organizer of the whole thing at the nightclub. Perhaps he was even the reason for the boys who had gone missing earlier as well. The question was, just what was about to happen to her and the rest of them? When she had come to, they were walking through the hallways of the prison, and she had seen things she only imagined in her nightmares, or on the movie screen. "Is this hell?" she thought. If she had died and gone to such a place, she definitely would have believed it. Finally arriving at the castle, they had gone to his research lab immediately, and Jim, as usual, was kept out of it. So the only ones in the room were both Katie and Vincent. She hadn't been tied up or anything, and simply brought along. "Are they not worried I will try to escape?" she thought. Not saying a word, Vincent got straight to work, wrapping a plastic tube around the top of her bicep and inserting a needle taking some of her blood. Katie wanted to move, she wanted to reject, but when their two eyes had met, she was frozen in place. Her body wasn't listening to her, and she felt like she could do nothing. Katie remained seated on a stool that was placed in the corner of the room, and Vincent, with his new blood, looked happy, as if he could make great progress. He continued to work, and finally the silence was broken with a question. "What are you doing with my blood?" Katie asked. She knew she wouldn't get an answer of where they were or what they had seen, but maybe he would have answered her on this. "I'm trying to create a blood substitute for us. That way we no longer need to rely on your kind. Maybe we can even move planets," Vincent said without moving his head from his work. Move planets? Katie thought the man was mad. The humans hadn't even been able to step foot on Mars yet. But here he was talking about moving to another planet. Although there was something else that he had said that worried her, the words "your kind." Seeing how engrossed Vincent was in his work, Katie thought she needed to do something to get out of here. The images of those creatures kept popping in her head, and she was sure this wasn't a safe place. Looking to her right, there was a cabinet that was full of large glass flasks and beakers. Slowly, she started to lean over, and out from the cabinet she grabbed a large glass container and kept it behind her. And all she did now was wait. After the first blood sample was taken, Vincent was ready to take another. When he walked over to Katie, he noticed that the cabinet was open. Not to mention he could hear her moving about before. Still, he decided to continue walking forward as if he knew nothing, and when he had gotten close enough, from behind her back, she swung the glass container as hard as she could, hitting Vincent right on the face. A loud smash was heard, but Vincent hadn't even flinched, nor did his head move. The container was no more as it had shattered with the impact. When looking at him, she could see several cuts that had been made across his handsome face. However, a few seconds later, and in front of her very eyes, those wounds started to heal at a pace that she could see. Not knowing what else to do, she decided to run to the door. It was right there in front of her, with nothing blocking her way. If she could somehow make it, maybe she could escape. She didn't really know what she was thinking, but she just wanted to leave. But then, suddenly Vicent appeared directly in front of the door as if he had teleported. "There is a reason why I felt no need to tie you up," Vincent said. In her hopeless situation like this, Katie felt like the only thing she could do was smile. After that incident, Katie was returned to her cell with the rest of them, and in her own cell was Gavin as well. Vicent went away back to his room, and most of the vampires would now sleep as the sun started to rise. Of course, the prison cell was mostly covered, so the sun hardly shone inside in the first place. "Are you okay? Did they do anything strange to you?" Gavin asked. Gavin was Katie's partner, and he had also been taken to the vampire settlement. "I'm fine. More than I should be," she thought as she felt like she had gotten off lightly. At any point in time, she knew the man was able to kill her but had chosen not to. "What about you? Did anything happen here?" she asked. They seemed to be selecting some people at random. At first, someone came over, and they took a bit of blood from everyone. Gavin lifted his arm, showing the small mark. "It was strange. It was like we couldn't do anything to fight back, as if our minds were forced to do what they had said. But then after a couple of strange-looking vampires came in, I saw them talking to the guards. They then looked at us all like we were some type of animal in a zoo, and eventually the vampire raised their hands pointing, and they were picked off somewhere. I thought the same thing had happened to you, but you're the first one to have returned." They waited that night for the other people to return that Gavin was talking about. Still, unlike with Katie, those two people never did return, and this just made it even harder for them to get to sleep that night. Each day they were fed food and water like normal, and someone would come over to take their blood every 2 or so days. Nothing was said, and they weren't informed of anything. As for Vincent, he too would come every day and ask for Katie. It was the same routine. He would take her to his lab and they would talk for a bit. Without fail, she would try to escape in some elaborate way, but it never worked. Through their conversation, Katie found out that they were vampires. As time went by, Vincent started to be more honest with her. He saw no reason to hide it. She would be here for the rest of her life anyway until she was no longer of any use to them. Eventually, Katie saw no need to try to escape anymore. It felt useless, but more so than that, she was looking forward to her talks she would have with Vincent. Unlike the others, they were never taken out of the cell unless it was for blood or to be cleaned up and such. But she was able to go outside and experience the settlement. She never saw the sun again, but she now understood why. However, one day something had changed. 2 well-dressed vampires had appeared, and Gavin recognized them straight away. They were the vampires that had come during the first day, while Katie was away with Vincent. These vampires talked to the guards once more, and there seemed to be a slight exchange of something between their hands. Unsure what it was, but Gavin noticed it was bright red in color and crystal-like. The 2 men went cell by cell, inspecting and looking at all of the humans. "Why do all of their eyes look incredibly dull and weak?" the vampire said. "I can't have one dying on me that quickly like the last one." "Perhaps, but you must also remember that human bodies are several times weaker than vampires. You have to control your strength." Eventually, the 2 vampires had reached the cell that Katie and Gavin were in, and the vampires had spotted her. A human beauty who still had a fire in their eyes, not looking dead like the others. "Oh, she is a nice one indeed. I'll take her," the vampire said. The cell doors were open, and Katie was left with 2 unknown vampires. For the first time, she was being taken away, and it wasn't by Vincent. This feeling that Katie was having as she was being walked through the city, it was something she had not felt in a while. The feelings she had when she had first come to this strange place were being resurfaced. It was fear. The very hairs on her whole body were shaking. Being taken away by a complete stranger, and a vampire stranger at that, many questions were rising in her head. What was he planning to do? Why her and not anyone else? Thinking about these things, something else popped into her mind. For the first time ever, she was asking for someone. Where was Vincent? She couldn't believe it, but right now she felt safe with Vincent. But it wasn't the same for the person in front of her. Finally, they had arrived at the castle, which one she had no clue of, but it was one of the 14 castles that stood tall around the place. What she did notice was whoever she was with seemed to have some authority. When they entered the castle, just like with Vincent, everyone had greeted the 2 vampires that were with them. There was a time that she thought perhaps Vincent was the king, which was why everyone was so willing to follow him. But now seeing this, it made her realize that the vampire world system was a lot more complicated than they originally thought. You will be staying here, the younger man said out of the 2. The first of the 2 had short spiky black hair and had some type of a fur coat on his back. As for the other, he was an older gentleman. He didn't dress as flashy, but still just as arrogant. They were on the ground floor of the castle and had headed towards the back. Here she had been brought to a room, but she didn't get a good feeling. While the rest of the castle was filled with lights and workers, this was different. Still, Katie didn't say anything. She had learned from Vincent that other vampires weren't as calm as him, and she had seen it in the cells. Once in a while, someone would say something to them, and the vampires would snap. According to Vincent, it was because they were a divide in the way the vampires thought. Whether or not vampires were superior beings to humans or were there to protect them. The second belief came from the fact that they relied on the human blood to live. It would be strange to see yourself above a beast you relied upon some thought. So why did they have more power than them? Why had the world set it up like so? And eventually a certain set of vampires believed that they were meant to be protectors. The doors were pushed wide open, and the room was dark, too dark for Katie to be able to see inside. But what had hit her immediately was the smell. It was so rancid and sour that she couldn't help but start to gag. Stop your complaining and get in, the younger vampire said as he kicked her backside and she fell to the floor. When she did, Katie felt her hands fall into something. Something wet. The smell was now even worse since she was in the room. I'll be back. I just need to freshen up a bit, the young vampire said as he closed the doors. When he did, an automatic light switch was turned on, and she could finally see inside of the room. Lifting the palm of her hands towards her face, she could now see what the wet feeling was. It was blood. Looking up in the room, she could see 2 dead bodies inside that had been tossed into the corner, and blood was filled all over the walls. No! No! Katie shouted. As a detective, she had seen her fair share of crime scenes, and some people wouldn't believe the things she had seen, but this was different. She was in a situation where she was trapped with the killer, and it could be her turn to die next. Took her a while to get used to everything, and she had even thrown up a bit. However, right now she needed to get her mind straight. Looking at the 2 bodies, one of them looked to have been dead for a while. As for the other, it seemed more recent. Perhaps, as soon as the second person had died, the vampire went to select another person. It was hard for her to think properly, but she knew she would have to put her mind to use. Why did this vampire pick these people? Even serial killers had a reason, an obsession, and if she found out why, she might be able to use that to her advantage. Tearing off a piece of her clothing, she covered her mouth and nose, making the smell a little more bearable for her. Looking at the bodies, she hoped to find something. Both female, quite young-looking. Katie thought. Marks by the wrist, and as for clothing, there aren't very much on them. After a few more seconds of inspection, she realized she had seen scenes of something like this before, and she just hoped her thoughts weren't true as to why she was here. Meanwhile, Vincent this time was heading to the prison himself. He had been doing so for a while now. He knew Jim was quite clingy at first, but it would lessen over time, and it did indeed. Jim instead was now more focused on spreading Vincent's great name to the people, helping them and delivering great items he had created in the name of the 10th. When he had finally arrived, the guards let him through as normal. The vampires knew what type of research he was doing, so he was one of the few vampires that were allowed access to see the humans as he wished. However, when approaching and looking in the usual cell, the woman he would usually pick couldn't be seen. Guards, there are fewer people in this cell compared to the last time I visited, Vincent said. The 2 guards were stationed down the hall. They both looked at each other just before walking toward Vincent to have a look. Ah yes, one of them seemed to have fallen gravely ill, sir, and they had passed away. It was unfortunate, but there are still plenty and you may take one as you usually do. 10th leader. The guard replied, the whole time while speaking with his head on the floor. Usually, this would be interrupted as a sign of respect for the leader, but the guard had done this on purpose because he felt like he was unable to look the 10th leader in the eye. Inside the cell, though, Gavin had heard every word. As soon as Katie was taken, he was worried. He knew those vampires had taken 2 people before and they had never come back. As for this man, he took Katie every day and always returned her safely. Katie had even spoken quite well of him. He didn't know whether or not he could trust this man. But at the same time, what choice did he have? He was stuck in the cell and there would be nothing he could do. They are lying, Gavin shouted. 2 vampires had come earlier and taken her away. They took Katie. The only thing Gavin could hope for now was the vampire acutely somehow cared about Katie. It was a long shot. The other humans who were in the cell had stepped away from Gavin, expecting the guards to come in and punish him, but nothing had happened. The reason for that was because they hadn't moved from their spot that was in front of Vincent, the 10th leader. They could feel a strange energy off their body. If they did move, it would have meant death. Did you two just lie to me? Vincent asked. Tell me, who was it? But the 2 guards had remained silent. Tell me now, who was it? He shouted again, this time in a more fierce voice. Still, the guards did not reply and remained silent, which could only mean one thing. The vampire that had decided to take them was at least another vampire leader like himself. There was a strange feeling inside of Vincent. Why was he angry? If so, why would he be angry over a simple human? It didn't quite make any sense, and to the guards it didn't either. Sure, they had lied to him, but it was expected that some leaders would come and select humans from time to time. It was always better to consume blood directly from its source. Trying to focus his mind, Vincent decided to cool down. Bring the man to me, I shall be taking him, Vincent said, pointing at Gavin. At this point, Gavin was heart-stricken. Previously he had thought that, just maybe, for even a brief second, that the vampire in front of him had actually cared. Otherwise, why would have he gotten so angry? But it seemed to be nothing after all. The guards took Gavin out of his cell and Vincent went off with him as usual. When the 2 finally had left the prison, he felt like he could speak freely. Now tell me, describe to me what these 2 vampires that took Katie looked like, Vincent asked. And then a smile appeared on Gavin's face. The vampire had used her name. The 2 were close after all. Gavin had given all the details of the 2 vampires he had seen, and there was one feature that stood out. The clothing the vampire was wearing. The fur he would often wear around his neck. This was the point that stood out to Vincent. He knew it was the 8th family leader. The Snacker family. Walking towards the castle, he thought of this as a good sign. The 8th family's ability was telepathy. Because of this, the family was treated well as they were the communicators, but Vincent was more thankful it wasn't one of the more dangerous abilities. If it was, then if a fight was to occur, he would need more than himself for something like this one. If it came to it, he could rely on the times he always brought with him. Inside the room, Katie was seriously considering something right now, whether or not to kill herself. It seemed like the easier way out for something like this. She didn't want to go through that. She didn't want to go through what the other women had gone through. But before she could even decide, the doors had already opened and the young vampire man from before had walked in. Behind him the doors closed and now only him and her were in the room. The man had changed his clothes and was wearing just a white bathrobe. In his hand he held a glass filled with red liquid and he would constantly sniff it and smile. Why are you doing this? Katie asked, hoping to buy time, what for she really didn't know. But any second extra of her life she could add to it. She wanted to. You will be dead soon, so what's the point? The man replied, and he started to take sips from the glass and walk towards her. Katie taking steps back at the same time, looking at the undressed dead women on the floor. Maybe I can help you. Maybe if I knew what you wanted, we could work together. Clearly you're not killing them for blood, right? You have enough of that. So please let me help you, she said in a soft voice. Right now, She was doing everything in her power to not sound nervous. Her strong will was overcoming her fear, but she didn't know for how long, as her hands were still shaking behind her back. The young man stopped to think for a second. Maybe a change or a willing person was what he needed after all. Well, let's see if you still think the same way after I tell you my answer, the man said. You see, we aren't like you. Maybe you already know that already, but we refer to ourselves as vampires. Vampires are able to mate with their own kind and produce offspring, just as you humans can. But, if a human and a vampire were to mate, it's impossible for them to produce an offspring, or at least that's what we are taught. There is also another myth, let's call it, that if a vampire manages to get a human pregnant, then they will give birth to a dampire. With a dampire on our family's side, then maybe no one will mess with us anymore. Katie had no clue what the man was talking about, but at least for now it didn't seem like he was going to kill her. But another thought had entered her mind. She was right, the reason why the girls were undressed on the floor, why he was telling her this. He wanted to try and get her pregnant. You're right. Maybe keeping to one partner would have more chance of success. As he said this, he lifted his glass up and swung it to the side, letting all the blood fall onto her body. But you see, I just get too excited to hold back. Now his eyes were glowing red, and Katie was no longer able to move back. Vincent and Gavin had reached the 8th castle, and they had been stopped by the outside doors by the guards. They had no permission to get in, even if Vincent was a leader. The vampires respected each other's places. I'm here to give the new young master a gift, Vincent said, pointing to the boy. The guards, seeing and being able to smell it was a human and could see what was happening, and thought it was a good idea. The 8th leader was quite new, and there had been a few leaders who had come to give gifts. Still, it wasn't a decision for them to make, and they decided to call one of the vampire knights and wait. Finally, the doors were opened, and at that moment, Vincent had made his move, stepping into the castle aggressively, going past the guards and onto castle grounds. This was the first taboo he had committed, entering another castle without their permission. Vincent, what are you doing? This is an offense, the knight said. I'm here to take what's mine, Vincent replied, and his eyes and anger had returned from what it was when he was at the prison. Gavin could even feel it, the feelings he had back then, they hadn't gone away. He was suppressing them this whole time. It didn't take long for Vincent to figure out where the human was, for the smell of blood could be smelt the second he had stepped through those doors. This wouldn't be too unusual, but the smell was incredibly strong. Something was up. Before the vampire knight could react, Vincent threw an object down at his feet, and a glass container had risen, trapping the vampire inside. The vampire knight tried to hit the glass to break it, but with how tight-spaced it was hard for it to get the momentum to use his full strength. It seemed impossible for the vampire to break himself from the inside. Soon after, Vincent was on the move and heading towards the doors. Sir, Vincent, the 10th leader, is heading in your direction now, the vampire knight said, sending a message to his own leader. However, between the time the message was sent and to when Vincent had arrived, he was already inside the room, and he was looking down at the two. Katie on the floor with her clothes partly ripped, tears filled in her eyes, and with the vampire on top of her. She didn't know why he had come. She didn't really know this man that well, but what she did know was she was happy that he was here. Vincent, please, help me, she said. Vincent, I will talk to you later. Whatever matter you have come in for, we can talk about. Just leave, the leader said. Vincent was an older leader, so even though he had entered his castle without permission, he needed to still treat him quite politely. At the same time, he never thought that the reason he was here was to see a single human. He didn't know why, but without saying a single word, Vincent's body started to move on its own. His hand had already been hardened, and before he knew it, his hand was grabbing onto the man's head, and his fingers were now digging into his skull. Vincent, what are you doing? A message to all leaders. This is urgent. The 10th leader, he is trying to kill me. I repeat, the 10th leader has entered my castle and is trying to kill me. Please help or advise me on what to do. In the middle of his message, the nails had dug in too far into his skull, and his brain had been crushed. Letting go, the body fell to the floor. The first part of the message had been sent to all the leaders. In the panic, he had also sent it out to Vincent himself. So he knew they were all aware of what he had done. This wasn't something he could simply cover up, but worse of all, he didn't even know why he had done it. Getting up from the floor, Katie immediately went over to Vincent and gave him a hug. The tears flowed and she couldn't stop thanking him for saving his life. "What did I do?" Vincent said, lost by his actions. Soon after, Gavin had entered and was standing by the door. "Katie, you're alive. I knew he would save you. Come on, let's get out of." Suddenly, Gavin had stopped in the middle of his words, and his mouth was filled with blood. His body was quickly chucked to the side, and behind him stood another vampire knight. It was a different one to the first one that Vincent had trapped. You killed our leader," he said. There was no time for thinking about what to do next. Soon the whole castle would be here and against him. Vincent was strong as a leader, but he couldn't go up against a whole family on his own, and after that message had been sent out, he was wondering if they would have even wanted to help him. However, Vincent was an inventor, and he never went outside without his gadgets. Pulling something off his belt, he threw it onto the floor and a portal had opened. "Come with me," Vincent said as he picked her up in his hands and jumped through the portal. In an instant the portal had closed and it had exploded. The two of them had escaped somewhere, and the vampires had no clue where, what had happened, and why. Experiencing the whole thing as Vincent, Quinn could feel what he was feeling at the time. The answer was Vincent had fallen in love. For Quinn, it was a wild ride. So far, he had finally found out the reason why Vincent had chosen to leave the vampire settlement. But it wasn't out of choice, but rather he had to. He was forced to leave with no explanation to his people or his knights. He could understand why some would have felt like he had abandoned them. However, there still seemed to be more to the story left. He still didn't understand how he had gotten the book. Although he couldn't remember much about his parents due to how young he was when they left him. He was sure that Vincent or Katie were not them. When both Vincent and Katie went through that teleporter, their whole lives had changed that day. At first Katie was in tears. She didn't know what to do as one of her closest colleagues had died, and at the same time, Vincent was still in the middle of discovering himself. It was a rocky start for both of them for more reasons than one. The teleporter was a random destination teleporter. Vincent had invented it to be used in two ways, against his enemies to give him more time, or for himself in a situation like this one. However, what it meant was they were in a place that they knew nothing about. He had no ID, no safe house, no money. The support he would usually get from the council was no more, which meant they needed to do everything themselves from scratch. To get on their feet, Vincent worked some odd jobs here and there in the closest town. It wasn't enough for them to really live off, but it was something he could easily do with his body. As for food, all of it would be spent on Katie and the rest saved, while the only source of blood Vincent would have to get was from her. However, eventually, he continued to wean of the blood more and more as the days went by. At one point, they had finally saved enough money for Vincent to send Katie back to where she once was, and he was surprised when her response was, "No, I want to stay with you." The two got on well, and Vincent soon realized his true feelings for her. He released why he had done everything. It was the first time he had ever felt this way about someone. During their time together, vampires would be sent to the human world in search of Vincent. Once in a while they would find him, but they were dealt with and the two of them were on the move again. The good thing was, due to the deal with the Punishers that had been set up, the vampires weren't allowed to send such a large force at risk of the humans finding out, and eventually they would send less and less people as time went on. Vincent was causing them no harm, and the same could be said for them. Moving was tough on the two of them, constantly being on the run, and Katie said she finally wanted to settle, but with his line of work it was hard for him to make any decent money. He needed something more stable, and eventually, he went into a passion that he had in the vampire world as well. The science field. Using his knowledge and powers, he was able to introduce new ideas and inventions that the humans didn't have. Nothing groundbreaking, but enough to give both him and Katie a good living. although not everything was as sweet as it seemed. They had the house, they were living happily, and their lives were no longer in danger. They even had managed to make some friends at their workplace. Vincent was sitting in the dark living room of his house, while Katie was staring outside her window looking out at the garden when she finally said, "I want a family," Katie muttered, but even though she had said it quietly, Vincent was still able to hear with his great hearing. "A family, huh?" Vincent replied back in a saddened voice. "Oh, sorry, I was just mumbling to myself. I'm happy with you, I really am. I know you can't make a family," she replied back. "What do you mean?" Vincent said. The conversation of what had happened to Katie that day when Vincent had saved her wasn't really spoken much. Every time it would be brought up, bad memories would surface for her. So Vincent had left the subject, but now she was ready to finally talk about it. She explained to him what the leader had said that day and what he was trying to do. How vampires couldn't mate with humans, but if one did get pregnant by chance, then they would create something called a damper. The vampire hunters. Vincent mumbled as he thought back to some of the old vampires' history he had learned about. He was always interested in these types of things, so he knew a lot about it. However, more importantly, with this new information, there was a good chance that Vincent could return to the vampire settlement. He could give them reason for his actions that day. The king could even use the influence skill on both him and Katie to confirm that fact, and he could return to his people. As he thought about this, he started to look around his house. There were many photos of the places him and Katie had been together around the world. All the things they experienced. Then when he thought back to the vampire settlement, he never had any free time. He had to look after the people, and any spare second was used in trying to create the blood substitute. Walking over the two of them had a photo board. It had all the photos over the years of them being together and had collected. Looking at them carefully, he noticed something, and this made his heart sink deeper into himself than he had ever cared to imagine. In the pictures from the beginning, he could see it in Katie's face. With each passing year, she was aging. Wrinkles were getting deeper, her skin was getting looser. While he looked no different from when they had first met. It was a realization that with him being the way he was now, she would continue to grow old and die while he would always remain the same. "I don't want that to happen," Vincent thought. "I will find a way for us to make a family," Vincent said. Vincent couldn't get rid of his vampire powers just like that. The vampires might have still been out for him. Yes, they had stopped attacking, but he wasn't 100% sure. More than anything, he would have hated it for him to have raised a family and then to be powerless to protect them. Putting his work to the side, Vincent started to put his research into something else, how to get rid of his vampire powers. He had to be careful about this, and he needed to be sure. Eventually, he had figured it out. But what he realized was, he could only transfer his powers into another type of source, and he did so, keeping it somewhere safe in the form of a book. However, unknown to him that soon a big event would happen that would greatly alter and affect his decision. Vincent was successful in raising a family as two humans together after this. They grew up and continued to get older together as he wished, but there was always the fear in the back of his mind. So using his money, he was able to create something that would allow him to contact the 10th base once again. This was because during his time at the 10th castle, he had listening devices planted all over in certain places in the vampire settlement. He had done this to control his castle and family better, but now he was using it to keep an eye on any developments going on with the vampires. And he had heard of a new development indeed. Rumors were going around that all the Punishers on the planet they had relocated to had been wiped out. By what or how, they had no idea, but they had been killed. This worried Vincent even more. With the Punishers dead, there would no longer be anyone to enforce the rules that had been established. There was a possibility of an attack. Maybe not now, but sometime in the future. He was in the middle of it all. He had a family he needed to still raise, he couldn't just leave them, and at the same time he felt like he couldn't do nothing. He knew how he wanted to spend the rest of his life, and his time was soon to be over. But he wouldn't leave without giving the human race a fighting chance. A chance for them to live. He thought in his head that the ideal person to be the bridge between the vampires and humans would be a human-turned-vampire. Just like with Arthur. Someone who experienced the human world. With this in mind, Vincent went to work as usual, and he was thinking of the best ways of how to set up his legacy. One day at work, he was struggling, thinking about how to help his future ancestors. Just being a vampire wouldn't be enough, for he didn't know how long his powers would go unused for. There might be no one to teach him, no one to tell him of his ways. "You look troubled there, Vincent. Anything I can help with?" a man from his workplace had said. This man was a work colleague of Vincent's, and he was also the man who had helped him create the system. Vincent was at a low point as he was trying to wrap his head around the best way to try to train a vampire. In the settlement they had schools to teach all basics, and then they would be mentored by teachers and so on. The problem was, how could a turned vampire compete with all that? Yes, the vampire would be different and stronger than most. This was because of him. Vincent, a vampire leader, had put all of his powers into a single source, meaning it would be transferred over to the other person. But if a human was suddenly able to get that much power in an instant and didn't know about the consequences of such power, then perhaps he too would eventually become someone who was against humanity and not with humanity. At that point in time, a colleague that was at the science lab had come to help him. Vincent never explained his problems fully but explained a scenario that would be similar to his current situation, and in the end the colleague had come up with an idea. "I think the best way would be to make it like a game, an RPG game of sorts," the man said. Vincent had no clue what the man was talking about. He never personally dabbled himself in entertainments such as this one. In fact, other than spending time with his family and wife, he would be working at the lab all the time. With this, the man showed Vincent what he was talking about, but it was hard for him to grasp. "Let me show you in person. I have been developing a few things myself," he said. Taking Vincent to a separate part of the lab, there was a device that wasn't known to humans, but Vincent had seen it in the vampire world before. What the man had shown him was a completely immersive VR game. One where you would put on the headset and your mind would be transported into that world. It was a technology the vampires already had and would use it for training themselves. Vincent himself had introduced some technology to humans during his time here, but he made sure to not introduce technology that would change or catch the attention of the vampires altogether. Had the humans managed to come this far without the need for help? Vincent thought. On top of this, there was another question: was his colleague a human? That could also be the reason why he was able to introduce something like this. However, now that he was no longer a vampire, he was unable to tell, and he had joined after he had become a human. With these things in his head, he had tried the game his college was presenting. Experiencing the game himself and the mechanics, he finally understood that this was the perfect way to limit and help the person grow. After exiting from the VR headset, he had a few questions to ask himself. "Did you do all the programming for the game?" Vincent asked. "I have actually been developing an AI chip, one that can adapt and change to the situation that it is put in. This way developers will be able to just focus on building the scenery around it. The AI will adapt and give appropriate quests based on the information that it has beforehand. The goal is to make it as easy as possible for people to use. I really do think it's the future." There was no rush, so Vincent continued to work on with the man closely on his project, learning the things he did. Quickly, Vincent came to realize how this man's mind was even better than his own. It was amazing how he thought. Originally, he had planned to create his own system similar, but the AI behind everything was far too complex for Vincent to understand. Still, he continued to work through the years. But then, tragedy stuck in Vincent's life. Something that he didn't think would ever happen, happened. Vincent was around 60 years of age and still working at the lab, and Katie was younger, around 55. Their one kid had already grown up and left the house, and once again they only had each other. One day, bad news struck as there was news of Katie having been in a car crash. There was nothing he could do, and she was already dead. When he gave up his vampire powers and placed them into the book, for some reason he had still kept his ability. If she was to get a disease, he could use it to get rid of it. If she was partly injured or a torn limb as such, he could get them to grow back somehow. But there was one thing his ability couldn't do: couldn't bring back the dead. It wasn't long after her death that he started to realize there was nothing left in this world. He had a son, but they were never close, and for some reason he never felt too attached to him like he did Katie. He had tried to get in contact with the equipment he had at the Tense Castle, but it was no longer responding. Most likely this meant that the vampires had chosen to leave Earth for whatever reason. With no idea of where they went, he couldn't even return. So he had made a decision. Going into work on the last day, he had made a copy of the A.I system he and his colleague had worked so hard on adapting. He had it on a small stick and took it back to his house. Now in front of him on the table was the stick with the game's A.I system and the book with his vampire powers. He had grown old enough, and with his only love gone, he was happy to finally pass on. After fusing these two things together, he would have created a perfect game-like tutorial for the vampire ahead. With a drip of the Tense family blood, it would activate and turn them. However, there were a few instructions altered here and there in the A.I. Then he could finally rest and join Katie up above. In the room, there were a number of things prepared. Vincent had left a note, and the will had already been passed on to his lawyer, about what to do with the belongings and such. The small fortune he had built up from his inventions would all be given to his son and family to be looked after. As for why the room was filled with clutter and random junk, it was because of his ability. He wasn't sure what the exchange would be when fusing the A.I and book together, but he couldn't imagine it being that great. Placing his hand on one object, and then another on his body, and he activated his ability and he had told it its wish. But what he never expected was for his ability to ask him to give up his human body in return for its task. This was a big price to pay, and he was confused by it. When getting rid of his powers, the system felt like him turning into a human was a big price anyway, even though that was what he had wanted, but just to fuse these two things together. However, it was more about the complexity of what he was asking, and the A.I system completed by his colleague was more complex than they had thought. Does it even matter, giving my life up this way, or another? I had already decided. And with that, Vincent's body started to disintegrate, but his soul was used as the fusing agent between his powers and the A.I system, ultimately creating the book. Vincent didn't know what happened past that point because his mind was unconscious, but he was sure the book continued to be passed down until it eventually went to Quinn. Both Katie and Vincent had told their son the truth, and it had relayed it in the note as well. It was a family secret that was to be passed down. The only thing Quinn could guess after hearing this story is his parents had died far too young for him to understand anything, before they could tell him what had happened. After Vincent was placed in the book, Quinn was placed in a black room. He still wasn't conscious, and he was left alone with his thoughts. Now he knew how the book had come and most likely came into his hand, but there were still things he didn't understand. It looked as if Vincent really didn't have anything to do with the Dalki after all. It all happened after he passed away, Quinn thought. But what about my housing situation? Who was looking after me back then? Was it set up by his parents in case this had happened? Also, the information he had learned about a damper. It was as if it was a legendary creature. No wonder he told me not to tell Aaron. On top of all this, there was an even bigger thought stuck in his mind. The man that had helped create the system, the one that showed him the game. He looked oddly familiar, and he couldn't put his finger on where he had seen a familiar face before. And then the light bulb moment had hit him. But that's impossible. They couldn't be him, could it? For the man he saw helping out Vincent in the game looked similar to a man that was shown in the Boneclaw's memory as well. Finally, Quinn looked like he was returning to himself. As his eyes were opening, he could see the underground ceiling in an orange tint, being lit up by the several torches in the large room. When he got up, he was surprised to see that he was in the exact same room as before. He immediately started touching his own body, seeing if there were any changes. It felt weird to be back in his own body again, as if it wasn't his. After all, he had just spent nearly an entire lifetime experiencing everything that Vincent had gone through. There was no time skip. He had lived every second of Vincent's life from the nightclub until the day he had died. He touched his face, checking if there was any facial hair. Quinn, even at 17, didn't have any facial hair, he just didn't have the genetics for it. But he was wondering how much time had passed. When he had felt his face, there still was no such thing. But when looking in front of him, in front of the fifth tomb, The floating sprite-like figure that was known as Vincent was no longer there. "Is everything okay?" Edward asked, seeing Quinn lifting his upper body from the ground. "How much time has passed?" Quinn replied, "Don't worry. It wasn't too long, maybe a few days." "A few days?" Quinn said, shocked, although he couldn't be too surprised. He couldn't imagine what Edward had said if the years he spent living Vincent's memory had gone past as well. But his main concern now was about Leo and the others, and their time was even shorter now before they had to make a decision. Edward helped Quinn get off the ground and was constantly looking at him. From learning of Vincent's past, Quinn knew Edward really could be relied upon. He too must have learned of what the 10th leader had done, yet still chose to stay with him, believing there was a reason for his actions. What Quinn didn't like was that Edward was now staring at him constantly in a strange manner. "Well, did he say anything?" Edward asked. "I mean Vincent. I saw his spirit, and before I could say anything to him, he went inside your body and disappeared again." Quinn explained to Edward what he had gone through, including the heavy details, things that only Edward or Vincent should have known, and there were even things that Edward didn't know. Quinn felt like he should have learned the truth of what happened to Vincent. He deserved to know, after being loyal for all this time, why he had left. After hearing everything, Edward didn't seem too surprised though. Instead, he had a smile on his face. "So he was able to rest in peace after all," Edward said. However, something felt strange as Quinn was telling that story. He wanted to ask Vincent if it was okay, but was sure the system or the AI known as Vincent would have chimed in to stop him if he had said too much, but it had said no such thing, which was starting to worry Quinn a little. "Vincent, are you there? Vincent? Vincent?" There was no response, not even a single word. He rushed over to the 5th tomb to see if anything had changed, maybe Vincent would come back out again. But there was no response. Then a ding from the system had come up. "New quest received. Passing the torch. Return to the 5th tomb underneath the 10th castle once you have become the true 10th leader of the castle. Quest reward. Unknown." He read the reward and he had no clue what it meant. It wasn't what he was trying to do. He was trying to get in contact with Vincent. After trying several things, he had come to the realization that Vincent was no longer with him. After showing him everything he had been through, after being with him this long, he was gone. The system was still there and acting as normal, and his powers were the same, but his spirit or voice had disappeared. If Quinn was to have a guess, maybe he could contact him again after completing the quest of passing the torch. It seemed not everything was a complete coincidence after all, and he and Quinn shared the same blood. After learning this fact and losing him like this, it did feel like to Quinn that he had lost a family member. Family? "Edward, what happened to Jim?" Quinn asked. "I remember you saying the other vampire knight was upset with Vincent. Did he go to another family?" When thinking about family, technically Jim was Vincent's uncle and Vincent was Quinn's however many great-grandfather, so Jim would also be related to him. But more important than that, it meant something else, and Quinn wanted to ask some questions. Jim, when he learned of what happened to Vincent, he continued his work for a little while trying to create the blood substitute. It took a lot of convincing on his end, but the council finally agreed. However, he was a bit obsessed with Vincent, and in the end, he disappeared as well. My guess is he went back to Earth in search of Vincent, but according to what you told me, he had never found him either. Quinn started to think about everything he had seen and what he had learned so far. The main connections he was trying to find out now was to do with the creation of Borden. Apparently, someone had set it up so the lab that was connected in the 10th castle linked to the labs that they appeared from. The teleporter was made by Richard Eno, so Quinn could guess that the lab was also Richard Eno's as well. Looking over to his right, Quinn looked at the first tomb and could see the blue light was on, indicating that someone was inside. But what if that wasn't the case? Right now, Quinn had two guesses as to who Richard Eno could be, either Jim, who had changed his name and had gone back to Earth to search for Vincent, or more likely the first vampire king to the people. The first 10th leader. Still, why would they create the Dalki, as well as try to protect the human race? And this was Quinn's confusion in everything. "Edward, is there any way we can open up the tomb chambers by any chance?" Quinn asked. "It shouldn't be a problem. We can open up the chambers without waking them up. The only way to wake them up is from the blood of someone in the family." Right now, the only known person alive is you. Edward said. I think it would be best if you keep the fact that you are a direct descendant from the other tenths a secret. Why so? Quinn asked. Now with Vincent gone, he had to rely on Edward for the vampire information he would usually get. Because Vincent's ability was a strong one. There were many people that wanted it, and it was why those in the 10th chose to teach it to only one person. However, there are others that still know how to use that ability, and they are sleeping right here. If they know you can wake them up, they may force you to wake up one of the leaders and get their ability. Edward explained. It was something to think about, and by now Quinn was used to keeping secrets, so there shouldn't be a problem keeping one more like this one. Walking over, Edward was surprised when Quinn stopped in front of the first one and pointed at it. Edward didn't ask why, but was more curious than anything. Quinn had told him what happened but not his crazy theories, because to anyone else it would really sound crazy. Spinning the locks in a certain direction, a clicking sound was heard, and steam started to rise as the chamber did with it. When it finally came up, they could see a person visible through the glass container. For a second I thought there would be no one inside, Edward said, looking a little relieved, but when he looked at Quinn, his eyes were open wide, and he was biting his bottom lip as if he was nervous about something. What's wrong? Edward asked. Inside the chamber. Quinn pointed. That's not the first king. What do you mean? Edward asked now, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Edward, of course, wasn't old enough to know what the first king looked like. So when he saw someone inside, he was more than satisfied. I'm sure of it. I've seen the first king before. He was in a vision. Quinn knew the person inside didn't look like the one the Boneclaw had shown him with Arthur, nor did it look like the scientist with Vincent. This meant if the first king had never gone into eternal slumber, then there was a good chance he really was the one that had helped out Vincent back then. The question was as well, was he still alive out there? Let's not panic just yet, Edward said. There is one person that can confirm whether or not this really is the first king or not. Maybe you saw something wrong. Let's invite Arthur down here. It was true Arthur would be able to tell them. He was probably the only person alive who knew what the king looked like. But then Quinn started to think of the others. The first king had tricked not only Arthur but also now the whole vampire council. He was an unexpected character, and Quinn was worried for his friends who had gone to his suspected lab. While Quinn was busy experiencing Vincent's past, the rest of the group was busy away doing their own things, and that included the girls. The boys had already left to go to the mountain where they had first arrived. The girls didn't want to sit around doing nothing and wished to find out more about their own powers, including about CIA Phil. Layla's teacher at the school was highly knowledgeable, and if she remembered correctly, he belonged to the first family, along with Amy and Xander, who she also wanted to thank for helping them that day. Going to the first leader's castle area might have not been the best choice, but at the same time, when would they? They might leave soon, and according to Edward, there was actually no better time right after a big commotion. Most of the leaders actually weren't present at their castles at the moment and were staying at the king's castle to discuss further matters. As expected though, when Layla had arrived, along with CIA and Aaron behind her, they had drawn more attention than they thought they would have. It turns out many had remembered their faces. Although due to Erin's hair color and appearance changing slightly, people didn't recognize her and just saw her as another vampire. What surprised the people most, though, was the ones that could smell like humans before no longer smelled like humans, namely CIA. During the fight, when Vorden had been revealed, towards the latter end of the fight, the potion they used had worn off as well, revealing those that were human and those that were not. Do you know where you're going? Aaron asked, as it seemed like the three girls were aimlessly walking around the first area, while the onlookers would continually stare and gossip. Not really, Layla replied. I just remember Amy saying she lived in the inner castle area for the first family. Layla, come here, a girl said, shouting off from the side, away from most of the people. It seemed like great luck. By just wandering around that Amy had managed to find the three of them. Getting out of the main street, the girls quickly ran off to the side to join Amy, and at the same time, she immediately gave them both a hood to cover their faces. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but people might think something if they see me hanging around with you guys and all," Amy replied. Amy started to walk ahead and was heading in a certain direction. She was happy to see Layla all okay and was wondering about the human by her side. Had they turned her, or were they using the same trick they used before in the school? "It was quite lucky you found us, and thank you for giving us the hoods," Layla said. "Luck? It wasn't luck," Amy replied. "The second you guys walked in this place, the news was spread around everywhere. It would be impossible to not know that you guys were here." While walking together, they had finally reached a large-style mansion. There were even a couple of vampires standing outside of it. It was expected, as most of the houses in the inner castle area were quite large, and usually belonged to families that were close to the leader, but not close enough to be living in the castle with the leader. "There is someone inside who is waiting for you," Amy said. With the three of them entering, they had been escorted past the other vampires until they had finally reached a room, and in it, a single teenage boy was waiting, which was Xander. "I'm happy to see you are all okay," he said as he turned around and looked at Layla. At that moment, Layla gave a bow to both of them. "Thank you, both of you. We didn't even know each other for that long. Yet, you still chose to risk your lives to save me." She paused a little bit, and then turned to Xander. "I'm sorry, I thought of you as scum, but I was completely wrong. I promise if there comes a time where there is anything I can do for you, then please let me know." Xander and Amy looked at each other and smiled. "Actually, there is one thing you could do," Xander said. At this point, Layla's heart was thumping. Was he going to ask her out again? Force her to go on a date with him? She did just say she would do anything, and he did technically save her life. "Don't look so nervous," Xander said. "I can tell your heart is with someone else. I'm just glad it's not with that blonde fellow. The man you are going for is beyond what I can achieve. I haven't given up, but until I become a man that can be as great as him, I will not ask you again. You see, due to our interference, our family is in a bit of a pickle. We are being kicked out of the inner castle area, essentially making us part of the vampire pool. I have yet to learn the first family's ability, so this has become quite a blow to them, and the first leader has a lot of influence. It will be hard for us to get into any of the other families. I was wondering if you were able to put in a good word for us, to allow us to join the 10th family. Something like this Layla was happy to help with. If it's a request like that, then of course I can talk to Quinn, Layla replied. Actually, there was another reason why we are here, Layla said as she pointed to her two friends. We were hoping you could give us some information, or maybe you could help us find Teacher Phil. Layla briefly described what happened, telling them the truth. Layla felt like she could really trust these people, especially since they had risked their lives to save hers. She didn't explain much, but just how they had been turned into vampires themselves, and Aaron had become a vampire while CIA was turned into a banshee. Oh, so that what all that commotion was about earlier. Who would have thought this pretty little girl would turn into a screaming death alarm? Amy said. I can tell you what I know about them, and I can take you to see Phil tomorrow. If you can, I think it would be best if you stay here for tonight. Let things in the area calm down a bit. Besides, Phil has been called to the King's Castle to make reports, so he won't be back till tomorrow anyway. CIA didn't like the nicknames she was being called. She couldn't even remember what had happened earlier. But she was happy that they would be seeing a vampire teacher soon who would be able to tell her of her abilities. Perhaps then she would also be able to ask him about getting her memories back as well. For the vampire, Xander chimed in. The best way for her to learn would be to actually attend the school. They will teach her the basics, things that we can't really explain well. Or a personal tutor would be nice, but that's not something regular vampires have the privilege of obtaining. I have to ask? Amy interrupted. Does this mean you guys will be staying here? Now that you're vampires, you will have to write. The girls had already agreed to be turned, but the realization of such a thing hadn't really struck them yet. Each of them had goals they wanted to complete that would require them to leave this place one day. As for Erin, she was in a different situation compared to everyone else. They could go back to school, back to Earth with everyone, but for her, there was still True Dream after her blood. She wouldn't be able to return with the others. Anyway, Maybe for her to stay here and go to school wasn't a bad option anyway. Honestly, she still wanted to learn from Leo, so if he was to stay she would definitely be staying as well. At least until she learned everything she could from him. We don't really know, Layla replied honestly. There are still things that are going on at the 10th castle. Hearing this, Amy's face looked a little saddened. It was strange, Layla thought, because even in class she seemed to be quite the popular girl, so why would she even be bothered by Layla leaving? Still, seeing her hurt had made her hurt as well. But maybe you can help us with another thing while we are here, Layla said. None of us have abilities yet. So we were wondering if you could tell us what abilities we can learn. Maybe all the abilities of the 13 families. That way we can finally choose which one. A smile returned to Amy's face and she walked out of the room. Of course I can. Let me show you where you will all be staying for the night and I'll go through all the vampire abilities I know. While the girls were busy staying over in the first castle's inner area, the other group of boys had finally reached the mountain. The place where they had first arrived in hopes to learn a bit more about the Dalki and Borden. The boys had finally arrived at the mountain, the place where they had first arrived. Logan and Vorden had recognized the entrance as it was the same when they had exited from with the others. It seemed like Timmy really did know his way through the forest after all. Are we sure we should go through this entrance? Vorden asked. If you remember, this way the tunnel will only lead us back to the bridge that Quinn broke. It might be hard to get in, and there was also a small problem with that army. Army? Timmy asked, trying to figure out just what they were referring to. He's talking about Wendigos. When we first arrived, we were placed in a lab, and there was an army of them chasing us. Logan replied. Vorden shook his head. There was a reason why he was being careful with his words, because he didn't exactly want to frighten to frail Timmy. But Logan was blunt as always. Oh, I guess I must have missed them. A small, slightly higher-pitched voice was heard, as a figure seemed to hope onto Vorden's shoulder, which was Borden. Do you remember the entrance you came out from? Logan asked. Borden pointed towards the top of the mountain, and the others now had an idea of how he had missed facing off against all of the Wendigos. I just kept jumping, going higher and higher. If there was something in my way, I would just punch my way out, Borden replied with a smile. Based on his appearance now, they had forgotten just how strong this little fellow was not too long ago. Timmy, maybe it's best if you head back now, it's going to be tough there. Maybe Wendigos aren't the only things we will see inside, said Vorden. No, Timmy replied immediately. My job is to be your guide, and I will be with you at all times. I know you think I will slow you guys down, or maybe I'm not strong enough. You don't understand how hard it is for a vampire to get involved in stuff like that, which was why I didn't help. Remember, I'm a vampire too. I'm stronger and faster than both of you naturally, and I learnt some of the book. Just then, spreading hands, lifting his 2 arms, mist started to form. He swirled the around, and the mist followed. It looked like he had indeed learnt the mist ability that Edward had used. Let the boy go in, Leo said. I think it will be a good experience for you all. You must learn to get as strong as you can. As for where we should enter from, I think I can solve that problem for us. Leo, with his ability, was able to see from a bird's eye view at times. On top of this, whatever didn't have an aura, he would able to see a thin outline like a wireframe. It was hard for people to call him blind when his ability allowed him to actually see more than others. When using his ability, he had seen several entrances around the mountain top. There wasn't just the one, and he had counted at least 5, including one on the way when walking here. The group chose one of the closest entrances to the one they had existed from before. They had no clue where each one would lead anyway, so they felt like there was no point spending too much time on picking. The one who was in front of the group now was Leo. While walking over, he was thinking of the group of kids. They had told him their theory, how they believed that the vampires might have been involved in creating the Dalki. At least they were able to develop beasts similar to it. Although Leo himself was a vampire, he never considered himself or even Quinn as a part of them. He felt their group as separate. If it was true and the vampires really did create the Dalki, then he had already decided that they would be his enemy as well. Right now, he was on Quinn's side. Not the army, but with Quinn, and would hope he would be able to steer him in the right direction like a general of some sort, and he saw these kids in front of him as his troops. Which is why, if they ever needed to fight or break off from these temporary alliances with the vampires, he needed to make Quinn's little army stronger. So he thought it was best to let Timmy and the other students fight. Get experience from this little trip. Not everything could be done on their own. As soon as Leo had this thought, something strange had happened. A Vampire Night Squad has been formed. April 10th. Vampire Nights buff has been applied. Error. 3 non-vampires discovered. Buff will only have a 50% effect on non-vampires. It was a system message, the first time Leo had received something like this, and it looked like it had something to do with him becoming a vampire knight. When Leo thought about looking after these kids and training them, they had gone into his squad. The buff was meant to be a 10% increase in all stats. However, that only applied to vampires, but it looked like non-vampires were able to do the same as well. The message came as a small surprise, but he was sure it had something to do with Quinn's unique situation. The boys had entered the entrance at this point, which looked to be another cave that dug into the mountain. Only this one, rather than starting from the bottom of the mountain, started from near the middle and was heading downward. They had entered inside, and as expected, there was a downward slope as they walked. The 2 vampires were able to see easily while Vorden and Logan used a few light crystals attached to the outside of their clothing. Logan had designed these especially, so they weren't too bright, as to not affect his comrades. He had made this keeping in mind about the other vampires he might travel with. Not just for Leo, who wasn't affected by such lights. There were many tunnels that would lead off and such from the original entrance they had come in from, but thankfully with Leo guiding them, he was able to see a distance faintly down some of them, sensing that most of the tunnels lead to a dead end. That was when the system message had occurred, while Leo was deep in his thoughts. At this point in time, each one of them felt strange energy take over their body. It was a hit, a sudden dose and boost in power to them all. What's happening? Is it something to do with the mountain? Timmy asked. It feels similar to when I took those red pills we found in the lab. Like I just feel stronger. Vorden replied. I believe that it has something to do with me, Leo said. When Quinn made me into his vampire knight, there were some changes, and it appears that this is one of them, Leo replied. Vampire knight? Isn't that the leader's right-hand man? Syl said. It had been a while since Syl had spoken. Honestly, while in the vampire world, his skills weren't really needed. Vorden was unable to copy any vampire abilities, and right now he actually had none. Logan's ability was useless to him, and CIA no longer had hers. It had gone past the 24-hour mark, so the only thing he could rely on when fighting was his own skills. Truthfully, he was happy that Leo came along. No, Syl said. We have been with Quinn the longest. We should be his right-hand man. Tell Quinn to make us a vampire knight. I understand, but it's just a title. He's not really Quinn's right-hand man. We're still his best friend. Vorden said, trying to calm down Syl a little. You know we can't become a vampire. We can't lose this power. Vorden expected Syl to carry on complaining, but as soon as he had heard that, he decided to go back in the black room and mind his business once again. The only time he got up seemed to be when he heard Quinn's name. If I leave the vampire settlement early, maybe I should go pay them a visit, Vorden thought. It was something he didn't want to do but felt like it was expected. After he had used their names several times, they still hadn't contacted him. He was sure his siblings would be making a fuss over it, so he should at least return to see what they were thinking and how they were doing. With Leo's guidance, the tunnel walls started to become wider, taller, and bigger. The wall was no longer built with cave and stone as more metallic surfaces could be seen, and the flooring had smoothed out. Finally, they had reached a large hangar, which had a metallic door. It looked similar to the ones at the lab they were in but different at the same time. By the side, there was a computer. Logan, of course, went to it to try to see if there was any way he could open it. But just like several other items in this strange mountain, it didn't listen to him at all. Well, the door is made from Galthrium, and I can't use my ability to open it up, he said with a smile. which seemed strange considering he would usually be down about something like this, but the reason for him feeling happy was because he knew they were in the right place. "It's a good thing you didn't open that door," Leo said, "because there is a little army of creatures on the other side." Timmy gulped hearing this, with his hand slightly shaking. "Are they strong?" Vorden asked. "It should be something we can deal with," Leo replied. "That still doesn't help us from getting in," Timmy said. Leo started to walk forward past the group, and Logan went back to join the others. "I think we better get ourselves ready," said Vorden, pulling out his 2 blades from his back. "What do you mean?" Timmy asked, with his hand on the hilt of his blade around his waist. Leo prepared himself and, in an instant, made a slash, placing his sword back into its sheath again. A few seconds later, and a red line of aura could be seen appearing on the hanger like door diagonally. Then it fell onto the floor, and the door was cut open. On the other side, an army of Wendigos. After performing his slash, Leo was already walking back to where the others were. This was even before the door had fallen. From the other side, loud shrieking cries were heard coming out. Many of them had started to pound on the door. This reminded Logan and Vorden of their dreaded chase from last time. But at least they had Leo, right? Was their thought. However, Leo had continually walked until he was now standing behind them. "I won't be helping you with this one," Leo said. "You guys should be able to deal with this. I should preserve my strength in case there's something stronger up ahead." Now, the kids looked really nervous. Vorden hopped down from Vorden's shoulder and started to slam his fist into his other hand. "Let's do this!" He was the only one out of the group who was excited for what was to come. With the amount of Wendigos presumably on the other side, Logan had decided to switch to his defensive suit. What he didn't want happening was one of those crazy creatures to be able to get a chunk of his fresh flesh. Finally, part of the door had fallen, and it had fallen towards them. Lady Luck wasn't on their side. If the door had fallen onto the other side, maybe it would have crushed a few of them. Which made Logan think maybe Leo had done this on purpose. At first, a single Wendigo could be seen jumping up to and landing on the thick part of the broken hangar door. Soon after, a horde of them was climbing and jumping over the wall, running towards them. There was a good 20 meters or so between the wall and the group of boys. From their side, the only one that had moved forward and was charging in was little Vorden. "Wait!" Timmy shouted. "Is he going to be okay?" He looked at the others waiting for them to move, and was deciding whether he should go out and charge with him. If you have chosen to fight a large group such as this one, it is best if you stick together, cover each other's backs. Otherwise you will be surrounded in an instant, Leo said. "Does he think he's giving one of his lessons again back at the school?" Vorden complained. In between the two groups, Vorden had finally reached the Wendigos. They seemed to have mostly ignored him, as the first one completely overstepped him and had dribble coming from its mouth. Its eyes were attached to only one thing, the group in front of it. "Don't you ignore me!" Vorden shouted. He jumped up in the air and hit the Wendigo that was directly beneath him right in the groin area. The creature went flying up in the air like a rocket, not only hitting the metal ceiling, but the force was so strong that it had been splattered like a bug. "Maybe we don't need to worry about him and start worrying about ourselves," Vorden said, as the rest of the creatures continued to go towards them. Standing slightly in the front of them all was Logan. He knew his suit was carefully crafted, and even if it couldn't hold against a vampire knight, it still should be able to hold off against the Wendigos. Using his energy blades in both hands, consuming 2 intermediate crystals, he was able to slice a couple of them before they reached him. Soon after, the rest started to pile on top of him one by one. His thoughts about earlier didn't last long, as the Wendigo's strength were starting to make huge dents. It would only be a matter of time before they ruined his armor. Timmy, seeing this, started to form a cloud of mist in front of Logan's mech suit. It confused the creatures for a while as they changed direction, but still didn't stop those that were on top and were piling on. For this, Vorden was there to help. His strength felt was far greater, and he remembered when he had struggled to fight against just one of these creatures. But in that short amount of time he had learned how to use his blades greatly, and at the same time had taken the red pills, increasing his stats, making him almost superhuman. Most of them were distracted, still going after Logan's mech suit, so Vorden could deal with a couple of them with ease. But soon their attention turned, and it was his time to face them. "Come on, Timmy. Be brave. Be brave. Be brave," Timmy said, charging forward, hoping to block the rest of the horde. He could feel he was stronger, and he could see their movements were slower than his currently. He had jumped in, standing between the mist and the others. Then a single Wendigo, out in front, came upon him. He looked at its dead eyes and large sharp teeth. Instinctively, Timmy looked away out of fear, curling up and placing his hands over his head. "I may be able to increase your strength and stats, but courage has to come from oneself," Leo said, as he cut the Wendigo directly in half. When Timmy turned back around after hearing the voice, he was surprised to see the bald-headed vampire in front of him. He had killed the Wendigo, but on closer inspection he hadn't just killed one. That single slash he had done, when looking behind it, a direct row of torn limbs and split Wendigos could be seen on the floor. Swinging out his blade a few more times, huge long lines of chi mixed in with the blood swipe could be seen. Due to him using his sword, he was able to widen the range of a regular blood swipe and also the speed. It only took a few moments, before the horde of around 50 or so Wendigos were none. "Training time is over, we should get moving," Leo said. Timmy looked in amazement at the new 10th knight. His eyes were sparkling. "This man, he will be one of the ones to bring the 10th back up to its former glory." "I know it." The other two had also finished dealing with the ones on their end, and they too were looking at what Leo had done. While the two of them were struggling with 5, Leo had killed the rest of them. They knew he was strong, but it seemed like his strength had increased greatly after becoming a vampire. For a brief second after looking at what he was capable of, the two boys were starting to wonder if it would be such a bad thing if they turned into vampires. However, that thought quickly escaped their minds. This was not their way or dream. Vorden, he would never be able to explain it to his family if he gave up something like this. More so than that, he was worried about something else. If he turned into a vampire and lost his abilities, would he disappear? As for Logan, he cared too much for electronics. Communicating with them was his passion and love. They were his friends and were there for him when no one else was. He couldn't get rid of this ability, especially as the only son of the Green family. He would, later on, need to pass this ability as an original just like they did when giving it to him. "Borden, where's Borden? I can't see him," Vorden shouted. "Don't worry, he is here," Leo said as he held him in his hands. Once again, a soft sound of snoring was heard. He had somehow managed to fall asleep in the middle of battle. "I thought something like this would be the case," Logan said as he took Borden out of low stands and placed him in a small container that looked like a toolbox. The little box was then attached to Logan's back as they would carry him. "I didn't think he would be able to keep such a small body yet still have the same strength without any consequences. It seems like he can do so but only in extremely short bursts. Push himself too hard, and this is the result," Logan explained. The group continued to move forward and climbed on top of the large hangar door, dropping in and down. The room was dark and had a strange smell to it. After some investigating inside, the only thing that could be seen were bones, human bones, and other dead Wendigos. "A storage room of Wendigos?" Logan commented as they continued to move towards the only set of doors that were smaller than the first, stationed at the back of the large square room. "I think what you're looking for will be through here," Leo said. "How are you so sure?" Logan asked, as Leo had been acting a little stranger since going past the hangar door. "I don't want to frighten you guys, but I feel it. A strong energy past these doors," Leo explained. "But there's something different about this energy. I am unsure if it's anything we have to worry about. Yes, I can feel a strong energy, but it's almost as if it's dead," Leo tried to explain. This was one of the reasons why Leo had chosen to stay back and wanted the others to fight first. He was trying to save as much energy as possible, because he felt that there might be a chance that they would be in for the fight of their lives, and he would need to use everything he had. If he felt it was too strong, he would have told them to all turn away. In truth, he was struggling to sense it properly with the large hangar door in the way, Now they had gotten past, he had a better sense of things. With the way the strange energy was, for now, he thought it was okay for them to proceed. Just for the sake of trying, Logan thought he would put his hand on the machine doors again. It hadn't worked so far, but he still wanted to try to see if he could find out anything. On the right side of the door, there was a hand scanner. Usually, Logan was able to bypass such things, unless it was created by Ino. Placing his hand on it, he had expected it to do the same as always, but instead, the two doors opened, and at the same time the computer had said something. "Welcome back, Mr. Green." The reaction of everyone there was confusion after seeing and hearing the door open. Logan's name was quite well known, and they had all heard what the door had said. The Green family, for their family, had also made strides in development around the world. Although unlike Richard Eno, who introduced technology that was to do with saving and helping the human race, the Green family were more known for their day-to-day appliances and thanks to Logan, the VR game known as Power Fighters. "Logan, what's all this about?" Vorden asked, now being incredibly suspicious of him. Did he know all along, and was he luring the others here to be a part of his plan? Maybe Borden wasn't an accident and Logan knew what he was doing? "Wait, you have to understand that I'm as deeply confused as you guys about this whole situation. I knew nothing about vampires before meeting Quinn." Logan replied. "Yes, but weren't you the one who went to him first? You saw his skills in the game and then went out to try to meet him, right?" Borden said. This whole place had him a little on edge since coming here. After finding out so many things, it was normal for him to react like this. "I don't think he is lying," Leo said. "I have my ways of telling if one is lying or not. I think we should hear him out. You two have been through a lot together, yes. That's the least you can do." It was true, the two of them, although originally not friends, were connected through Quinn. Just moments ago, Vorden was risking his life to try to hack the Wendigos off from Logan's suit. They had been through a lot together, and perhaps it wasn't fair of him to just throw out such accusations. Logan needed time to think. He was as curious as ever to just go in those doors and answer himself, but now with Vorden being the way he was, he needed to think before stepping in. "There's only one way I see it," Logan explained. "My family was somehow involved in all of this. You wanted an explanation, and I'm going to give you the most probable one I can come up with in my mind right now. But even I am just thinking out loud. First, the door reacted to me and opening up, knowing me as Mr. Green. That is without a doubt my family name, and since it opened to me, I have no choice but to believe my family was involved. The teleporter that led us to this place was passed down from my family. Originally, I thought it was something my family couldn't crack. An advanced technology that my family tried to research for generations. But what if that wasn't true? What if the teleporter we used always belonged to my family? They just never passed down the code, and it eventually got to me and my parents, who knew none the wiser of what my relatives did. I always thought it was a little strange. When me and Quinn touch, how my ability reacted to it, knowing that it was a system. How the system worked and how Quinn's vampire abilities also worked in the game. It's all too similar to my ability. Quinn's powers. The book, it's like it's several abilities mashed into one. Hearing the explanation did calm down Vorden a bit. He could never really imagine Logan as a mastermind evil genius plotter in the first place. He just didn't have the passion or drive for things like that. But who would know, right? Even he kept secrets from everyone. "Trust me, Vorden. If I wanted to trick or fool you guys, there would have been many chances when I could have revealed us to the vampires. Getting rid of you. I'm on your side." "I know," Vorden replied. "There's just some freaky stuff going on." With the conversation over, Leo led the front of the group through the double doors, and what they had entered was a large room. It was filled with round water containers surrounded by glass. Rows and rows of them lined up, hooked to some strange machinery, but each one of them was empty. Not a single thing was inside. "What do you think this room was used for?" Timmy asked as he nervously walked through the room. "This is it," a muffled voice said. When hearing the voice, they could see that it was coming from Logan's back, through the glass toolbox container. Taking him out, it looked like Borden had recovered. Not enough to fight, but to move about and talk. "This is the place I remember. When I woke up, this was the room I was in," Borden said. "There's so many of these things. said Vorden. Did they really use this to create the Dalki, and if so, why do only a few of them know what they are? While walking through, Logan was not feeling pleased. Learning that he had access to such a facility where possibly the Dalki were created. It made him feel a little sick that there was a chance his family had created mankind's greatest enemy. There were several entrances and exits all over the place. It was hard for them to tell just how big the area they were in was. For now, they were to stick together and had gone from the room that was filled with liquid containers into another more research-looking type of room. Up front, there was a large screen that was similar to the cinema, while there were several terminals down below. Going on to one of the computers, Logan was able to access it. However, he was only able to access some of the system's information. It seemed like part of the information stored was only to be seen by Richard Eno, while the rest could be seen by members of the Green family. When Logan would go through files on the computer, it would appear on the large screen for the others to see and look at as well. Images were appearing with file numbers on top. Some images looked similar to Dalki, but not quite. Failed. The created subject is only able to last a week before degenerating. Logan read. Then they moved on to the next one. The blood is able to be used, but doesn't have the same effect of blood. They kept going through the files and each one seemed to have a problem, little notes as to why it wouldn't work until finally they had reached something. One that looked like the Dalki, and it had a green pass stamped onto the file. The problem was, it didn't say what it had passed. What was the aim of the research in the first place? Logan was reading out and explaining all the information for Leo's sake. They knew he was interested in such a subject like this. The vampires do seem to have a hand in creating these creatures, Leo said. But judging by the fact little Timmy here knows nothing about them, maybe it wasn't the so-called council that made them. A rogue vampire, or it could have even been a cover-up for a mistake. The question is why the need to create the Dalki in the first place. The questions that Leo was asking were the same questions in all of their heads. This place is quite large, we might have to stay here for a couple of days. Let's try to get all the information we can, and we might be able to figure out what's wrong with Borden. Possibly a way to turn him back. Logan suggested. There was too much at stake, too much to learn about in a room such as this one to just leave. Before we decide to stay here, let me check this place out. We don't really want to be sleeping if our enemy is inside or if there are still a bunch of those creatures from before. Leo said. I'll go with you. Timmy volunteered. Where I'm going it's best if I go alone, Leo replied. Leo could tell that the room they were in was safe, and even the room filled with containers. There were signs of an aura of power, but there was nothing alive, so staying here for a couple of nights would be fine. Heading back to the container room, Leo could see the tubes that were connected. One of them in particular seemed to have a residue of aura that was really powerful. Leo could assume this container was the one where Borden had come from, which was why the residue still shined in the tube compared to the others. What concerned him though was that this residue was leading him to a different room altogether. It was the room where he sensed the incredibly powerful presence, where he couldn't tell if it was dead or alive. Following the tube's tracks, Leo ended up going from room to room, following the aura and selecting the right doors as he went through the large facility. Eventually, he had reached another door that seemed to be sealed. However, these doors were gigantic. They stood several meters tall and several meters wide. But there was a smaller door that seemed to be made for humans, which would suggest the larger doors were to keep something else in. Leo couldn't let this off his mind. He needed to see what was behind these doors. Using his sword once again, he cut down the small door. Entering in the room, he could see what the large and powerful presence was. The instincts in Leo's body were telling him to turn and run. For what stood in front of him was a demon-class beast. It was impossible to tell with some creatures what tier or level a beast was. The most accurate way would be for someone to look at the crystal. When looking at a beast, most people had to simply guess, although this could lead to mistakes on the battlefield. For instance, there could be an advanced tier beast that was the size of someone's head. Although a creature that size may look harmless, it may have a feature or such that would make it deadly. For Leo, it was a bit easier since he had his aura detecting ability. It would allow him to see the strength of such a thing. What Leo didn't realize was until he was stood in front of such a creature, was the several Galthrium-made doors throughout the facility must have had some type of suppressive ability. For until this point, standing in front of the large beast, he had no clue what level of beast he was about to meet. However, the initial reaction and panic that had taken over Leo's heart were soon disappearing. He didn't know what it was, but when he had entered the room, a strange force seemed to overwhelm him. Perhaps it was fear of standing in front of such a thing. This strange feeling was going away because Leo's mind was starting to become clear, realizing he was right about one thing. The fact that the beast in front of him was no longer alive. It was no longer of this world. Yet the power it had left inside it was still so strong. Looking at the creature, Leo could see with his wireframe vision. 4 legs, 2 larger on the back. 2 sets of wings and a large snout. As for its back, several scales and spikes. This was something that humans of the past would call a dragon. A dragon-type demon-tier beast. According to history, there have only been 2 demon-tier beasts ever to have been defeated. One belonging to the terrorist group known as Pure. Most likely this will be kept with their leader. The other belonging to the supreme commander of the military. Leo thought. But looking at the beast in front of him, neither of the 2 defeated had a dragon-like appearance. So this couldn't be one of the ones defeated and was a separate demon-tier beast. Just to make sure, Lo looked around the beats in several areas, and he even did something he thought he would never do. He needed to make sure such a beast was really dead. So he placed his hand on his hilt. Right now he was standing on top of the beast's head, which laid on the floor. And Leo was against its eyelids. It was the thinnest part of the beast that didn't have much skin protecting it, and it was a weak point if he could get through. Before attacking, he started to have second thoughts. What if the beast was just in slumber and he woke it up? Would he be able to get the others out in time? But his confidence rose as he could find no such beast crystal remaining in the beast. One smooth motion. He drew his sword attacking the eyelid and had planned to place it back in his sheath. As soon as the 2 things made contact though, Leo was thrown back. The force vibrated through his hand as his blade hit the eyelid, and his body was jolted backwards. There wasn't a single scratch on the eyelid, the thinnest part of the beast. Not only that, but Leo had used his chi and blood powers, infusing them together. He was also stronger than when he was at his prime thanks to Quinn making him a knight, but it still wasn't enough to put the faintest of scratches on the demon tier. However, the good news was the beast truly did seem dead and hadn't reacted to Leo's attack. Before leaving the room, there was one thought in Leo's head. Such an almighty beast had to have been killed by someone. Returning to the others, Leo planned to tell them of the news he had learnt. But it turned out that Logan had already found out the information for himself on one of the computers. How the successful project, whatever it was they were trying to make, had come from a demon-tier beast. It was the only thing that was strong enough to sustain the clone's body, to give it enough power to live on and fight the way they did. The demon beast is here? Logan said, shuddering with fear and excitement at the same time. Can you show us where it is? The overwhelming power Leo felt at first, he remembered that it was quite suffocating. For these kids, they weren't ready yet. It's best if you don't. I fear that the sight alone and pressure might cause your death. Leo replied. The demon beast truly had to be a great thing if even when dead, it could cause this type of reaction. So we now know that the vampires really did create the Dalki, Vorden said, trying to gather all the thoughts. They mixed in demon-tier beast blood with humans to create the Dalki. So they aren't aliens after all. Maybe at some point, they chose to leave the vampire settlement. According to Leo's description, it would make sense why the Dalki look like they do. Can I ask, is there anything we can do about Borden then? Vorden asked. Logan looked at the data for a while. Something was bugging him about all of this. I'm not sure, Logan replied. You see, the crystal I used was an intermediate crystal, so I understand why Borden didn't become a perfect clone, but there was still some of the demon beast energy that was used to infuse him in the first place. My guess is the error is there because either the demon beast is weak or because it's dead. Maybe the Dalki were created while the demon-tier beast was still alive. Unfortunately, I think the only way for me to bring back Borden to what he once was and for him to stay this way is to create a new solution with fresh demon tear blood, which seems almost impossible. The group had never even seen a living demon tear beast. There were too many hoops to jump to even get to one. All of the red-level teleporters were owned by the giant factions or military. On top of that, even if they knew where one was, large armies were used to take down the 2 demon beasts that were known in the past. They were beyond rare. Lastly, even if they did meet one, could they even kill one? All of this for Borden seemed too much. "Don't worry, brother," Borden said. "As long as I can journey with you all, I will be happy. I will still help the best I can. Maybe I can climb through vents and such, helping you get into spots that you can't." The group decided to stay for the night inside the main research room. There weren't really comfy places as such, but there were a pile of clothing like lab coats used as temporary bedding and for sleeping on. While the others slept, Logan was still working away. Maybe he couldn't come up with a permanent solution, but if he could create more of the green solution using the dead demon tear beast, then perhaps Borden would be able to do something. Maybe fight for longer periods of time without wearing himself out. However, Logan was more concerned with other things, namely the research his family were involved in. He kept seeing things that didn't make sense. After doing more digging, he learned that the vampires had managed to create a successful blood substitute after all. It seemed they used the same cloning process on humans, giving them the blood supply they needed. They no longer needed to rely on the human race. If this happened after, was the Dalki created as an in-between as a temporary blood source, later to be forgotten? What was annoying Logan more than anything was the Dalki's goal in all of this. If they were created, then why not just leave, go to another planet? Was revenge really so important for them? Were they really just a battle-crazed bunch of idiots? No, it didn't make any sense. Then there was information that Logan had found that might have given him a hint to all of this. The formula that said the Dalki were complete, it wasn't complete at all. There were still problems with it. The first being the fact that the Dalki weren't able to reproduce. This made sense as to why they had such a small population size. It was one of the reasons why the humans were able to survive so long and weren't wiped out in an instant. As for the second one, it was their lifespan. It still wasn't perfect. They were just like humans in the end and at most could live for up to 100 years. The Dalki War started 30 years ago, and they currently had 6 years of peace. Not knowing when they came into this world, they could very well be on the brink of death. So why attack the human race? The girls had decided to accept Xander and Amy's offer of staying the night. They needed to wait for whenever Paul would be free, giving his detailed report at the castle. They would then ask him a few questions when he got back, mostly to do with CIA. In the meantime, they could try to learn as much as possible from Amy and Xander. Through them talking, they had found out a few things about the two of them. The house they were in now belonged to Xander, and he had one of the biggest rooms in the house. The group found out that it was because of Xander in the first place that they were living in the inner castle area. Originally, Xander's family were in the pooling area, and they had Amy and her family working for them. This was because they were their turners from many, many years ago. However, one of the teachers had seen Xander's talent and wanted him to learn the first's ability, inviting him to live in the inner circle area. Still, he had yet to learn the first ability before all of this had happened. Therefore, it was an easy decision for them to kick him out of the inner circle area. They hadn't kicked him out of the family, but all of his hopes and his family's hope of them one day rising was dashed, which meant the better option for them was to try to gain favor with a different family. Because of this, Xander's family didn't really blame him for what he had done. It was due to him that they were even able to live in such luxury for a short while. Hearing this, Layla really felt like she had gotten Xander completely wrong. She thought he was born into this position and was just riding the wave, but it sounded more like Xander had gotten wrapped into this lifestyle when he was being treated differently. It had all gotten to his head a little. After their talk, it was time for them to get some sleep, and Xander had given up his large room for the girls to use, while he would sleep in Amy's. There was plenty of space for all of them, and Xander was clearly not welcome to spend a night with the girls. Still, the girls weren't simply just going to go to sleep. They had too much to talk about. To start with, Amy had described each of the 13 families' abilities. Some of them, she could only describe what they looked like. For example, the first ability, she didn't really know how it worked, while others were easy to explain. You have to remember, though, it will be impossible for any of you to learn these 13 abilities, Amy said. They are reserved for family members only, and because you are in the 10th family, you can really only learn the 10th ability. And even that is a strange situation and a half. For CIA, it wasn't a complete waste listening to all the family's abilities, for one of them stood out to her. It was the second family's power. It was the ability to reverse time on a certain part of the body they touched. The way it had been explained is it was a stronger ability than healing. Rather than heal the wound, it would reverse time on the wound itself, bringing it back to what it once was. CIA was wondering if the ability would be able to be used to bring her memories back. If she remembered correctly, the second leader hadn't got involved in the fight back then. She was one of the leaders that were against the first leader, so not all hope was utterly lost. What about the vampires that chose not to have one of the 13 abilities? Where do they get them? Aaron asked. Honestly, some of the 13 abilities sounded interesting. Still, if she couldn't get any of them, it was just a waste of time to think about it. Now that she was a vampire made by Quinn, she was stuck with the 10th family. There are several ability books that are sold in the marketplace, although there are better ones that get sold in the auction. However, I doubt you guys would have the stuff to trade here, Amy said. What do you use for money? Layla asked. Mostly beast crystals, since the whole place is powered by them. There aren't many that turn it into beast gear like you guys have, but we use them for our everyday items, Amy explained. The group didn't really have a large supply of beast crystals with them. They never expected they would be in such a situation where they could just head down to the auction house and buy something in this world. The more they thought about it, their situation had done a complete 180 turn on them. I'll ask Xander. We might not have enough crystals to spare for the auction house, but who knows? Maybe you will spot something from the market, Amy said with a smile. The girls thanked Amy for how much she was helping them. They needed to be careful about what ability they chose, as they could only pick one. It was the same as when they were on Earth, and whatever money was spent they promised they would give back at some point. The next day had arrived, and just like Amy said, her and Xander, along with the girls, went down to the settlement center, where there was indeed a market selling all sorts of times. Accessories, jewelry, clothes, and ability books. The group stayed close together, as the girls didn't really know what they were doing and didn't want to get separated. They looked at several things, not just ability books, and Xander even tried to buy Layla a nice necklace. It was clear he still had feelings for her, but Layla was unable to accept the gift. If she did, she would have just felt bad about it. She didn't want to lead him on when in her heart, she still had another, and perhaps another one was starting to enter it as well. Eventually, after lots and lots of looking, the only one who had selected an ability at the end of the day so far was Layla. She had chosen to stick to her telekinesis ability. This time, though, she had bought the level 2, 3, and 4 books. Now that her body had changed, maybe she was no longer limited to her old cap. Maybe she could improve her ability more. The main reason for her choosing this ability was due to her third form of evolution. There were 3 fireballs that she could use. One was healing, one was a buff as well as a debuff, and the other was attack. She felt like with her arrow, shooting these fireballs towards her allies and targets would be easier if she had the telekinesis ability. She also already knew how to use it and didn't need to learn how to fight with something completely new. She thought long and hard, and eventually this was the decision she had made. As for Erin, she didn't realize it herself until she had appeared at the market. She was constantly looking at the abilities, hoping to see something to do with her old ice ability. Unfortunately, according to Amy, this was not one of the abilities that were compatible with both humans and vampires, which meant she would need to choose a new one. Hearing this news, she really couldn't think as she looked at all the abilities. Well, don't worry too much. Once you're settled, you can save up some crystals, Amy said. Then head to the auction house. I'm sure there will be plenty of useful abilities for you there. As for CIA, she was never really looking at the abilities in the first place. Every chance she would get, she had tried to find out information on which castle was the second castle, and to see if there was any way she could get in. She wanted to ask the leader if she could get her abilities back. But what could she bargain for? The leader had no reason to help her at all, and this was her main problem. After a full day of shopping, the girls returned to Xander's house once more for a second night of sleep. Amy had received news that Paul should be returning tomorrow, and they could finally ask him about CIA's abilities. Elsewhere, many things were happening at the same time. It was the third day since Quinn had entered the underground chambers. The boys were busy at the mountain, and the girls were staying at Xander's house. At this point in time, each one of them woke up, hoping that they could get some progress done that day. Even Quinn, he had chosen to get ready to leave the castle and head off to talk to Arthur. Not only did he think he could get confirmation about the first leader, but also take him up on his offer with the training. However, all their hopes were dashed as everyone in the entire settlement had received a message from the 8th vampire leader. This included Quinn, the boys in the mountain, and the girls. This is an emergency. All vampires who are out from the settlement are to return immediately. I repeat, all vampires who are out of the settlement are to return immediately. Leaders are to head to the council room now. The vampire settlement has been discovered. We are being invaded. The message had been sent out from the 8th leader himself, and it was an emergency message that was sent to every vampire all over the planet. It would include those that were outside of the settlement as well. Not everyone's telepathic ability would be as strong as this, apart from the leader himself. Because of the 8th leader, it was easy for the vampires to inform others about things on the fly and give out commands. Sure, there were mobile phones and telecommunication devices in today's world, but at the same time with the introduction of this technology, there would also be the introduction of jammers, blocking such devices from working. And it stopped information from being intercepted. When the message went out, it had gone to all vampires, which meant inside the mountain, Timmy and Leo were the only ones who had heard it. Is it important? Leo asked, looking at Timmy. Timmy gave a brief nod. Sweat could be seen on his face. I've never heard them call everyone back like this. And an invasion. I don't think that has ever happened since the vampire settlement was established. Timmy replied. We have to go back now, we can't spend any more time here. Leo seemed to agree, and honestly, he didn't like the fact that the message said that all the leaders were to be involved. This meant Quinn would be called as well. Quinn was still a naive teen in Leo's eyes. Someone who had yet to experience the dangers and politics adults would often play. He wanted to be by his side at this point in time, but at least Edward would be there next to him. Come on you two, we have to move out, Leo said. Logan had gathered as much information as he could. Some of it he couldn't quite decode or figure out in time. Instead, he decided to upload it onto his nano sticks to save for later. They couldn't help Borden now, but maybe in the future. His only worry for now was if someone else discovered the lab and was to destroy it for some unknown reason. Timmy, Logan, Leo, let's keep this lab our little secret for now. Don't tell anyone, Logan said. What about Quinn? Borden asked. I will let him know, but not now. I honestly don't know what's happening here. I feel like we can't trust any of the vampires or humans. Right now, I'm even doubting what my parents have told me, Logan said. You know what Quinn is like. He probably is too trusting of those around him at times. Let's not fill his head with these thoughts. With that, the boys were off and heading back through the forest on their way to the 10th castle. At the same time, the girls were in a similar situation. They had just gotten up and were ready to possibly go out to meet Phil when all of them had received the message. What is this about? Have the Dalki come to attack? Layla asked, a little concerned. She was used to hearing such messages only when the Dalki invaded. The Dalki? Amy said, confused before shaking her head. No, if they're saying someone discovered us, it can only mean one thing. They're talking about the humans, and not just a few strays like when you guys arrived. Amy explained. It would be best if you head back to your castle for now, said Xander. Be prepared and your leader will inform you what to do next. We will start the transferring process, but things might be put on hold while the settlement is in a bit of a panic. Once we are done, we will come looking for you. The girls wasted no time heading back to the 10th castle, and when they arrived, they could see the boys standing outside the castle. However, there seemed to be an additional person with them. Fex, Layla called out. Hey, beautiful girls. How is the all-star team doing? Fex said, walking over. It had been a while since he was himself, but slowly it looked like he was changing back. When walking over to the girls, Fex's and Aaron's eyes met. "It's been a long time, and you look even prettier than last time," Fex said as he went to grab her hand, also leaning forward to give a perky kiss. But before she would let him, she drew her blade and went for a cut. Fex dodged the blow by spinning to the side and used his regular string to grab onto the blade. But then, the blade had gone right through his string. What the? Before he could figure out what had happened, he had been kicked in the stomach. "I'm sorry," Fex groaned, kneeling. Hey, we're all on the same side here," Borden said. "Oh, don't worry. I just wanted to remind this boy where his place was," Aaron replied. The reason why her blade had cut through the string was because she had used chi. It was now a habit. Whenever she would attack, it would never be without it. Layla couldn't explain it, but this scene didn't sadden her. Instead, it reminded her of the good old times of the past, when all of them were together. Now there was only one person missing. It was Quinn, and it seemed like he had already gone to the castle. "Please, Quinn, be okay," Layla thought. After hearing the message, Edward told Quinn that the two of them must go to the castle immediately. It was a summons that they couldn't just ignore. Yes, they had a lot of problems here, but it was best to say nothing about it. He was a recent leader who didn't really have a say in the Vampire Council at the moment. When the two of them left, Edward would usually lead the way to the castle. As it wasn't as straightforward as going from one place to the next, and when a summons was called there were more direct routes, the going out from your inner castle area to the main settlement area, and back into the castle area was the long way of doing things. But somehow it looked as if Quinn knew the way he was going. As if he had already walked this way many times before. Looking at Quinn's back, it shined with more confidence than the last time. "No, it can't be," Edward thought. "Vincent," Edward called out. Quinn automatically turned around to the name. He looked at Edward for a short while before replying back. "I'm not Vincent. I'm Quinn," he replied. But the brief pause in time when replying, Quinn had even found it weird, for he had automatically turned thinking his own name was Vincent. Was it because I lived his life for how many years? It was even longer than my own life. Perhaps that experience had done more to his mind than he thought. When he entered the room, the other leaders had arrived and were already sitting in their seats, and the king was there as well. It looked like they also had already found a replacement for the sixth leader Vadine as well. They had done a lot in a short amount of time, and it seemed they were quite well organized. However, something felt strange to Quinn. The last time he was here, he was nervous and intimidated, but it wasn't the same this time. He naturally took his seat and Edward stood by his side. This time the way Quinn had sat was with the confidence of all the other leaders. This even allowed Edward to step forward and stood proudly by his right side. "Vincent, you may be gone, but it seems like you have passed on some of your own qualities to this boy." The only one that wasn't present in the room was Arthur. The shadow from underneath Quinn's feet started to widen, and started to shift about like before, and a few seconds later Arthur had appeared. "Did you really have to use my shadow like that?" Quinn asked. "You?" Arthur was about to say something when looking at Quinn, but chose not to, stopping himself. "It's quicker this way," Arthur replied as he walked over to his seat. The meeting began as soon as the king stood up. Rather than chit-chat, there was no talking amongst the leaders. They all knew this was a serious matter. "I won't jump around the subject," the king said. "In all these years something like this has never happened on this scale, but our scouts have informed us we have been discovered. The humans have discovered this place, and it isn't just one or two, but it appears to be the military." The first leader, Bryce, immediately looked in Quinn's direction. Quinn had brought humans with him, and he wasn't from here. He could only suspect it had something to do with him. "Before I open the table to suggestions and such on how to deal with this, I will give you all the information we know," the king explained. "They are all quite strong ability users. There is a small unit of around 200 of them. It seems to be a scouting force, and finally, if our intel is right, the person leading them is one of the 8 head generals who goes by the name of Paul Sneelyart, head general of the 2nd military base." When Quinn had heard these words, He couldn't help but have a little reaction. For Paul was in charge of the second base, the base to which Quinn belonged to. The human group which had discovered the teleporter made sure not to do anything too drastic. After all, they didn't know where it would lead to. It wasn't every day they came across a teleporter in the middle of nowhere. On top of that, it didn't have any of the standard colors that they were used to. The teleporter just seemed to be a mishmash of all sorts of colors like a rainbow that had been mixed heavily, giving it a psychedelic feeling. A group stayed with the teleporter while the others went to report back to Paul, the head general. Paul had been given the task by the Supreme Commander to search every bit of this planet. At the old shelter, they had found nothing, and while searching through the wasteland, the only thing they could find was dead beasts. Some beasts were hostile to each other, but the investigation showed that the way some of these beasts were killed, it showed signs of intelligence. Then finally, Paul had gotten the report of a teleporter being discovered. At first, he thought that it might have belonged to one of the Big Four. They would have been able to get such resources for them to travel to a planet like this one, and would have been strong enough to survive the death bats they had come across. However, when learning of the color, it confused him a little. If it was to go to Earth, it should have been white in color. All other planets that had been discovered should have been green, orange, or red. But this was neither. "Have you still not heard any word from the Supreme Commander yet?" Paul asked as he had made a temporary base at the shelter, clearing an area in front of the large dome training center. "No, sir. The base hasn't been replying, and we haven't been getting any updates back from them," the soldier informed him. It had been a week or so since they had discovered the teleporter, and Paul needed to make a decision. He didn't know why, but their communication devices didn't seem to be working. Paul was unable to get in contact back with the Earth. He had even sent a man to physically go there in person, but he had never returned. This test was done twice and the same thing had happened. After that, no one really wanted to volunteer to try to go back to Earth to see what was going on, so Paul felt like he had very few options left. He could personally try to go back to Earth and see what was happening to his men, or they could push forward. Before deciding anything, Paul had chosen one of his sergeants he had brought with him from the military base to go back, at the same time sending a small group. He had high hopes for these guys to return as well back with some good news, but they never did. With the days passing by, they had very few options left, and soon their food pills and such were running low. Never did they think an expedition would have lasted this long, nor did they think they would be stuck in limbo on an unknown planet. They had never heard of such a thing happening before. Seeing that the morale of everyone was low, Paul had finally made the decision. "All right, everyone, listen up," Paul shouted. "We will complete the mission given to us by the Supreme Commander and investigate. He has told us to scout out what is on the other side of the portal. We shall make a report of what we see and then head back." Paul had lied to his people about receiving communication from the Supreme Commander, but he knew it was the morale they needed. The portal was brought out, and only a few of them could fit through it at the same time. Some of Paul's men disagreed with his decision. If they were to stay here, they could ration out their food pills and perhaps find some food here or there. After all, they were trained to do such things in certain situations. But Paul was trying to take leadership. He was trying to prove to everyone he could make headstrong decisions and at the same time do the duty the Supreme Commander had given him. The teleporter was brought out, still activated and shining brightly. It looked similar to their own portable teleporters, only this one was square-shaped. Usually, portable teleporters only had one destination. The army still had theirs as well. If worse came to worse and the new planet was far more dangerous than they expected, then they would have to roll the dice and try to head back to Earth, where the other soldiers had gone missing. Paul had stationed himself in the middle of the two rows that were going through the teleporter at the same time. It was to give him the best opportunity of survival, not at the front to protect everyone, and not at the back either. When walking through the portals, they were all transported one by one, and finally they had reached an unknown forest-type area. It was a little strange, though, as the area where they had landed looked as if it had been cleared of trees, and there were signs of some of the strange colored grass lying flat. "It looks like we hit the jackpot," Paul thought. In his mind, he was wondering if they had discovered a group of humans who had run off away from Earth, which wasn't registered with the government system. They might have been a group of originals that carried the shadow ability and had chosen to hide themselves. It wasn't unheard of for a group to do this. After all, originals were really protective of their powers. Around 200 of their soldiers had made it, and everyone was checking in with their squads to see if everything was okay, not leaving the area they were in just yet. So far it seemed like everything was fine. "Sir, look above," one of his men said. Turning his head upward to the sky, he could see 2 moons in view, but their light was shining on something else. It was several blackbirds that seemed to be circling their location. "They have been there for a while. We assume that they are the beast of this planet," the soldier informed him. "We can ignore them for now," Paul said. "They don't look like too much trouble. If they come down and attack us, we can deal with them quite easily. Although try your best not to get their attention. We don't want to reveal ourselves. Has anything else been found?" At that moment, one of the soldiers had come down from an earth pillar that had been made. He was scouting from a high position, trying to see if there were any signs of anything around them. "Sir, I think you will want to know about this. It looks like a giant shelter has been established," the soldier reported. "Giant shelter? What do you mean by that?" Paul asked. "Well, you won't believe it, but there are castles, and a lot of them, around 14 or so I can see from here, and it looks like a whole town is there." Before Paul could even ask for more details, one of the squads started to act up. This was the scouting group. Inside the scouting group, one of the soldiers had a hearing ability, allowing him to hear a great distance away, and his actions had shaken his squad. "Report," Paul shouted. "I don't know what is happening, sir. But suddenly through the forest there are sounds of footsteps and growls running towards us. There are too many for me to get an accurate count." Paul looked up at the birds again, and now they seemed to still be circling around them. The birds weren't ordinary birds after all. They were hovering above them so the enemy could know their location. "Everyone ready up. Prepare for battle," Paul commanded. "Prepare the portable teleporters for a quick escape if need be. Squad 1, which direction is the enemy coming from?" The man gulped before he could answer. "Sir, the footsteps, the growls. They're coming from all over the forest." The army wasn't unorganized though, and Paul didn't panic. With this much information, he asked the squads to get in position, creating a circle, and then creating an arrow formation towards north in one direction behind the circle. The arrow would be their attack force, while the circle was their shield. And right in the center of the circle, the teleporters had already been set up, but for Paul it was a last resort. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling if they were to try to head back to Earth like the men from earlier, then a fate worse than what they were currently in was waiting for them. Finally, the sound of the growls and footsteps could even be heard by all of them now, and they waited patiently until one of the creatures had come out from the forest. It was tall, pale in color, and had white in its eyes, his teeth sharp like a shark. Something none of them had ever seen before, and soon there were many upon them. "Go!" Paul commanded. A wall of spears came shooting out from the first row of soldiers, hitting the creatures in the stomach and stopping them in their path. For a second Paul had a smile on his face, but it had only lasted a second. For the creatures were still moving, using their brute strength. They smashed down on the earth spikes and continued to charge forward. The hole in their stomach was already starting to heal. Their first foe coming to this planet was an army of Wendigos. The king had finished giving his report on the situation and had finally sat down. From Quinn's memories, he now knew this meant that the room was open for questions, and one would have to raise their hand and the king would then point at them to allow them to speak. When the king was there, the leaders were a lot more rational rather than shouting out of turn. The first to raise their hand was the first leader, Bryce. "Forgive me for saying this so soon," Bryce said. "But don't we all know who brought these humans in? After all, there is one of us here who has already brought humans with him, did he not? Perhaps they had followed him in, or maybe they came looking for said humans that he had brought with him." A few of the other leaders seemed to agree with this statement. The time was clearly short between events. Not once had they ever been invaded by humans, and now they had 2 incidents like this. Maybe it was Quinn's plan all along. He knew he wouldn't be strong enough to save them, so he reported the place to the military. However, upon hearing what Bryce had said, Clark, who was in the room as Jim's vampire knight, thought of something. Quinn had gotten the teleporter from his base. It was a portable teleporter, so there was only one location that could be used as transport, and the portable teleporters didn't require a code to be inputted in. Quinn was young and didn't know how the vampire teleporters worked. Could have been that he hadn't taken one of the timer grenades. These were set to be used with the portable teleporters, allowing for them to be destroyed once one would step through it. He thought long and hard, but in the end this was only a theory. For the humans to even find such a teleporter, they would have had to have arrived on the training planet, and the humans hadn't stepped foot on that planet in years, so why would they choose to suddenly return now? While this was only a theory and a shot in the dark, Clark would remain silent about the matter. Bryce, I did not call this meeting for accusations. We may look into that at a later time. Right now I'm asking for solutions. The king replied. Has any actions been taken so far? Cindy, the second leader, asked. Actually, we knew of the humans' actions before even this. One of the royal knights said. Our intel from the Earth tells us that they had already made a movement and were researching the training planet. I'm afraid we were too distracted with current events at the time, the knight said, looking at Quinn. However, even though we had acted a little slow, we were able to jam their teleporters. It seems like they are still using the old type. So we sent them to the locker. This was something that hadn't come up when Quinn was stuck in Vincent's memory. He had spent some time in the vampire world as Vincent, but not long enough for a mention of something like this. At the same time, it wasn't as if Vincent and Quinn's memory had joined together. So Quinn had no clue what this locker place was. We have also sent the Wendigos through the tunnels to their location. They have now arrived on our planet. The other royal knight by the king's side replied. It should delay them for now, but from what we can see through the familiars, it seems like the soldiers are quite skilled and organized. When they realize their weakness, it shouldn't take them long to deal with them. I think we need to ask a few more questions, Jill said, standing up. First, we need to know, do you want them dead or captured alive? She asked. The king hesitated for a while before giving his answer. Whenever he needed to make a decision, he needed to do so that would please both sides. It would be best if we can keep them alive, but I don't want any vampires to die in the process of trying to do so. It seems like this will be a hard battle, so my only request would be to try and bring in the leader back alive. That settles it then. For only 200 or so men, there is no need for all of us to go. I think only one family is needed to fight alongside the Wendigos to deal with this. Jill replied. If that's the case, then I have a suggestion to make, Prima said. I think this would be a good chance for the new sixth leader to prove himself. Show he is capable of the position we have given him. Allow him to lead the Sixth Army and take care of them. Many of the vampires seemed to be in agreement with this suggestion. For them, there didn't actually seem to be much panic. It looked as if they were more annoyed or bothered by this nuisance more than anything. Wait, Bryce interrupted. As he could see, it looked like the king was about to agree with the solution. Are we forgetting that there is another new leader among us? I think the 10th leader is also a good candidate to go and deal with the humans. It will also prove to us all here that he is indeed not working with them. What are you thinking? Edward shouted in anger. You know, the 10th family still are unaware of who their leader is. It would be almost impossible for Quinn to gather up an army right now. No, even before there aren't many that are loyal enough to the 10th to go into such a battle. Is that my fault? This is a leader's responsibility, is it not? Bryce said. Gritting his teeth in anger, it looked as if Edward was about to climb over the table and attempt to punch the smug smile off Bryce's face, and he might have done, if it wasn't for the fact that Quinn stood up, making it his turn to speak. I'll do it, Quinn said. I'll go and take care of the humans for you. The council room was a bit stunned by what they heard. Not only did many of them expect Quinn to come up with a type of excuse, but what amazed them, even more, was he didn't stutter, he didn't hesitate when saying these words. Some of them doubted Quinn would ever be able to have the qualities of a leader. Being strong wasn't enough. Right now, it seemed like he was a leader to them. Looks like I was right about you, boy, Arthur said from across the room. Don't worry, we don't need a big army. I'll come with you. Remember how I said I would train you, right? What better way than on the battlefield? The king at first wasn't going to accept. After all, the 10th vampires were also a part of his big family. He didn't want them to die either. But hearing that Arthur was going to join Quinn made him feel a lot more confident. Very well, Quinn, the 10th leader, will be given the task of defending the settlement against the intruders. The 6th family will be on standby in case any troubles will occur, while the rest of us will try and gather more information and plan from there. The king ordered. Go. Gather your people and head out. Quinn's friends were all waiting outside of the castle, nervously wondering what was going on. They hadn't entered because they wanted to catch him as soon as he came back. Left in the dark, they didn't know what was about to happen. Then finally, walking down the path towards the castle, they could see Quinn. At first, they were happy to see him, but then could see the serious look on his face. Something must have happened. During this whole walk, Quinn was unsure of who to ask to come with him. He couldn't ask the 10th people. He wasn't like that, he hardly knew them. He was sure Edward could rally up some people, but that just didn't feel right with him. However, while walking towards the castle and seeing his friends, he thought of something else as well, another problem. They were about to go off and fight with humans. He could ask them, but nearly every one of Quinn's companions had been a human or was currently one at the moment. He stood there in front of them all for a while, and then the words came out of his mouth. Guys, I need your help, Quinn said. Out in the forest, the army was busy away dealing with the Wendigos. They had finally figured out that to kill one, their head had to be crushed. Once they had learned this, they were falling one by one, but their strength still proved difficult and some of their men had died. Due to Paul's orders, though, he would shift people around at the right timer, reinforcing the weak areas and improving on the people he had. Little by little, it seemed like the Wendigos had lessened. Sir, north side, his men shouted. Looking to his north, he could see a new group of people coming out from the forest. All of them were wearing strange masks that would cover their face, and standing in the middle of them was one wearing an Oni mask with 2 large tusks. Out from the forest and into the open area, Paul could see multiple figures appear. Each one of them was wearing a strange mask that covered their face. For a brief second he paused, as he was hesitant about what to do. Are they human? Paul thought. They certainly looked human compared to the things they were fighting just seconds ago and still were in the middle of dealing with. The way they walked and were observing the situation certainly fitted the way humans would act. The problem was, they had exited out of the forest so calmly. They hadn't chosen to do a surprise attack of sorts and were just standing there. This was why Paul was being so cautious. Give up this fight and we will help you, the one in the center said. The voice was deep as it was altered by a voice changer of sorts. He wasn't the tallest of the group, but it looked like the others standing behind him were waiting for his command of what to do next. Paul started to assess the situation before giving a reply. He had the elites of his army in an arrow formation, around 50 in number, pointing towards the group of about 13 in front of them. The rest of his army was still busy fighting the Wendigos. He could see the group carried weapons on them. He had to assume that these people that had come out were far stronger than the Wendigos, but he couldn't imagine losing against them in a fight. His elites had yet to be touched. At first, Paul would have tried to talk to them calmly. It really had come as an option in his mind. But in the end, he decided not to. The main reason for this was because he could see more of the strange creatures coming from the forest. He thought that they might have been the beasts of this planet, but now it was clear to him. They were being controlled by this group of people. For not a single one had gone to attack them and were just going for his group. These creatures had already killed some of his men. If they wanted to talk, then they themselves should have come in the first place to talk. I'm a gambling man, Paul shouted. I will take the chance that my men will be able to defeat you 12. Hey, there's 13 of us. Can't you count? A small voice shouted, and in the distance, a small little man could be seen jumping up and down on one of their shoulders. Everyone, prepare for battle, Paul commanded, and the arrow formation did just that. Why can't it ever be solved the easy way? Quinn thought. Negotiations have failed. New quest. Subdue the attacking human force. Dead or alive. Quest reward. Unknown. Well, At least it looks like I will get something out of it. Quinn thought. The reason why the Wendigos weren't attacking them when they had first arrived was due to them being vampires. Wendigos' one main goal was to hunt for human flesh, and they had a fresh batch in front of them. Yes, they were quite wild when attacking and would attack anything, but if there was food in front of them, they would always go for that first. Knowing this information from Edward beforehand, both Vorden and Logan, now being the only humans left in the group, had sprayed themselves with the potion, making them smell just like everyone else. High up above, the strange-looking black birds continued to hover. A lot of them belonged to other leaders. Each one of them was using their familiar and sharing their vision, watching and waiting for the outcome. Some were hoping that Quinn would fail, while others just wanted to have a look at the 10th strength. What a stupid move! Why would they just walk out in the open like that? If it was me dealing with them, I would have finished this by now, the new 6th leader said, complaining. Some of the leaders, mainly those that were against saving Fex, had gathered together to watch the spectacle. In fact, Prima had made the suggestion because he was the one who had recommended the new 6th leader. He wanted him to show off his new strength. He actually didn't expect the 1st leader to make such a suggestion. While some of them had chosen to team up and work together, the 1st leader was a bit of a loose cannon. Bryce had his own agendas and worked on his own. But they couldn't deny the fact that he was strong. Show us what you got. Most of the military was composed of Earth users, other than a few specialist types that would be stationed here and there. This was because above level 4 ability-wise, they didn't allow anyone outside of the military to increase their Earth level. This was good for Quinn, as he had plenty of experience going against Earth users before. The military had split off into 2 sides and combining their powers together. They managed to lift up 2 large rocks and hurled them towards them. 2 men stood in front of Quinn, and they were 2 of his strongest in the 10th family. Leo on his right side and Edward on his left side. Let us, your knights, deal with this one, Edward said. It is our duty to protect you. The giant rocks had cast a shadow over the group, and it looked like they were about to be crushed. Hey, shouldn't we move? Timmy asked nervously. You should trust their strength, Aaron replied, placing his hand towards his side. Edward allowed for a red aura to be cast over both of his fists, and soon it had hardened, creating a layer over his clothing. Jumping up, he met with the large rock and was starting to slow it down mid-air. The force of it pushed him back for a while until he finally touched the ground with his 2 feet. His biceps were bulging and his fingers had dug into the rock. Finally, though, it had come to a halt. The military was in shock, for they had just seen an old man stop a giant rock with his bare hands and was now holding it above his head as if he was carrying an entire planet. As for the other giant rock, Leo waited for the right moment before drawing his sword. He swung his sword out and placed it back in his sheath. To the others, they had only seen a single swing, but he had actually swung multiple times as the rock broke into pieces. However, the momentum of the pieces were still there and they continued to go past Leo. Ah, we're going to get hit, CIA shouted as she was about to run and duck, trying to find cover away from the pieces Leo had cut. Don't move, Aaron said, grabbing her. The rest of the group could see that Arthur had remained still, and so had Quinn, so they decided to follow. Each of the rocks went past their faces, their legs, in between the gaps in their heads, but not a single one had touched them. Who are these people? A soldier said, as his body started shaking slightly. These acts from 2 men alone had brought the morale of the soldiers down, and this was their goal. Edward and Leo knew how important it was to have a strong morale. They knew showing their strength would give them the upper hand. In their heads, they thought, if this is what 2 of them can do, what about the rest? However, the others were not at the same level as both Edward and Leo. They just needed the soldiers to think that. Edward, holding the large rock in his hands, used all his strength and hurled it back towards the army. Move, Paul said as he walked through the arrow formation and met with the boulder. He placed both his hands out and started to concentrate. Suddenly the large boulder started to get smaller. It looked as if it was crumbling within itself, getting smaller and smaller, condensing. The color of the rock started to change as well, from dirt into a hard black material. finally when it had finally reached Paul's hand. It was fully black in color and was able to fit in his palm. "You're not the only ones that can do some fancy tricks," Paul shouted, hurling the black ball out towards the center of the group. If he was to guess, the one that had spoken before was their leader, and although the leader wasn't always the strongest, he was still the leader. Defeating him would cause the other side's morale to lessen as well. The black rock was condensed so much and pushed at such a force it would have been able to go through anything, even the hard skin of the Dalki. Seeing that the person had decided not to move, he guessed right. That the arrogance of this person would be the death of him. Before the black rock could reach Quinn's face though, his shadow had risen from the ground, stopping the small black rock completely mid-air. "What?" Paul said in horror. It had been a long time since he had seen anyone stop his attack like that and so carefree as well. Then he noticed what it was. The shadow. "Looks like I'm in the right place after all." Smiling. As for Quinn, he was equally shocked. Blocking that single attack with his shadow had cost him greatly. 50 MC points. 50 out of 100 MC. He had fought a general before and fared well. It had given him confidence, but this was a reminder he was going up against a head general this time. "Everyone, we can't afford to hold back. Release your soul weapons," Paul said. Some activation of soul weapons took longer than others. The group didn't want to allow the other side to get the advantage, which meant the fight was now in full swing with the group charging forward. Surprisingly though, the one who was leading the charge and had gone in first out of everyone was Vorden. While he charged towards one side of the formation, he didn't care to draw his weapons out. The Earth users, seeing this, started to hurl multiple rocks towards him. "Vorden, knock the boulders away for me," Vorden asked. Aye, Captain," Vorden said. The first large boulder was hurled and Vorden didn't stray from his path, as he had his goal in sight. The next second they saw the rock being smashed to pieces and parts of it being hurled back towards them, hitting some of their soldiers. Due to the rock blocking their way, they hadn't seen that it was little Vorden who had done the work. While Vorden would minimize movement, he allowed for Vorden to be his protector. Finally, he had reached the first troop, but instead of pushing, kicking or hitting him as the soldier thought would happen, all he felt was a simple touch on top of his head. "You don't know how long it's been. I have to thank you guys for coming over here," Vorden said with a smile, before pushing down on the head. Sink! The ground below the soldier softened, and the soldier fell into it as if it was water. Soon after, the ground hardened again and only his head could be seen. Vorden once again could finally copy powers. Backing him up on his side, Edward, Timmy, Peter and Logan had gone in, causing unexpected destruction and mayhem in their path. The goal was to attack fast before they could bring out their soul weapon. As for the other half of the group, Leo now had his sword drawn. He didn't have it in his sheath like he usually would. "Quinn, protect the girls. Let me deal with Paul," Leo asked, but rather than ask, it was more of Leo telling him what he was going to do, because Leo had already charged in, ignoring most of the soldiers' attacks, heading straight for the head general. "This is perfect," Arthur said. "Let's begin your training, shall we? Here you have 3 beautiful girls. Your job is using your shadow to make sure not a single one of their pretty faces get hurt." It sounded simple, but it really wasn't. In fact, when Quinn thought about it, it seemed impossible. There were multiple enemies attacking all of them. Quinn would have to spread his shadow thin and while fighting, try to move the shadow about protecting the girls where he could. However, he knew getting stronger wasn't going to be easy. The shadow under Quinn split, part of it went to the 2 girls who would remain at the back. There was less of it this way, but it was the only thing he could do because Aaron was fighting by his side as a close-quarter combat fighter. Layla was busy firing arrows away. In truth, she wanted to evolve, but she couldn't at the moment. Everything was too hectic for her. But she was glad she had learned the telekinesis ability beforehand. She had yet to improve it to level 4, but thanks to having it, she was able to cause distractions and help where needed on the battlefield. "Look out," CIA said, seeing a rock being hurled at them. But before she had even moved, the black shadow raised up from the ground, defending her. Quinn was doing a good job at splitting his focus into two areas. But he was sweating, and it was affecting his ability to fight a little, as they could see he was getting hit often, but his strong body and healing abilities made up for that, and he was even making use of the blood wall more to protect himself. CIA wasn't completely useless on the battlefield. When soldiers got close, she had a number of different gadgets she would throw out that would disable or trap certain enemies for a while. She had been gifted these from Edward before leaving the castle. The gadgets which had been created by the 10th, Vincent would even make the most normal vampire useful. It wasn't smooth sailing for everyone, as they were starting to struggle. The initial start of the fight had passed and most of the soldiers were able to pull out their soul weapons, making the fight more even and in their favor than before. "We haven't even gone through our second year of school yet," Vorden shouted as he swung his blade with one hand, then used the ground to shift his body, moving away from another strike. "I wish I had my own soul weapon right now." Off towards the center of the battlefield, Leo had reached the head of General Paul, and the two looked at each other for a while. "You came over to me quite quickly," Paul said. "Do you have some type of grudge against me?" Floating behind him were 10 pieces of the black rock from before. They seemed extremely dangerous, considering that none of the other soldiers wanted to get close to Paul in his fight, for fear they would get accidentally hit in the process. Leo said nothing and just stayed a few meters away from him with his sword ready. The first rock was hurled like a bullet and a swing was made at the same time. The speed had matched and the rock had hit the ground. Then the next and the next. The black rocks continued to be hurled, while Leo would hit them all away. The ones that were hit to the ground soon raised up and started to come at Leo from all different directions. "I can't cut it," Leo thought. "My ability is allowing me to see where all the rocks will come from. If it wasn't for that I would have been hit by now, but if I don't break them, soon I will tire out." Leo this time was using everything he had in his attacks. The black rock was a lot harder than he thought. He was putting his chi as well and lacing the edge of his sword with his blood energy, making it as sharp as possible. "I have to cut it," Leo thought, swinging harder. Right now he was in his prime, yet on this planet, he had found the demon-tier beast he couldn't cut and now the head general's special rock, which was most likely his soul weapon. The speed that everything was happening at was beyond human, and Paul was starting to wonder if the person in front of him had some type of speed ability he was moving that fast. From above, the spectators continued to watch the fight go on, and it was nothing like they had expected. They had thought of two possible results: that the 10th family would be so weak they would be wiped out in an instant, or that the humans would be so weak that the same would happen to them. But that wasn't true at all. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they could see that Leo, the new vampire knight, along with the others were powerful. With so few men, they were able to hold off the army. And as for the humans, they were a lot stronger than they had expected. These humans, they keep growing and growing. If we allow them to continue, then soon they will overthrow us. What is the king thinking? The time for us to act is now, one of the leaders said in anger. A lot of vampires hadn't had any human interaction in years, and in their mind they were still the weak little ants. Some of them didn't even see them as a threat or trouble until this fight had shown what they were capable of. The fight continued all over the battlefield, and the only one that hadn't joined in so far was Arthur. From time to time, he would come over to Quinn's side and whisper him a new task. Perhaps tell him something different to do with his shadow. Strangely as well, every time Arthur would do this, his MC points that were used for the shadow would rise. It was as if Arthur could tell when Quinn would soon run out of MC to use the shadow, and somehow Arthur was able to restore his MC so he could use his shadow again. It felt like Quinn was playing the game where he could use his shadow skills as much as he wanted, only this time it was a real battlefield. Back at the center, Leo's fear was coming true. He was still unable to break the black rock, and even him being a vampire he was tiring himself up, and eventually it happened. He had been hit, and not just anywhere. One of the black rocks had hit him directly in the jaw, flinging his head to the side. The attack was hard, and Leo had to regroup himself, moving slightly out from his position. When he turned his head back to look at Paul, his mask had been shattered and had crumbled, falling to the floor. "Leo," Paul said. Paul had to take a second look at the person in front of him because it wasn't the Leo he knew at the military base. It was the Leo he had seen a long time ago. He looked like the spitting image of the blind hero who had fought in the war around 30 years ago, but that seemed impossible. How could he have gotten younger? At that moment, Paul had stopped his attacks trying to figure out whether or not he was fighting against a friend or foe. Leo, it's you, right? I don't know what happened, but maybe we can talk this out, Paul said. However, Leo wasn't listening to his words. Instead, he picked up his sword once again and gripped the hilt even tighter than before. More than anything, right now he wanted to cut the special black rock. Continue, Leo shouted. Now, Paul was hesitant. Just where were they? And what was going on? Was it an ability? Someone playing tricks on him? It had to be. He couldn't think of anything else. It would also explain why he was seeing a younger version of Leo he had fought with in the past, rather than the old one that he had hired to work for his military base. Plucking up the courage to fight against one of his own men, Paul picked up the black rocks and started his barrage once more. The fight continued over all areas of the field, with neither side letting up. It wasn't clear who the winner would be. The soldiers were well equipped with beast gear armor, protecting their vitals, and the earth ability was good at defending and blocking against attacks. Whatever was going to happen, Quinn was starting to worry that soon his side would tire, for they had fewer people and there was something else, a decision he had made beforehand that was making it harder for everyone to fight. Quinn, are you really planning to stick to what you said before? Arthur thought, continuing to watch him fight. You are far more naive than I thought. But Arthur wasn't upset, for a smile came on his face. You really are just like me, but you need to learn the truth. Over to his right, Quinn could see that Erin was beginning to tire out. She was sweating heavily and had been keeping up with his own pace. She had lasted longer than he thought. It looked like she was quick to adapt to her new body, but she had only just turned. She wouldn't be at the level Quinn was at. A brief lapse in concentration for both of them and a beast axe came chopping down from the soldier. It was falling upon Erin's head. She tried to lift her hands, moving her sword to block the attack, but her hands felt like lead. No matter how hard she tried, she had reached her limit and it looked like she would be hit. Then suddenly, a few sharp shooting pains were felt in her back and her hands started to move on their own, as if they were as light as a feather. It raised and blocked the attack, and then her body moved on its own as well, spinning and kicking the soldier away. I know I didn't get your permission, but I hope you can forgive me this time, Fex said, giving a wink. Just like on the roof, Fex had attached his strings into Erin, controlling her like a puppet. Thank you, she mumbled. It was quiet, but Fex could hear those words, making his inside feel a little warm. Let's do this. He was now more energized than before. Towards the back, some of the soldiers had broken their formation, and now they were heading for the annoyances in the back. The two girls, CIA and Layla. Often when they were fighting, just at the right time an arrow would come into their view, blocking them from the perfect attack. They wanted this to stop, and now CIA could see them coming towards them, but she no longer had any gadgets. She had used them all earlier. Right now she wished she had been turned into something else. Something that would have been able to help in the fight. While Layla, she was too focused on trying to transform. If she was able to change into her second form, it would give her a chance. For her second evolution was better physically and good for close fighting. But the panic had settled in, and she couldn't even absorb all of the emotions that were swirling around her. Seeing there was nothing else to do, she tried to run, but her legs had been trapped, surrounded by some type of earth. A rock was hurled towards her hand, hitting it, causing her to drop her bow, and now she was a sitting duck. The soldier didn't hesitate. This was a battlefield. Creating a spear out of the ground, he thrusted it forward, aiming for her head. Through no control of her own, an image appeared in CIA's head. One of Layla's head being impaled, and her dying. Seeing this, she had let out an almighty scream. One which was as loud as that at the castle. It had stunned the man closest to the two of them, slowing down his attack. "Nu!" Quinn shouted. Hearing the scream, he had turned his head, and he could see the spear going towards Layla. His shadow wouldn't be able to move fast enough to block the attack, so he did the only thing he could, throwing a kick and putting his chi in, letting out a blood crescent kick. It didn't take long to reach the soldier, and the man had been sliced completely in half. His spear disintegrated and his two halves fell to the floor. A few seconds later, Arthur appeared by the girl's side, hitting each of the other soldiers next to them, knocking them all out with a small hit. The loud scream had startled most and had stopped the battlefield slightly. When looking at Quinn, his face didn't look like he was happy. He had just saved a friend. Instead, it was one of sadness. "This is another lesson for you, Quinn," Arthur said. "You have to remember, at the end of the day, this is a battlefield. In a fight, the enemy is doing everything they can to kill you. If you didn't kill him, he would have killed your friends. Even in the past, when humans fought against humans, it was exactly the same. This is the most important lesson I wanted to give you." Arthur knew Quinn had a soft heart, but he didn't know how to change it. No normal person would have sacrificed so much to save one person. This was why he knew what Quinn was like when he tried to save Fex. He was struggling to think of a way to help change him, but then the next time they saw him, Arthur saw that he had slightly changed. It had only been a few days, but his character and confidence, it looked like he had become what he needed to become. However, it all changed again before the fight. For Quinn had made a request to him and his friends, to try not to kill any of the humans, to try to subdue them all. It was the reason why many of them were struggling in the fight and were tiring far quicker. Due to the scream, the battlefield had gotten quiet, and Paul had heard what Arthur had said. He started to look around and noticed it was true. Apart from those soldiers that had been killed by the strange creatures, all the ones that had fought with these 13, they had been damaged badly but not killed. On top of that, the man who hadn't fought until now, he had dealt with his elite soldiers so easily. It made Paul realize that if he was going to continue to push this fight further, then it might prove to be a greater loss. He was fighting a losing battle. The black rocks fell to the ground, and Leo looked at Paul. "Everyone halt," Paul shouted. "We surrender. Quest complete. Rewards received." Multiple notifications had gone off in Quinn's head for completing the quest, and it also included all of those that he defeated. Right now, though, he wanted to know if all his friends were okay, and they needed to round up their captors. The soldiers immediately listened to Paul's words, dropping their weapons to the ground and canceling their abilities. It looked like both sides were thankful the fighting had stopped, even though it had happened so suddenly. Next, it was Fex's turn. Using the special rope, he was able to tie up the captives. And as for the remaining Wendigos, well, Arthur had dealt with them in his own way, trapping them in some type of strange shadow for them never to be seen again. "Okay, let's head back to the king's castle," Quinn said with a smile. At the same time, the king had heard of the news, how they had successfully managed to capture the humans, including the leader, with no casualties on their side apart from the Wendigos. Quinn had done a better job than he thought. If he could, he would have thrown a celebration for their success. But unfortunately, moments before, he had received dreaded news from one of his royal knights. News that needed to be discussed immediately by everyone. "Did you hear the news?" an excited vampire said. "That the humans have found us?" Another replied. "I thought everyone already knew about that." "Yes, not that, that's old news by now, but about the group that went to beat them. I hear it was the 10th family." "The 10th family, are you sure? Who would go out there other than Knight Edward?" "Maybe the rumors of a new 10th leader being selected were true. I heard they used this as a test for him to see how strong he was. He had only taken a small group and dealt with the humans easily." "Big deal." Another joined in. "I mean, fair enough if it was a high-level threat, but you are talking about humans here. Even we could have dealt with that." "Are you sure?" Another replied. "It was clearly big enough of a threat that they decided to send in a leader in the first place. I can't help but think things are starting to change here. Something like this has happened in so long and no one after another." The whole settlement was buzzing as information was being passed from one person to another in the pool living area. And news had spread fast that it was the 10th family, the new 10th family that had dealt with the threat. Those in the 10th, for the first time, felt a little pride in their family's doing, but still they chose to hide it. Even with this, if they came out and claimed they were part of the 10th, others would laugh at them. Change couldn't happen overnight, but some of them could hope. The group walked back, and the soldiers had been captured, and it looked like not a single one of them was putting up a fight. They were very loyal to Paul, the head general indeed. After Fex finished tying them all up temporarily with his string, they waited for vehicles to arrive that had been ordered by Edward. Finally, quite a large-looking van had appeared, and inside it were cuffs made from the strong black material. The string was switched for the cuffs, and the humans were marched into the strange-looking vans one by one. In total, there were around 120 humans alive. After that, the portable teleporters were put in a separate vehicle. "Are we going to die?" a female soldier asked Paul. "I don't know," Paul replied back. "All I know is that they have decided to keep us alive for now." When everyone had entered, Edward stopped Paul from walking forward. He was the only one that wasn't to step in the vehicle. While walking back to the settlement, the vans moved at a slow pace, following them, and Paul stood in the middle of them all, with Leo right by his side. This slow walk back gave everyone time to think, and at the same time Quinn could finally check the outcome of the fight, including the rewards he had been given for completing the quest, as there were quite a few things to take in. Level 29. Before Quinn was level 26, he had gained 3 levels during that whole fight. Every time he would defeat an enemy he had gained EXP, more than he had done so before, proving the difficulty of the enemies he was dealing with and finally when finishing the quest it had leveled him up one more time. What Quinn also did notice while he was fighting was that each time he would defeat an opponent a new message would come up saying bonus EXP received. This was due to his title, Edward's Little Helper, giving him 10% more EXP. He still didn't like the title name, but it sure was effective, for the amount of EXP needed later on would be grand. 0/25, 600. He was still a long way to reaching that level 40 goal and becoming a vampire lord. Since evolving into vampire noble, Quinn only got 1 extra stat point for each level up, and there was something else he noticed as well. His HP had remained the same, staying at 100. He was unsure if this was just a cap, but if that was the case, then the stronger enemies he would face in the future, he would need to focus on getting better beast gear to protect himself. With his 3 extra stat points, he decided to place them into agility, like he had originally planned. He found one of the main differences between him and the current vampire leaders was their speed. There also wasn't much need for him to place his points into the charm skill as much anymore. He could control most humans at school that he needed to, and those high in power were far too strong to be charmed anyway. He wouldn't disregard it completely, but it was no longer his main focus after realizing how much he still needed to improve in the fighting department. There were a few times during the fight Quinn was able to take in a few drops of blood here and there, and that had also increased his stats, and now they were currently like so. Strength, 48, plus 11. Agility, 48, plus 5. Stamina, 42, plus 1. Charm, 45, plus 1. Defense, 33. The next set of notifications were to do with his shadow ability. As a reward, he was given the chance to unlock any skill he wanted, just like after defeating the King tier beast. On top of this, due to Arthur's training during the fight, his skills had improved, and now he had enough points to unlock all of the shadow skills in the system. Wasting no time, Quinn unlocked them there, and then a new notification screen appeared. Level 6 Shadow Ability fully unlocked. MC points have increased to 120. Level 7 Shadow Ability tab has been unlocked. 2 new skills are available in the skill shop. After unlocking the 10 shadow skills available at level 6, Quinn had gained 20 more MC points. Things were now starting to make a lot more sense to him. A level 1 shadow ability user would only have 20 MC points to play with, and would most likely only have 1 skill or so. Every time one would go to the next level, they would earn an additional 20 MC points. Because Quinn had jumped and learned the level 6 book, it had jumped his MC points to 100, but he had yet to learn all of the shadow skills that came with it. Once again Quinn had 0 skill points. However, there were 2 new shadow skills he could now unlock, and for that he hadn't had the chance to play with yet. Quinn wasn't worried though, for he had Arthur with him, someone who knew how to use the shadow better than anyone. Finally, the last few things for completing the quest. You have received 500 reputation points. Total 600 reputation points. Quinn still didn't know whether to be happy about this or not, for he found the reputation points quite useless. He wanted to ask the system a question, and as he did, there was no reply. It would take a while until Quinn would be used to the silent system he originally had once again. For now though, gaining more reputation couldn't be a bad thing. The vampire settlement could finally be seen as they were coming to the end of the forest. Paul had been silent for most of the trip, and it was the first time he had opened his mouth. It looks like the Dalkey structures, Paul said. For a second he thought these were humans that had gone over to the Dalkey side, but then he remembered Leo who stood next to him. Leo hated the Dalkey more than anyone he had ever met before. There was no way Leo would be working with them. All of this just left him confused, and when they had arrived in the settlement and he could see the eyes of all the people looking at him, he just didn't understand what was going on. Humans. Is that the 10th family that captured them? They smell so sweet. I can smell them through the van. Hearing the words and taunts Paul initially thought of them being humans seemed completely off. Just where was he? Leo, I need to ask, I gave up my people willingly to you. I will be honest, part of that was because I saw you. Paul explained. Just tell me and my people will be safe, will they not? You won't let those innocent soldiers die for no reason. Leo wanted to give a reply, but the truth was he didn't know the answer. He knew Quinn didn't want this outcome either, and he wasn't to blame. They were all just in a bad situation. Hearing this, Quinn started to think about their fate. Due to Paul's position on Earth, they wouldn't be able to just wipe their memories and send them back. They wouldn't have the same option as Logan and Vorden. In this strange place, even Quinn couldn't make any promises to them. It was clear from what Arthur had taught him before, he needed to choose the people he cared about most, and that was himself and his friends. The king's castle was up ahead, where the fate of the humans would be decided. Stationed at the front of the king's castle were 50 or so vampires dressed in a uniform that Quinn had not seen before. Most of the vampire guards that would be stationed at their leader's castle wore the same uniform apart from having the family seal on their clothing. There were a few exceptions like the 9th family who were in charge of the prison. These men in front of him were dressed in finer detailed light armor, with a blue trim, thanks to Quinn's life as Vincent knew who they were. They were part of the royal army. These vampires weren't included in the 1,500 quota each family was allowed. But even the king was only allowed a total of 50 or so in his own personal army. They didn't answer to anyone apart from the king and the royal knights. The scary thing about them was each one was meant to have the strength of a vampire knight. It was a reminder to Quinn there were many faces that he hadn't even touched upon in the vampire settlement. He was also sure after seeing the Wendigos being used in the way they were on the battlefield, that they most likely had other dark creatures lurking beneath underground, ready to be used at any time. To greet them was one of the royal knights, named Dwight. His hair was flat on top of his head, and his facial expression seemed to never change when he was speaking. I will confirm to the king that the 10th leader, Quinn Talon, has delivered the intruders as asked. Dwight said, I think it will be best if you all return to your castle, and such to rest for the time being until you are called once again. The large vans were taken away and Dwight grabbed Paul personally by the arm. Seeing him get taken away, he looked towards Leo, as if he was expecting him to say something, telling them to stop, but no words were spoken and they all went towards the castle. I can't imagine how he must be feeling right now, said Layla. In a place where he doesn't understand what's going on, where they are or who these people are. That's probably why he kept looking at Leo. Layla was right, he must have been going crazy with his thoughts. Quinn thought. Even though Paul was the leader of the military base, was all the wrongdoings his fault? Did he deserve something like this? He wasn't even in charge of the school where his life was hell, and the military school most of that was Duke's doing. Wait! Quinn shouted out just before Dwight had reached the doors of the castle. What will happen to him? Dwight looked at Quinn for a little while before answering. This kid. I can't tell if he will be good for us in the future, or just bring more trouble. Dwight thought. A decision has yet to be made. Dwight replied. Don't worry. You will be called soon. Everyone will. With that, they entered the castle doors and they had shut behind them. 4 days. Logan muttered. What was that? Fex asked after hearing him. I was just calculating how long we have left until school was meant to start up again. Logan replied. I still haven't made up my mind with what to do. Maybe we should wait until we see what's going to happen with these guys. Quinn replied. From the sound of that royal night, our situation and position might have changed a little. With their task and job done, and nothing else to do, the girls had asked Quinn if it was okay to head back to Amy. They still wanted to find out more about CIA after all, and honestly, they wanted to take their mind off everything that had just happened. They felt like if they just stayed at the 10th castle, they would just go mad thinking about things and wanted to keep their mind busy. The girls had split off from the group again, but just before leaving Quinn had some words to say. Layla, just be careful, Quinn said. The reason he said this was because he still had images of Layla being hit by the spear. She was moments away from death. As for Layla, when she turned around there was a big smile on her face. The words spoken were few, but she could tell they were important. Because he had said those words only to her and not the 2 other girls. When they arrived at the castle, the boys decided to split off as well. Logan wanted to break down the research he had found form the mountain, and now with Peter back, he was his perfect assistant once more. Vorden, of course, was also interested in this, and he could tell that Quinn had something else on his mind. He hadn't asked any of the others to do anything and continued to look at Arthur the whole way, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't while they were out in the open. Call us if you need us again. And Quinn, we are still all alive, so don't stress too much, Vorden said, going into the castle and up to the research room. Hey brother, Fex said. That was great, huh? We really kicked ass out there. I was a bit worried about joining the 10th family, but I never knew you had grown so much. And the teacher, how the hell did you manage to turn him? He was a beast before and now he's like some kind of super beast. The blabbering continued from Fex and suddenly, he felt someone pulling him along by the side of the arm. Sorry, I forgot to take this chatterbox with us, Vorden said, having returned, pulling Fex away. I guess it's my time to leave as well, Arthur said. My offer still stands if you wish for me to train you more, Quinn. Actually, Arthur, Quinn replied, I wanted you to come with me, inside the 10th castle. I need to show you something. Something you might want to see. Edward gave Quinn a look. Honestly, he didn't want Quinn to dive deep into these affairs. He just wanted Quinn to be a good leader and live his life at the settlement protecting the others. But Quinn felt differently. He had lived Vincent's life and he was involved in this, and that meant Quinn was involved in this now as well. This time, when they headed down to the 10th leader's tombs, both Leo and Edward were by his side. Quinn felt better this way. He didn't think Arthur would do anything to harm him, but he just didn't know what was going to happen. Why have you brought me here? Arthur asked. All of them stood towards the back, where the 4 tombs were lit up in the blue glow. If I was to ask you what the First People's King looked like, you would know, would you not? Quinn asked. I would never forget his face. I have remembered it each day from the day that he had turned me, Arthur replied. Once an enemy and now my friend. The glances between Edward and Quinn continued, and if Edward knew what Quinn knew, he probably would have done everything in his power to stop what was about to happen. Quinn didn't say any more. Instead he walked forward and would let the rest play out. Any explanation would just cause a back and forth. Turning the large circle dials on the tomb, steam started to pour out, and the chamber was lifted. Then through the glass, a man could be seen with his arms crossed. Arthur looked at the man, and within a second his eyes had opened wide. He looked at the floor, counting again, making sure Quinn hadn't opened the wrong one. Open them all, Arthur shouted. Not replying or saying anything, Quinn went ahead and opened them all. In each of them a leader was present. Arthur didn't know most of the other leaders, but he knew who took the 10th place after the first king, and in that chamber it was the correct person. But the reason for opening them all was to make sure there wasn't some type of mistake. "Where is he? Where is Ino?" Arthur asked. "This was why I wanted you to come down here," Quinn replied. "I don't know what's going on, but the previous 10th leader. When he passed on the position to me, he had shown me his memories. And in his memories I saw someone who looked like the first king. But if the first king had gone into eternal slumber, then that should have been impossible. No one here knows what the first leader looks like, and after hearing your story and with how old you are, I thought I would check with you." Arthur couldn't believe it. He had seen the first king himself go into a slumber. Everyone was there when he had done so. There was no trick, otherwise the rest would have noticed. Which meant only one thing, that someone had woken him up and placed another person inside the chamber. The question was why. The initial shock started to settle down in Arthur's mind. But after this he realized that what Quinn had told him was a little strange as well. "Quinn, tell me, how did you know what the first king looked like? Even if the past leader showed you his memories, he too should have known no such thing," Arthur asked. This was something that even Edward had managed to miss. How did Quinn know? This was the reason why he felt like it would be safer to have Leo and Edward by his side. He knew he would have to tell. "There's something I need to tell you, and it's your choice whether you believe me or not. It was something the bone claw showed me." It had been a good 2 minutes, and no words had left from Arthur's mouth. He just continued to stare at the chamber in front of him. A few minutes ago, Quinn had explained to Arthur everything that happened. Everything the bone claw had shown him. How really it was the one that had attacked Arthur's men, on the behalf of its master at the time. The master being the first King Ino. At this point, any words would have been better than no words. Quinn was wondering just what was about to happen at any second. Would he lash out? Would he call Quinn a liar? There were so many possibilities. He didn't want to make Arthur an enemy. He had helped him out so much. If anything, he deserved to know the truth to whatever was going on. "I have to find him," Arthur finally spoke. "I need to hear it from his own mouth, and after that, I'll ask him myself what he's planning to do." Arthur wasn't angry. He wouldn't allow an incident that happened so long ago to control him. It was hard to get angry about something that happened many years ago. More than anything, he was disappointed. He understood why Ino had decided to do what he did at the time, and in the end, none of his men had died that day. The problem was he had been tricked by a so-called friend. If he had gone so far for his goal, then Ino would do anything. Which meant there was a reason why he was still awake. Someone as craft and smart as Ino wouldn't have been woken up by accident. "You believe me then?" Quinn asked cautiously. "Of course," Arthur replied. "What do you have to gain in all of this from lying? It would make no sense to try to turn something like this on me, and I can't see how you would know what the first leader looked like otherwise. Quinn, I would ask you to leave this Ino business to me, but I feel like you have your own reasons for wanting to find him. If I find him before you, then I promise I will bring him to you so you get your answers," Arthur said, and he started to walk out from the tomb heading for the stairs. "Where are you going?" Quinn asked. "It's time for me to leave this place. It never was my home. It never felt that way for the years I was here, and I still don't feel welcome now." Saying that, he remembered there was one place where he did feel welcome at the moment, and that was the shelter he had arrived at and made together with Ruby. "I will go looking for Ino and find out what happened to my people. I have spent too much time here, and I will take my leave. If the king asks about me in the meeting, tell him I have already left." Quinn was about to shout to him, tell him to stop. He still had a lot of things he wanted to learn from Arthur. Didn't he want to know of the outcome? He could at least stay until Quinn figured out what to do. But then Arthur had already sunken in his shadow and disappeared. It was clear that he had made the decision to leave this place, and he meant it when he said he was leaving now. It felt a little strange for Quinn. Arthur was always his backup during a tough situation in negotiation. It was because of him many of the vampires chose not to touch him. With him gone, that would all change. Realizing this, Quinn knew one thing now. He didn't want to stay here, he wanted to go back to Earth. This wasn't his place to be. The problem was, for the first time he would be in negotiations without Vincent or Arthur. While thinking of this, he felt a soft touch on his left shoulder. and then another on his right. Turning his head, he could see his two fellow knights placing their hand there. "Don't worry, Quinn," Edward said. "We have your back," Leo said as well. Even in a place like this he still had people who cared for him, and he had met some great people in the vampire settlement. If only there was a way for all of us to go back together. Heading back to the castle, the only thing that had changed was he now knew his suspicions were more than likely true. The first king was out there alive and most probably on Earth. Right now, more than anything, he wished he could talk to Vincent about it. Tell him why he thought the first king had helped him create the system used in the book. He carried moving forward until he eventually sat in the large throne that faced the glass pane looking out at the city. It was the best thing about the castle, the view. "Before the meeting, we could use this time to announce to everyone that you are the king here," Edward suggested. "It is the perfect time while morale is high. I hear the people outside have heard of our strength and good deeds." Quest received. Inform the people of their leader. Reward? Reputation points plus 100. For the first time, this was a quest that Quinn wasn't too bothered about. In his mind, seeing Arthur be able to leave so freely like that, he wanted to as well. "I think I will want to wait for the results of this meeting. Tell me, what options do you think they will give to the humans?" Quinn asked. "I know you want to save them, but it will be a tough one," Edward replied. "Unlike your friends, they are just one or two people and are students at that. But this time it was a head general. One of the big fish. It will be impossible to wipe their memories and send them back to Earth. It will just lead to further investigation. The best thing to do is just to never send them back. The humans will simply think they have gone missing on the Red Planet. They can carry on doing investigations there and will find nothing. Then the vampires will just wait them out. In a few hundred years, the humans will completely forget about this event. It's a short time for us, anyway. This has happened a few times in the past." It was as Quinn had thought, but there had to be a way, otherwise killing them on the battlefield would have been better than letting them be used as a food source. And what about turning them? That was another option that was given. Will it at least stop them from killing them? Or using the humans as food? A mass turning like that, Quinn, I don't think you understand. Not every vampire has the ability to turn their victims into a vampire. It's a draining process. Most vampires are born into this world rather than turned because of this. Edward explained. Quinn understood now why his slots to turn more people always increased as he leveled up and evolved. Even if he was to use the remainder of his slots, he couldn't save them all. For the rest of the day, Quinn had decided to rest, and while doing so he would try to rack his brain to find if there was anything he could do. The girls hadn't returned, but he knew they were safe. He hadn't told them, but Edward had sent one of his own trusted men to look over her. As for the boys, they were still busy trying to find out any new information they could from the Dalki, and Vorden and Logan had made their decision. To both of them, their abilities just meant too much. So Logan had made a video diary of sorts, explaining everything they had discovered during their time here. He had thought of trying to trick the vampires, but he couldn't really think of a way that would favor Quinn if they had been found out. The next day had arrived, and as expected there was a visitor at the 10th castle. It was finally time for the meeting to start. Quinn had chosen to take Edward with him, as they were only allowed one vampire knight into the council room, while leaving Leo behind to take care of the others if anything drastic was to happen. When they were in the room, all of the seats were filled apart from the 14th seat, the Punisher's seat where Arthur would sit. He really did go. The other leaders looked in confusion and waited, and it looked like even the king was waiting as well, so Quinn decided to speak up. Arthur has said that he has decided to take his leave. Something had come up and he won't be coming back. Quinn said. Thank you for informing me. The king replied. I guess we may start the meeting. Please bring him in. The doors behind the king swung open wide and walking into the room Paul was seen. There is a reason why I have allowed this human to enter this room today, and it's because there is something serious going on. Something serious happening on Earth. The other leaders seemed to be surprised by the news just as much as Quinn was. It was clear that they thought this was just going to be a meeting about what to do with the invaders, but there seemed to be something else going on as well. First, we must congratulate the 10th leader, Quinn. He not only stopped the intruders but was also able to do so without bringing harm to any of his own men. The king said. Paul lifted his head to see who they were pointing at, as he too was interested in who was the leader of those that captured him and, more importantly, who was worthy enough to get Leo to follow them. Even he had struggled when trying to invite Leo over to their side. So he could only imagine it to be a great person. When their two eyes met, Quinn knew that Paul wouldn't recognize him, even if he recognized Paul. Their positions were just too far apart. Paul was hardly ever at the school. He had the whole military base to run, and most of the school matters were left to Duke and Nathan. He looked so young, Paul thought. It was true, even if Quinn now looked like a young adult thanks to the evolutions he had gone through. Compared to everyone who was present at the table, he was by far the youngest. His reward for this will be discussed at a later time, as we must move on to other matters. The king explained. As you all know, we have had a number of our own people stationed on Earth at all times updating us on the current situation of the Earth. This was how we came to learn who this man by our side is and where they were. We initially thought if we left them to their own devices they would return back claiming they found nothing, but it turns out they had found us. But it was a coincidence, they still know nothing about us. The humans are still unaware of our existence. We have confirmed this by taking each one and integrating them. The look on many of their faces was of relief. This means that there might be no need for us to relocate, he said, pausing for a while. If the humans don't return, then they will just assume something happened on our training planet. We have enough rings made from the death bats for the future vampires until this all plays over. So this is not a problem. As Edward had said before, this was the most likely path they would choose to take. To not return the humans and just pretend that they had gone missing in action. As long as they didn't know where the vampires were, then it wouldn't be a problem for them. What do I do? Quinn thought. The king took a slight pause and placed his hand on his chest as if he was trying to hold something in, but he couldn't, and a fit of coughs had started. His knights by his side tried to help him up, but with a stare from him, they stopped and allowed him to continue coughing until it eventually stopped. And now I will pass on the more pressing matter to my knight Dwight to explain. One half, the king said, sitting back in his seat. Dwight placed his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest with the same dead facial expression he would have on as always. As the king said before, we have many people on Earth updating us on the situation there. But the correct term to be used is had, Dwight explained. That's right, we are unsure if the matters are related, but between the time the head general had arrived on the training planet and arrived here, we are no longer able to contact any of our people. We have no news of what is happening or what has happened. The only thing we can rely on is this man here. But it seems like he is unaware even in his position of what has happened. Which means there is a chance we might have been discovered after all, or something even bigger is going on there that he is not aware of. Some of the vampires didn't see this as much of a problem. They didn't care for the Earth anymore. They had their own supply of blood. If the humans died, why would they care? While others thought differently. Earth was their original home, and one day they wished to return there. On top of that, they were just interested in what was happening. If something happened to them, they could possibly be next as well. If they had been found out, then they would have to move again, and why should they keep running away further and further from their original home? What we would like to do is send in a new team of vampires, but the king fears what happened to them may happen to you as well. So he wishes to send in a stronger, more capable force that is able to blend in. However, due to us losing our contacts there, it seems it might be impossible to blend in with society seamlessly. We are open to suggestions at this point and are quite stumped. The room was open to discussion, allowing for all the leaders in the room to talk freely with each other and the knights to see if they could think of anything. It seemed that most of them didn't like the idea of going to Earth. It didn't seem appealing, and sending a strong part of their force there would just weaken their power here. As expected, not a single leader had spoken to Quinn, but he didn't care. Instead, Quinn was looking at Paul, trying to find an answer, and he had come up with one. All right, discussion time is over. If anyone has any suggestion on what is the best thing we could do in this situation, then please come forward, Dwight said. Some suggestions were made, but they were mostly the same as what they had been doing already. The king didn't exactly look pleased, as he felt like it would just give the same results. Then Bryce had suggested that they should allow him to take a large force there and just deal with the humans as well as whatever was happening. Make the humans aware of their presence. The king surprisingly didn't completely disregard this idea, and instead said he would like to first know what had happened before making his move, for he wanted the least amount of casualties on his side. Then finally it seemed like the whole table was out of suggestions again. Seeing this, Quinn had raised his hand. "I have a suggestion, if I may speak," Quinn asked. Dwight looked at him and paused again, but he had no reason to stop him and nodded. "Let me choose a group to go over with me." Some of them in the room thought he would suggest this, as they still were unsure if Quinn was truly a vampire on their side or not. "I think once you hear my explanation, it will be the best choice we have. I was and still am a student at the military academy belonging to Paul here. Most of the people I brought with me are in the same boat. We will be able to freely gather information from the inside, and once we graduate next year, we will join the military. You will always have someone on your side right there, and I would also like to make another suggestion, that we take Paul with us as well. With the position he is in, he will have more information than we ever had on what the humans are planning. He will also be able to alter files, allowing us to come and go to the military base as we please." Bryce, of course, was the first to be against this idea. "And how do we know the head general will do all this for us? Why would he? As soon as we send him back, he could just tell the humans what we are and where we are." However, Quinn expected this, and yesterday night he had thought of the possible situations. He just didn't think such a perfect opportunity like this one would come up. "Then let me personally turn him. Then he will have no choice but to obey and will be one of us," Quinn said. "You mean one of you?" Another leader interrupted, but Quinn carried on. "You're afraid, right? I know you saw his power. But turning him will cause him to lose his power. He won't be the same as what he once was, but we don't need him to be. We just need his position of power in the base." "You would like that, wouldn't you?" Bryce said. "But you see, there's a problem in your little plan here. He can still betray you. It's true that he has to obey your command, and at the same time he can't hurt you. But will you be with him all the time? You can't stop him from running his mouth when you're not around. What will stop him from speaking?" "The people," Quinn replied. "His men that we brought in. They will stay here, but we have to keep them alive. You saw how he acted on the battlefield. The only reason why he gave up the fight in the first place was because he didn't want them to get hurt. We can use this against him," Quinn said. For a moment, Bryce had stepped back a bit. He couldn't deny the person's character, but that was all they were relying on. That this human cared for his people, it wasn't really enough. However, what options did they have? Quinn had made a good argument. They had no current allies on Earth, so what better way than to make one, and one in a high power of that. If this worked, then the vampires would be in a better position than they would have ever been in. This included if they ever wanted to take over them in the future. So slowly Quinn was convincing them all. "Okay," Bryce said. "My last point then. We have leverage against the human for not betraying us, but what about you? How can we be so sure that you won't go over to the human side?" It was a fair question for Quinn. What could he offer or say to them to convince them that he wouldn't betray them? Quinn had thought this was a possibility when making his suggestion. What he wanted to do right now was try and think of something that would satisfy them, but also help him in his situation. He had gotten this far on his own. Now he didn't have Arthur or Vincent to help him with suggestions. It was all down to him, and he was at the last hurdle. If one of his vampire knights remains at the castle, that should be enough, should it not? Edward perked up. This was what was done before when such an important task was given to a family. That was right, in Vincent's past memory he used to be given the task of gathering blood from the humans. It was his job as a leader. Back then they allowed for a leader to interact with the humans along with a vampire knight. "Please," Prima chimed in. "You barely know the kid, even your precious 10th leader that cared for you had abandoned you all, and for what, who knows? If you were left here, nothing would change. If we wanted it to be more fair, then it would need to be someone from the group he came with. Someone close to him. I think this is good, Muka added. We all saw how much he went through just to save Fex. Someone who was unrelated to his own family. If we were to have someone as close as that to him, I don't think he would ever abandon them. Hearing this from Muka, they were all reminded why Quinn had even come here in the first place. To save the life of a single vampire. One that wasn't in a high position of power, but simply a friend. They couldn't deny that this was a good bargaining tool. Bryce, who was listening to everything, could see the opinion on everyone's face changing. He knew it was going their way. Okay, Quinn said. Then on top of Edward being left here, I chose to leave my other knight, Leo. I wish to look after the 10th people and not completely abandon them. You all saw Leo's strength on the battlefield. He is one of my best men, and in doing so I believe this will be far. What Quinn had said was true, but the main reason for picking Leo was because the others didn't know something that he had. A special skill that was related to the system only, a skill called Call. This skill would allow him to call Leo at any point and time to his position if he was ever in trouble. He didn't want to use it, but it would be a good safety net. I think the suggestion that has been made is a good one, Dwight said. I believe that it is important to monitor what is happening on Earth for our own future as well. For those who wish to go forward with the 10th suggestion, please raise your hand. Hearing this, Quinn was filled with excitement. He had done it. He had managed to convince them to go through with it after all, but then this all changed when he saw the number of hands that had been raised. It was 4 in total. It looks like there are some that are unconvinced, Edward mumbled. We don't have any viable options on the table at the moment, and no other leaders seem to be willing to go, Dwight said, shaking his head. I have to ask, is there anything that will convince the other leaders to allow this suggestion to go forward? I have one, Jill said, raising her hand. She was one of the vampire leaders who had heavily injured Layla, and Quinn remembered he had hurt her with his bloodshot. If she was the one that had a suggestion, he didn't like the way this was going. I would be inclined to agree if he is to leave one of the girls in his group behind, which one is up to him to choose, she said with a smile. If Quinn could, he would have liked to take them all, but in the end it was not possible. Very well, I shall leave behind Erin. She is a newly turned. Jill was happy with this. She didn't care which one, but she wanted to pay back all 3 of the girls for the trouble they had caused her back then. As for Quinn's reasoning, it was because Erin couldn't really return back to the military base in the first place. True Dream was still after her, and they had made the video announcing that Pure had captured her. Her hair color and appearance were slightly altered now, but she still looked like Erin. On top of this, according to the system description, if she was to return and be surrounded by humans, her appearance would change back to what it once was. He knew Leo and Erin were a good match. They had stayed together for a while before, and he was sure Erin would most likely be fine with this and understand his decision. The problem was, even though Jill had changed her mind, still only 5 people had agreed. There was still more that needed to be convinced to make it a majority. The room was in silence for a bit, and Quinn had run out of ideas for trying to convince them. Then a sudden unexpected voice had chimed in, coming from Jean, who was one of the vampires that had already given Quinn his vote. I think this will sway some people over, Jean said. How about from the group we send one of our own vampires to go with them? To make it even fairer, I would suggest sending someone from the other side who hasn't cast their vote. We could even send someone from the first family. It's up to you who you chose. You could send one of your knights if you really wished. Finally, it looked like the vampires could agree on it, seeing that as many of them were now nodding their heads. Seeing that the vote would soon change, Bryce raised his hand, first changing his vote. Then I will agree to this as long as it's one from the first family being sent over. Another leader also raised their hand after hearing this, finally giving the majority vote to Quinn. The strange feeling Quinn had in his stomach was finally starting to settle down. He no longer felt like he was going to spill his guts at any second. I did it. But I can't just be satisfied with this, he thought. It seems we have all come to a decision. The king said, the human known as Paul shall be blooded by the 10th leader. Then a small group of the townspeople shall be sent to Earth along with one of the vampires from the first family. The finer details will be sorted soon, but I wish for this to be done as soon as possible. So I wish for Quinn to gather his people. Before that, I promised you a reward for achieving your task so well. Is there anything you wish to be rewarded with? Clenching his fist, Quinn had to do it, the one thing he wanted to request this whole time. If you can grant me anything, then I wish for the 2 remaining humans that I brought with me to not have their memories wiped. Quinn requested. They are very close to me, so close that they chose out of their own free will to come to this place to save another. They weren't forced by a command of blood, but by a different type of bond. I hear what you are saying, the king replied. But humans are not allowed to know of this place. Even if I want to grant you this, I can't. Is there anything else you want to ask for? He had failed. Quinn felt like he had let his friends down. After they did everything they could to help him, their memories were going to be wiped and they were going to forget everything they had gone through. No, he had to try again. If you can't grant me this request now, then I ask at least you delay it. They will be important in helping me complete my task. When I brought them here, it was because of their powers I could get so far. You can confirm with your men we were sneaked into your system unknown. You saw how they dealt with the other vampires on the battlefield. Even with them not being vampires, they were still able to go toe-to-toe with your best. So all I want is for you to keep their memories until the mission is over. There was a pause and silence in the room. The king was actually waiting to see if someone heavily objected to this matter. But it seemed like none of the vampires actually cared about this. Okay, very well, the king replied. But they are your responsibility. Please remember that whatever they do will affect you greatly now as well. And remember the people who you have chosen to leave behind. There are still a few things to go over. Head back to your castle now and choose those who you wish to take with you. One of my royal knights will come by later to give you the rest of the details. The meeting is dismissed. Finally, a heavy weight was lifted off from Quinn's shoulders. He had done it. They were able to go back to Earth, go back home. However, it wasn't permanent, and for how long he did not know, but it was the first step. Returning to the castle, Edward followed Quinn back. It was only them 2 for now. When the royal knight was to come by later, they would bring Paul along with them and would stay there for the process. When Edward looked at Quinn, for some reason now when looking at his back, it looked a little bigger. He was able to deal with everything that was thrown his way, and in the end had gotten a good outcome for himself. But Edward was a little saddened by what had happened. Yes, he was happy for Quinn, but he was hoping Quinn would stay so he could help out the people. If he was to leave now so soon, then the townspeople would be in the same position as they were before, being treated as if they were at the bottom of the barrel. Edward had seen them endure hardships and trouble for so long. He wanted to change that, and after fighting with them against the humans, he felt like it was the first step in a new direction. Now, they had moved several steps back. When arriving through the door, the first person that was there to greet him was Leo. He had sensed his presence coming towards the castle and wanted to know what had happened. So he came down to the reception area. Is everyone back? Quinn asked. Yes, the girls have returned and the boys are still upstairs resting, Leo replied. This was good, as it meant he could deliver the news to everyone at once. But while Leo was here, Quinn thought it would be best to tell him first. After explaining everything, Leo didn't look to be troubled too much by the decision. I can wait, Quinn, Leo replied. As I said before, you have given me more time in this world. I do not wish to leave this world before I have accomplished everything. I thought that I was at my peak strength before, with no way to improve. Leo started to think about how he was unable to hurt Paul, nor was he able to hurt the dragon. But now I think I can. I think I can get stronger here. Quinn smiled. Even though Leo would do as he asked, he didn't want to force something upon him. But he also had something else planned. Edward, do you think it's a good idea if we announce to the people the new vampire knight? Quinn asked. I was thinking if we claim that the invasion was stopped mainly due to Leo, it would increase their morale. Besides, it's kinda true. Leo was the one that went up against Paul. It may not be as good as a leader being here, but it will show them things are changing and improving. Hearing this had made Edward happier than ever. Quinn hadn't completely forgotten about the people after all. He not only thought about his friends, but everything he was leaving behind as well. I think we can work something out. I will try to plan an announcement today, Edward said. Now that he had sorted out what was to happen with his friends and the others, Quinn had time to think about everything else. He couldn't get the image of those people that had attacked him that day. After visiting all their houses and seeing how desperate they were to get out of the family, he wanted to help them. Even more so after living in Vincent's memories. Technically, Quinn had already experienced the pain of leaving these people once, and he didn't want to do so again without doing anything. Everyone was gathered in the dining hall for the last time, and Quinn had informed them all of what had happened. How he had struck a deal with the vampires and soon they would all be returning back to Earth. I knew you could do it, Borden said. I'm happy we don't have to get rid of our memories. That wasn't what you said earlier, Logan replied. You even had me make a video containing all your experiences so far. That's what we have been doing this whole time. All Borden could do was laugh nervously. It's fine to have a backup plan, right? Borden said. On the girls' side though, although they were happy about returning, Layla seemed to be hit the hardest by this. She had only just been reunited with Aaron. The two of them were holding hands, and tears were already rolling from her face. Aaron. We won't see each other again? Layla asked. It won't be forever, Aaron replied. Besides, I actually want to stay here for a bit. There are still things I can learn from Leo, and I haven't selected an ability yet. Time will pass by quicker than you think, and I will be there to help you once again. The two embraced each other with a large hug, and CIA, who was seated behind Layla, could see Aaron mouthing some words. Look after her, Aaron mouthed. CIA thought it was sweet until she saw the next set of words mouthed. If she gets hurt, you're dead. Even though the words were only mouthed, it had sent a shiver down her spine. CIA was never really close to Aaron and had only got to know her a little bit during their time here. In fact, she was jealous of Aaron. Her relationship with Layla looked closer than hers and she was able to stay here. If she was chosen to stay here, she would have been happy as well. She had learned about her abilities from Paul, but she never got the chance to speak to the vampire leader to restore her abilities. But it was Quinn's decision and order, and she understood why Aaron had to be the one left behind. The ones that would be going to Earth with Quinn were as follows. CIA, and Layla from the girls' side. As for the boys, it would be Borden, Logan, Fex, Peter, and Borden. Now that they had Paul, he was able to input Fex into the system as a new student again. Peter had the transformation skill and could appear as anyone he wanted to be, so he could do the same. With Borden, Logan insisted it would be best if they brought him with him. He said he would be able to hide him most of the time in his toolbox anyway due to how small he was, so it would all be okay. Now that they all knew what was happening and where they were going, the girls wanted to say one last goodbye to Amy and the others, and the boys were in the research lab trying to take all that they needed with them. However, just as the girls were about to leave, Fex had called out to one of them. He had asked Aaron to stay. Aaron, Fex said, I saw your strength on the battlefield. I want to make a request. Can we fight each other? I might not see you for a long time. Usually, Fex was playful and joking, never serious, especially when he talked to Aaron, but she could tell this time he was serious. You two go ahead, Aaron said. I think I'm going to stay with the idiot. Aaron didn't know Amy and Xander well. She hadn't experienced going to school with them. She had only tagged along to protect Layla if any creeps were trying to get their hands on her. But after meeting them, she knew they were good people, and the two of them would be okay. Besides, she too wanted to test out her new strength. How did she compare to a vampire like Fex? The two of them went off and tried to find a room they could fight in. They eventually ended up in the reception area, the biggest empty space in the castle right next to the entrance. Quinn was interested in seeing the fight too, so he decided to go along with them, but he was confused by what had caused the sudden interest for Fex. I see what he's trying to do, Edward said. He plans to break through. He wants to evolve during this fight. We could always perform the ritual, but breaking through naturally is always better. Especially for someone like him. As long as his opponent is strong enough, he will be able to finally become a vampire noble. That was right, Quinn had forgotten, but Fex was only a vampire still. He had yet to evolve but was one of the strongest vampires due to him being a direct descendant. The two got into position, and the fight was ready to go ahead. Technically Erin had better stats, but she hadn't been a vampire for long, so she wouldn't be able to use blood abilities. But she did have the power of chi on her side. While Fex was quite skillful in using his blood abilities and also had his string ability. The two of them got in a fighting position, and Edward stood in the middle trying to make the match as official as possible. 3, 2. Knock knock. Before the fight had started, there were 2 loud knocks on the door, pausing the duel for a second. He went to open it to see who it was, and there Dwight the Royal Knight could be seen, and in his hand was Paul. "I have brought the human with me to be blooded," Dwight said. The girls had arrived at Xander's house once again, but this time it looked completely different. They had a self-driving carriage out front that had all their things packed, and their family looked to be upset as they entered another one behind it. "Layla, CIA," Amy shouted out. "You managed to just catch us in time. We were just leaving to head to the 10th family." All the preparations were complete, and their house had been completely emptied from the inner first castle area. "Where will you be going?" Layla asked, looking at all the items they had. "Well, our registration and switch into the 10th family is complete," she replied. "So we will be heading to the pooling area first to see our new place, then after that we were going to head to the 10th castle." The 10th castle was just where the 2 girls had come from. It seems like they had just wasted their time coming down here. "The 10th castle? Why are you heading back there?" CIA asked. "Well, joining the 10th family, we have to start from the bottom again, which is why we're in the pooling area." But Knight Edward had made an announcement, telling everyone to come to the 10th castle tonight. Heading back in the carriage with Amy and Xander, the girls updated them on what was to happen, telling them it was most likely to be their last day here. "Well, Xander will be upset," Amy said. "Half the reason we were moving to the 10th family in the first place was so he could have more chances to speak to you." Xander looked out the carriage window and had his hand covering his face, avoiding the others from seeing his facial expression, but Amy knew him best. He was embarrassed and didn't even want to look at the 2 girls. "I wonder what the announcements are going to be," CIA thought. The Royal Knight Dwight, along with Paul, had gone to the top floor of the castle to the throne room along with Quinn and Leo to go ahead with the blooding process. The Knight Dwight was there for 2 reasons. To give the whole team a rundown of their job tasks and what they needed to do each step along the way. The second reason, to stay there until he personally saw the whole blooding process play out. There would be no tricks involved with this. Because of this, back down in the reception room, Edward had remained with both Fex and Erin, still overseeing the battle. The fight had started, and it had gotten intense for both of them far quicker than they both had thought. The 2 of them were covered in sweat and were huffing and panting. "You really have gotten so much stronger since the last time I met you on that roof," Fex shouted. He was thinking, could someone improve this much because they had just turned? But it wasn't just that. Her swordsmanship had gotten better as well, but it still wasn't the best it could be. He knew that better than anyone, for he could bring the best out in her when controlling her. Charging in again, blood swipes were thrown out from Fex's hands. Erin hit both of these away with her sword, smashing them on impact. She had yet to learn how to do her own blood swipe, but still using chi and her extra strength, she was strong enough to get rid of these. When close enough, Erin had swung her blade down at Fex's head. "Is she trying to kill me?" Fex thought, but he had brought out his red string in time, deflecting the attack and moving to the side. He was tiring out faster than usual because his red string was the only thing strong enough to block her attacks. His regular string was able to be cut easily by the chi-infused sword, and with Erin being faster than him, it was the only thing he could rely on. "I have to try something else, otherwise, I'll lose this fight if it continues," Fex thought. Erin hadn't let up for a second, and wouldn't let him rest, trying to hit him here and there. Focusing his mind, Fex dodged the blows any way he could, rolling, ducking, and using the blood wall. He did this several times, and that's when Erin noticed something strange. Before this, the whole fight he had been blocking her attacks using the red string, but now he had stopped. Is it because he's run out of energy? But the fight in his eyes said something different. She needed to be careful. Then Fex had done something strange. Using his own nails, he cut the palm of his hands and splattered blood all over the area Aaron was standing in. "I've got you now," he said. The blood had revealed several pieces of regular string that were placed all over Aaron. Every time Fex would dodge an attack carefully, he would set up a point by placing a needle on the ground, attaching string and surrounding Aaron in it completely. His regular string was weaker but almost invisible to see. However, the red coating of his blood wasn't just to show her where the string was. He had placed his blood on the strings to infuse them with his power later. Placing his hand out, he was slowly able to control the blood and coat all the strings in red. "Blood control," Edward said, shocked. "But he is only a vampire, although it's not the best. How is he able to do this already? It seems that the 13th family has lost a great future power." "Rise," Fex said. With the blood-coated strings, he moved and swirled them, wrapping them around each part of Aaron's body. He just needed to restrict her movements. He still feared her power, that perhaps if she could get a full swing in, she would even be able to break the red string as well. Eventually, Aaron was restricted to the point where she could do nothing but twitch. "Fex is the winner," Edward declared, trying to end the battle there. Aaron was upset, but not completely. When they had fought on the roof, a long time ago, even with her ice powers, she couldn't do anything. But here, she had made Fex show a number of skills he had never shown before, pushing him to his limit. Without a doubt, she was stronger now without her powers than when she did have her powers. So she could only think her time without her powers had improved her, shown her how much she relied on them before. Now if she was just to obtain a new ability, she felt she was ready. "Can you take these strings off?" Aaron asked. But then she noticed that the strings started to disintegrate and fall to the floor by themselves. She looked at Fex, who stood opposite her. He was still standing staring at her, but he hadn't moved, and before she knew it, his body was falling over and had collapsed on the ground. His body suddenly started to shake and vibrate as if he was having a fit. "What's wrong with him?" Aaron said, running over. "Don't worry, I have prepared for this," Edward said. "It's nothing to worry about. He is simply evolving." A blood pack was given to Fex to regain his strength. Seeing the blood, Aaron thought that maybe now she was a vampire she would be drawn to it, but there was no such reaction. During her time here, she would have time to find out more about herself and what she really was. The shaking had stopped, but a burning energy was now felt inside of Fex. His body was going through major changes, and he had been at the peak for so long. He was becoming an entirely new person. "Is there anything else we need to do?" Aaron asked. "All we can do is wait." In the throne room, Leo and Quinn stood on one side, while the other two stood opposite them. It was awkward, to say the least. "Can I speak to them?" Paul asked. Dwight didn't reply and instead looked at Quinn for an answer, who eventually nodded back. "Do what you want, just don't take too long," Dwight said as he left them, and went over to sit in one of the empty seats off to the side in the room, carefully keeping an eye on them all. "What did you want to say?" Quinn asked. Paul looked at Leo, he then looked at Quinn again. "I just wanted to say thank you for making your suggestion," Paul said. "I don't know why, but it seems you really were fighting for my people, and because of that, they will be kept alive. I also didn't know you were a student at my academy. Have the two of you always been vampires, working for them as spies?" Clenching his fist, Quinn was filled with an emotion. Yes, he wanted to save these people, but right now, he had one of the head generals of the base there. He wanted to tell him everything on his mind, and now he finally could. "Do you even know what goes on at the military base?" Quinn asked. "No, not just the base, but how the world is right now." With the sudden surge in anger, Paul was shocked. What could have happened to someone to make them like this? Quinn wanted to let it all out, and he finally had the chance to do so with no consequences to hold him back. He always wanted to talk to the people at the top and ask what they were thinking. Why didn't they try to help people like him? And now he could. "No, I wasn't always a vampire, to answer your question," Quinn replied with a clenched fist. Quinn, calm yourself, Leo said, seeing this. I know you have a lot you want to say, so just tell him. Let it out. Taking in a deep breath, Quinn calmed down a little and started again. My parents died in the war against the Dalki. Quinn said. I was left on my own with no money. I wasn't even able to afford an ability book which classified me as a level 1. Do you know how life is for those low levels? We get treated like trash every day, picked on and beaten. Even those that are only slightly above us, they push their anger and frustrations on those below them. We know what happens, Paul replied. That's why we offer the Earth ability for those that need it. It's why we take them in and protect them. Protect them. Quinn laughed sarcastically. You use the Earth ability as a tool to dangle in front of them, to use them. What happens to those that don't wish to continue doing your bidding? You refuse to let them grow. You toss them aside and let them stay back where they were. Did you know what General Duke was doing? How he was controlling things behind the scenes, getting others to do his bidding. I didn't. But Quinn wouldn't let Paul reply. Why, if you had the strength, the power, why didn't you stop it? Why did you have to impose who was strong and who was weak on each other? And do you know about True Dream? Quinn asked. Hearing True Dream's name, the look on Paul's face suddenly changed. Of course he knew about True Dream. Their relationship was a special one, done on purpose to keep on his good side. Your face says it all, Quinn said in disgust. There is a girl in this castle that had to come here, had to run away with Leo, had to go through hell all because that sick bastard took her abilities away. Then they wanted to get rid of her, put her in the school dungeon, for what? Because she didn't have any parents. Because you knew there was no one who would complain if these people had their abilities taken away. Peter nearly died. I had no choice but to turn him, Quinn shouted, raising his voice even more. Leo now stood in between the two and asked Quinn to step back. He was afraid if he got too riled up, he would perhaps even kill Paul. And if that did happen, then their whole plan would have disappeared. I think you should answer the boy, Leo said. He has been through more than you can imagine. During my short time there, I too had noticed some strange things. Sometimes when you are at the top, we don't see the effect our decisions make on the people below. We just see the final outcome or think about the final outcome. But here we have someone who was at the bottom, finally able to speak to you about these things. I hope you can give him some answers. Paul took a moment to think, and what Leo had said was true. All the decisions made by the other generals and the Supreme Commander was based on achieving their goal. They just thought about what was best for them at the time. Was it really so bad? He really didn't know. But this person had saved his life, and his people's lives, so he could at least answer him honestly. You might not like the answer I'm going to give. It might not be the answer you are looking for, but it is an answer, Paul replied. When the war with the Dalki started, we felt helpless. And when the originals came and saved us, we looked up to them as some type of gods. Maybe it went to some people's heads and they did what they did for that reason, but I don't think so. At the time, the human instinct went into survival mode. The humans did everything they could to survive. So we decided to cut off what we saw as a heavyweight. We needed the quickest way to fight against the Dalki. It caused chaos, and True Dream was our answer to that chaos at that time. Yes, I did know about True Dream's doings. But every time I told myself we were sacrificing the few to save the many. The new society is the way it is now. If we were to take True Dream out of it, do you know what would happen? The Dalki would no longer be our biggest threat. Instead, it would be each other. Even here, with all your power, I can tell that there was distress at that table. People on one side and people on the other. That's just how things always have been. Especially now, where power is everything. The strongest ones are the ones that are deciding the people's path. It's the same, Quinn thought. The Vampire Council, the humans, they were all the same. So everything was bad because the leader at the top was bad, was it? Then what was the answer? How would he be able to solve this problem? You know, when I became a vampire, I used to think it was a curse. But more and more I'm starting to think of it as a blessing. Fine, to your stupid reply I'll give a stupid answer then. I'll just get stronger. Stronger than the humans. stronger than any vampire, so no one can go against me. What I say is right, and what I say is wrong. Is that correct? Is that the way the world works? As long as the person making the decisions is good of heart, it will be fine for everyone. It wasn't the point Paul was trying to make, but he could tell Quinn was already beyond listening. He had been broken down by the life he had experienced. Maybe once he reached the top or was put in that position, he would realize how hard it was, or maybe Quinn would go to prove him wrong. Dwight, who was sitting by the side, had heard everything. He found it all interesting. Quinn wasn't really as close with the humans as he thought. It was interesting to hear how he felt because he had been a hard one to read until now. Protecting Feck's a vampire, then protecting the humans. He couldn't decide whose side he was on. Okay, time's up, Dwight said, getting out of his seat. We can't waste any more time. First, let me explain a few things to you. We haven't decided the exact time frame of when to call you back. Could be 1 year, it could be 10 years. Could even be as short as a month. But when we do, you are to return immediately. Once a month, a vampire will be sent to your location to update us on what you are doing. If you deem there is anything urgent to report or the person who will be with you thinks it's necessary, then they will use a portable teleporter to head back to us immediately. If you are found out by the humans, you are free to deal with that as you wish. You are a leader after all, but you are also to report it to us. Especially if it might be anything that could lead back to us or this place. If Paul is seen speaking to the humans about anything to do with vampires at all, without the permission of the 10th leader or us, we shall kill every last human here immediately. It won't be a quick death either. We will drain their blood every day, letting them starve until they finally collapse. Tomorrow morning is when you leave, and it will be when you meet your new ally from the first family. Remember, he will be keeping an eye on everything you are doing. So let's hurry up and get this over and done with. They moved Paul in front of Quinn, and Leo stood by his side, while Dwight grabbed him by the shoulders from behind. Then Quinn, cutting his hand, allowed blood to drip into his mouth. The system was activated. Blood ritual has been activated. The process was painful, just like it was for the people before. Paul was quite well built and a skilled fighter, but he was nothing compared to a fighter like Leo. Most of his power came from his ability, so the process seemed to hurt him a lot more. On top of this, Paul knew nothing about chi. Quinn was starting to wonder just what Paul would turn into. He would no longer have his earth ability, which would mean he would lose his soul weapon as well, or at least something would happen to it, due to his soul weapon being based on his ability. Come to think of it, Quinn didn't actually know what would happen. Still, Quinn didn't need a strong ally. He just wanted someone to use his position of power in the military. But it could never hurt. After all, Quinn was his turner. If he ordered him to fight, he would have to. The blood ritual has been completed. The ritual was a success, and even though he didn't care too much about Paul, Quinn was still interested to find out what he could become. There were the regular vampires like himself and Leo, and then Class A vampires like Aaron, Class B, which would be Peter, and Class C with Layla and CIA. There were also classes that would be more trouble than they were worth, according to Edward. So it was best if they were prepared to deal with such threats as soon as possible. But with Dwight, Leo, and himself, he couldn't ever imagine Paul turning into something the three of them together couldn't beat. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the ritual. A vampire has been created. 6 out of 10 cursed family members. It was a good result. There was a little bit of fear that Paul would have turned into something complicated. Something new that he would have to deal with back at Earth. But with a vampire, there were no surprises. It seems like he had skipped the beginner step, unlike Quinn had done. At first, Quinn was a halfling, but Paul had become a vampire instantly. Looks like the results have been good, Dwight said. It would be best that you inform him of the changes that will incur inside his body and how to deal with it. Now you are working for us. If there is anything you need, blood flasks or magic rings, just ask Edward, and we will send something to deliver them to you. He started walking out towards the door, not waiting for the others to say goodbye. He opened the door and said his last words. Remember, tomorrow your new ally will be here and you will be off. And like that, he was off. Paul had opened and closed his hand a few times as if he was a newborn baby. It looked like he was trying to do something and that he was trying to see if his ability had really gone. He had never heard of something like this happening. He tried to lift the ground, move objects, anything, but nothing had worked. "Leo, I was wondering," Quinn said, looking at Paul. "When you turned into a vampire, have you been able to use your soul weapon?" "Yes, I have been able to," Leo replied. "But if you're asking because you're wondering if Paul can, then I do not know the answer. I was lucky and was able to learn my ability again. Earth is not one of the abilities the vampires have, correct? If I was to guess, then the soul weapon should still be manifested inside of him. Perhaps when he learns a new ability, his soul weapon will alter to aid his ability, but your guess is as good as mine." Before, when Quinn had popped the question to Vincent, he had told him that vampires didn't have things such as soul weapons, but this was different. If one already had a soul weapon, would they keep it? The reason Quinn was interested in this was because he was wondering if he would still be able to learn his soul weapon when heading back to the academy. After all, it was one of the main focuses of their learning when they became second-year students. Past that, Leo started to explain some things to Paul. The two of them were able to converse normally while Quinn's blood would often boil every time he looked at him, so it was for the best that Leo was doing the explaining. Leo told him all the basics about vampires and what he was to avoid, such things as weakness to sunlight, along with his hunger for blood as well, and perhaps how from time to time he would have to reject certain foods. The most important thing was to blend in with society. It was lesson 101 for vampires. Quinn had done it for Leo and now he was doing it for Paul. Back at the reception area, there was another certain individual who had managed to finish his evolution successfully as well. He was sat down and Edward was standing behind him, making sure nothing had gone wrong during the evolution process. Standing up, they could see Fex was an inch taller. His hair had grown in size and was now down the back of his neck. Even more, he looked fiercer. "Is this that same idiot as before?" Erin thought, although she too was shocked at her own changes when she had seen them. But seeing someone change in front of their eyes like that was a different feeling altogether. Felt magical almost. "Thank you," Fex said. "It's because of you I was able to evolve. I knew if I wanted to grow stronger, I needed someone who would have been able to push me to my limits. I was at the peak of my strength and needed that little push. Now I can finally start getting stronger again." He started to walk off towards Erin and continued to stare at her. Erin looked around, wondering if he was looking at something else, but his fierce eyes continued to look at her. "You are as strong as you are beautiful." Fex's hand reached out as if he was about to brush her hair and instinctively, she pulled back. Her next reaction was to lift her leg, kicking whatever was in front of her. It just so happened to hit Fex right in his groin. The pain went straight to his upper stomach, and he fell to the floor. In ways, he felt like this attack was worse than the evolution he had just gone through. "I'll beat your arse next time," Erin said, as she walked off with a frown on her face. "Wait!" Fex called out as he got up from the floor, and before Erin had turned around, she felt sharp pains in the back of her body. She had felt these things before, and during the fight against Fex just now she tried her best to avoid every possible chance to allow him to control her. But she never thought he would do so now. "The fight is over. What are you doing?" Erin complained, frustrated that she was unable to control her body. "Did the evolution make him this much stronger? I can't resist at all? I thought it would have all changed when I became a vampire. It's been a long time, and we might not see each other for a while. So I wish to leave you with a gift." Moving his fingers, Fex had done what he had done on the roof that day, controlling her body like a puppet. He moved it freely, creating a dancing style of swordsmanship. If it was the old Erin, she would have resisted, fought against the control, but now she accepted help and change. Ever since that day she had been chasing after this, and she wanted to experience it again. Letting Fex have full control over her, she tried to memorize all the actions that were happening in her body. And in doing so, she noticed a difference. The movements were a lot smoother than before, and the strength in each twirl, spin, and hit was stronger. It seems like Fex had improved in all aspects as well, and even the swordsmanship that had been shown was better. My family isn't as weak as people think. Fex started to explain while continuing to control her. That day when my father protected me and my sister on the platform. He fought against the first leader but was unable to use his full power. He hadn't brought his puppet along with him. For the 13th family, this is our main strength. Proved that he wasn't ready for what was to happen. He had simply acted on an impulse that day. He didn't plan to save us, but I was still happy. Fex didn't know why he was babbling on about this. He just wanted to tell her about his ability a little bit, but he seemed to drag on about his father. It was because he had no one to talk to about it with. Finally, Fex detached the strings and Aaron was left free. When she turned around, he was no longer there, and Fex had disappeared off somewhere else. "Idiot. You didn't even let me thank you," she said. Seeing the beautiful display of swordsmanship, Edward was now thrilled. Every time he would see the people that Quinn had brought with him, he couldn't imagine the new 10th family's power. He could see in his head images of vampires learning from this beauty. And although few couldn't teach his strong ability, it would be good practice for the students to go against. While in the middle of his thoughts, a loud knock was heard at the door. Opening it up, Timmy had entered the room. "Sir Edward, all the preparations are complete. The people have started to gather," Timmy said. "Excellent." Going up to the throne room, Edward entered and could see Quinn sitting down looking outside. Quinn could see that the vampires down below were starting to gather just outside the castle area. Not quite directly in front of the castle, but a little bit ahead. There was an open area and a lot of space due to the inner castle housing area having fewer houses. It looked like all of the 10th family vampires had been asked to come to such an event. "Quinn, it is time," Edward said. "Leo, are you ready?" It was time for Leo to reveal himself to the 10th people. Edward couldn't help but feel a little nervous about how they would react. The news had spread to the 10th people that there was an announcement to be made today, so they had gathered in the area in front of the castle. It was stationed quite a place away, and the people naturally knew to not stand too close to the front doors. A small platform had been made outside that was raised a few feet from the ground. This was to make it feel a lot more personal. One could make a speech from the castle, but it was too far and would feel disconnected from the people. Edward felt like this was their chance to bring the family closer together. "Do you know why we were all called here today? It's been a long time since anything like this has happened." "I'm not sure. Maybe it has something to do with the castle lighting up?" "You think what they said about the 10th family having a new leader is true? I've been seeing people I've never seen before come and go. And I think I even saw a royal knight come here." The crowd was speculating what exact reason they had been called here for. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. Even those who were only in the 10th family temporarily were interested in what was about to happen. Finally, the castle doors opened, and 3 figures had walked out to the front. One of them everyone had recognized, for he was the one who had looked after them this entire time, Knight Edward. The other one was a bald-headed swordsman who wore very light clothing, but underneath his shirt, a demon-faced chest piece could be seen, and finally, there was another person, but he wore a hood and his face was partly covered by a black cloth. The hooded man was Quinn. He wanted to be here by Leo's side when this happened since he had put this responsibility on him, but many people had seen him save Fex that day. He just didn't want others to make speculations if they saw him coming out of the castle with the 2 other vampire knights. On the platform, Leo took the middle position, and the other 2 stood by his side. The crowd waited and Edward started his announcement. "I have called you all today for there has been a big change in the 10th family," Edward said. "As you may have heard, the 10th family was tasked with taking out the human intruders. Not just any human intruders, but some of the strongest to invade this settlement." The word humans didn't really sound frightening to vampires, so Edward had to add a little spice to things in his descriptions. "A very small team including myself took on the 200 or so intruders on our own, and we didn't allow for a single causality." "Whoa, that's pretty impressive," someone mumbled. "I had heard things, but I thought they were exaggerated." In the crowd, both Amy and Xander stood there as well. They had made it but knew more than the others thanks to Layla and CIA, and they knew what was coming next. All of this was thanks to this man by my side, Edward said, pointing at Leo. He coordinated the attack on the humans and took down the leader. Edward had stopped speaking there and paused. He was waiting for some type of applause, but there was no such thing. As he thought, it might be a bit harder to convince these people overnight. He is the new 10th Vampire Knight and will be taking charge of the head position while our leader is still vacant. I will continue to do the day-to-day duties, but this man will hold the same position as me. No, a position slightly above myself, Edward said, nodding his head. The crowd now was full of conversation, but they weren't smiles and such. Instead, it seemed more like negativity. He's a vampire knight? Without a leader who decided such a thing. Not only that, who is that vampire? I've never seen him in my life. How are we meant to suddenly see him as one of our knights? What about us? Shouldn't there be some sort of trial to see if one of the nobles is worthy? Why did this unknown get a chance to skip ahead of everyone? With the increasing amount of complaints, the crowd was getting restless and Edward could see this. I assure you, this man is even stronger than myself, Edward explained. Things will mostly remain the same, but the 10th now has a newfound power. If there is trouble brewing, then he will be the force to put his foot down against the other vampire families. You will no longer have to hide in fear if the others are committing wrongdoings. Edward was speaking so passionately that many felt like they could believe him. They weren't sure if it was some ploy just to give them an energy boost or what, but after hearing Edward, some were starting to be convinced. However, this wasn't all of them. No, if he really is so strong, then let me challenge him, a person said, stepping out of the crowd. It was a fairly young vampire. Using his inspect skill, Quinn could tell he was a vampire noble. How dare you? Edward shouted. This man has already been made a vampire knight. How could you disrespect him like that? Edward wanted to continue on, but he couldn't reveal that the new 10th leader had chosen him. It would just raise more questions. When thinking of what to do next, he saw that Leo had hopped off the platform and went ahead to where the man was. Now that they were close, the noble vampire could see the strange white in his eyes. They weren't colored or red like a vampire would be. He's blind. He's blind. The man started laughing uncontrollably. I knew it. It's all a sham, a big fake. I knew they would never let the 10th family have anything decent. The reason they have never selected a new leader is because they want one of the families to be like this. They want one of the families to stay bottom of the barrel. That way all of the families can pick on them. Can't you see, if everyone has one family they can hate on together, then they don't go around hating each other. I remember when there was a time the 4th family and others would be picked on just as much, but not anymore. Not the day since Vincent left us, the vampire yelled. A strange presence could then be felt behind Leo on the platform, and with it, mist was starting to appear on the top of someone's head. You are not allowed to speak the leader's name, Edward said, in a low voice. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Quinn whispered into his ears. Let Leo deal with this. This is his first step into proving it is his position. I will take your deal, Leo said. If there is anyone that is unhappy, then feel free to have a fight with me. If I lose, you are free to have the knight position. This wasn't something Leo could actually do so easily. But the other vampires didn't know that. They thought everything was all fake anyway, so the first one to call his bluff was the vampire noble who was in front of him. I'm sorry, but I'm sick and tired of this entire situation, the vampire knight shouted, running forward. 2 blood swipes were thrown out, and Leo simply leaned his body left and right, avoiding the strikes. Then when the vampire was close enough, he went for a punch, but the next second Leo had disappeared from his sight and was under him. Raising up, not drawing his blade, Leo used his hand, and before everyone knew it, the vampire's arms had been chopped off and were rolling on the floor. No one from the crowd had seen him draw his weapon, and it was because he hadn't done. The only thing he had used was his hands, laced in his own chi. Go get some medical help and reattach those arms, Edward said. The vampire no longer spoke or disagreed with the decision. Edward thought that maybe this would have been enough, but it seemed like it wasn't, as a few more vampires had come out from the crowd in hopes to challenge Leo. "That was a setup," they said. "We know what you are like, Edward. You're a sly person. You probably knew this was ogling to happen, so you planted him in the crowd. We couldn't even see what happened. We're nobles, not some kid vampire. How could we not see such a thing? The answer is simple. You tried to trick us." "If you believe so," Leo said, "come ahead. I will cut off the arms of every single person that comes and challenges me until you no longer believe I'm lying." Taking the scabbard with his sword along his waist, he threw it over to the platform and Quinn had caught it. Leo wanted to prove there were no tricks, but the vampire nobles were more than stubborn and continued to challenge Leo. He cut off arm after arm, in the same style, and slowly more and more people were starting to be convinced. These weren't just any vampires. These were the ones who had been training in hopes to get the knight position one day. They just couldn't believe that there was someone so strong. They couldn't believe that the tense luck was changing. It was strange to see. Some would think the show of arms being chopped off would frighten a crowd, but instead each time Leo chopped off another set of arms, the smiles on their faces grew bigger. "I think Leo is going to do a good job here," Edward said. The introduction of the new vampire knight to the 10th family was a success. It looked like somehow, through some crazy methods, they had actually managed to gain favor with the vampires. News had already spread of what Leo had done, and not just within the 10th family. As vampires returned to the pooling area, they started to interact with the other families, telling them of the crazy story and announcement that had just seen play out. Some of them just couldn't believe what they were hearing. Even for vampires, it was a pretty crazy story to hear someone just chop off people's arms like that, especially within their own family. "Aren't you a little worried?" a vampire asked. "Worried? This is the best thing to happen to the 10th family in years." The other families didn't understand what the 10th family was going through right now, but they were more than happy. Although, still with no leader, the situation would mostly be the same. It was still better to try to get into one of the other families for a chance to learn their ability, giving themselves a better situation and a bright future. They just thought maybe staying wasn't such a bad idea after all, or as hopeless. With the day coming to an end, it was time for everybody to rest up, but it was hard for some to fall asleep. This summer holiday had been eventful for all of them, to say the least. Some of them had gone through complete changes, no longer being human. Others, like Logan, had discovered that their families had secrets kept to themselves and were involved in this whole mess more than they thought. And Vorden, he had gained a small brother out of the entire thing in the form of Borden. They were all excited to finally leave the place. It felt strange, and not one of them could call this place home. However, there were some people that they would miss. Edward and Quinn were currently in discussions about something inside the throne room, as Quinn had made a proposal and written down a list for him. The list contained many different beast crystals that went from the basic tier all the way up to the advanced tier level, but there was nothing above that. "What's this?" Edward asked. "It's a list of crystals that I want you to gather if you can. I've been thinking about how to help these people, how to make the 10th like the past again. I'm not like Vincent, I don't have his ability, so I'm unable to create weapons as he could," Quinn explained. "But there is a load of weapons he left behind." Bringing up the system screenshot, Quinn was looking through them all. There were hundreds of different weapons and armor, most of them he didn't need or would ever use. It made him think, were they really all made for him in the first place? According to Vincent, it was linked to the storage room in this castle that was locked behind a wall. As long as Quinn got the crystals required for the item, then it would transport the weapon from the storage room. "If I get these crystals, I can get the weapons that Vincent left behind. I was thinking we could use them for the family. Those that do well and show talent working hard, we give them an item. We don't have an ability to incentivize them, so I think this would be for the best." "That's a great idea," Edward said, jumping out his seat. It really did feel like they would be going back to the golden days of the 10th family. "Just wait here. I think some of those beast crystals I can gather for you now." Quinn was about to tell him to not bother and to do so when he got back, but Edward had already gone off somewhere with the trail of mist following him. It was the middle of the night and Quinn thought he would be able to get some rest for tomorrow, but it looked like he would be up all night. Ah, I probably wouldn't have been able to get any sleep anyway, Quinn thought. A smile appeared on his face. Edward had returned with a crate full of crystals and had crossed off some things from the list. Upon touching them all, Quinn started to create the items using the crystals one by one, and they really did seem to magically appear in his hands. They were all sorts of things. Although, according to Edward, not all of them would be useful for vampires. He even said some of the items were worse than what they already currently have. This made sense since Vincent was an old vampire, and it was common for them to create some things better than he had at the time. Still, Quinn would keep them in his inventory for now. Those items that Edward didn't take, he had another plan for them. There was a specific individual who he had teamed up with back on Earth. Finally, when everything was done, Quinn could get some good rest and was drained. Using the system like so didn't use any energy, but the repetitive task of using his system like so just took a toll on his mind. The sleep he thought he would never get, he did. As soon as his body had hit the bed, he was out. The next day he was woken up by Edward, who seemed to have a box with him. Quinn was still in his clothes as he was too tired to even get changed last night. Naturally, he looked out the window, and it was dark outside. He thought for a second it was still night time, but then remembered that it never changed on this planet. After rubbing his eyes and getting off the bed, Quinn went over to Edward. "What's that?" Quinn asked. "It's the items that you ordered. They were delivered by a familiar this morning," Edward replied. Opening the box, several different items could be seen. There were a few rings inside that he asked for, so he could give them to himself and others as well as spares. He never knew when they might need them, or what he would do if he lost them. And there were a few flasks as well. The flasks were already filled with artificial blood, but there weren't many of them. In the end, the only people that needed them were the vampires. It was a shame there wasn't anything that could store fresh flesh for Peter when he needed it. "This is great," Quinn said. He put the rings in his dimensional void, but due to the blood being inside the flasks, he had to just keep that somewhere safe on him for now. "And it seems like the new guest is waiting in the throne room," Edward said. As soon as he woke up, it seemed like Quinn wouldn't even have a second to breathe before needing to do something else. "Let's get this over and done with and head back then," Quinn replied. "Ask everyone to meet up in the throne room when they're ready. Tell them to pack their things and whatever they need, as if they aren't coming back to this place." After making sure his hair was okay, and his clothes weren't wrinkled, Quinn was ready to meet this person. "Knowing this person is from the first family, I just hope they won't be a pain in my backside," Quinn thought. He sighed as he pushed the doors open to enter the throne room. He walked across the red carpet from the doors, and could see Dwight sitting down in his chair, and a square device on the table next to him. It looked identical to the one Logan had. It was a teleporter. When looking ahead though, Quinn finally met his eyes on his new guest, and it was quite a surprise indeed. "Hi, nice to meet you. The name's Kaz," she said as she bowed down and gave her hand for a shake. Quinn didn't even respond as he was stunned for a second. The first leader was a wrinkly old bald-headed man. He thought that maybe they would have sent some old uncle to look over him. Instead, they had sent over a sweet-looking, angel. Even now with her hand held out, she had her head slightly tilted and a cute smile on her face, which showed 2 dimples on her cheeks. Her hair was black in color like most vampires, but she had them tied up into 2 little buns that looked like little bear ears. On top of that, she looked to be the same age like everyone else. "It's a trick, right? It has to be a trick to let my guard down," Quinn thought. "Did I do something wrong?" Kaz asked as she had her hand held out for a while, but Quinn still hadn't shaken it. Shaking his head, Quinn snapped out of it and shook her hand as well. "Nice to meet you," Quinn replied. "I guess we will be working with each other from now on. I look forward to it," she replied with her innocent smile once more. People started to enter the room at that point in time, and Dwight was setting up the teleporter towards the end of the red carpet. It was time for them to head to their home sweet home. Entering through the doors, every time someone entered, Kaz straightaway ran to where they were and introduced herself to everyone with a handshake. Her actions and the aura around her, everything just seemed so harmless. However, Quinn couldn't get it out of his head that the first leader that seemed so against him at the time would never just give anybody such an important role, so he decided to do it. Inspect. His cane. Vampire Knight. But after using his inspect skill on her, he was on his guard once again. Someone who was a vampire knight couldn't be harmless at all. They really went so far as to put a vampire knight to watch us? Quinn thought. Without Leo and Edward going on this trip, it was quite possible that Kaz would be one of the strongest people with them. If Quinn wasn't there to keep her in check, then he was worried about his friends. If they did something she deemed wrong, she was strong enough to deal with them herself. Just another worry on his mind. Everyone was in the room, including Paul and Leo. Even though Leo wasn't coming, he was here to see everyone off. The only ones they were waiting for were the girls. What's taking them so long? Fex said, annoyed, tapping his foot. He was more excited than ever to be leaving this place again. The doors then opened again, and 3 girls had entered, as usual, speeding across the room. Kaz was the first one to greet them all. She shook the hand of each person there before leaving. As Kaz turned and left, CIA had paused for a second. Have I met that girl somewhere before? CIA said. Well, I haven't been her before. Layla replied. Walking up to the teleporter where everyone was waiting, CIA looked around the room at everyone. It was the first time she had seen Paul so close as well, and then it had hit her. Now she remembered where she had seen that girl before. It was in her vision she had not too long ago. From Teacher Phil, she had learnt that her visions were part of a possible future. The only thing was, when or how far into the future, they didn't know. At the time she had disregarded the whole thing. The reason being there were people in the vision she had never met before. She simply thought that it was something so far ahead in the future that she wouldn't have to worry about it for now. What if this was what she had seen? The worry had entered her mind, and the black smog could be seen above her by Layla. She could tell something had worried her after seeing the Kaz girl. What is it? Layla whispered. Is it another vision? Looking around, CIA was wondering if she should tell them or not. She had a dreaded feeling of something terrible happening if they were to go through that teleporter. No, CIA replied. I think we should stay. What do you mean? Layla asked, taking CIA to the side. She could see the worried look on her face. I can't explain it, but I saw something. If we go through that teleporter, I feel like something bad is going to happen to us. CIA explained. Did you see this in your vision? Or is it just a hunch? Layla asked. She paused while thinking. It really was just a hunch based on the previous vision she had seen. She had already told the other girls about it, but all of them were seen alive in the vision, so they didn't think there was much to worry about on their end. Placing both of her hands on CIA's shoulders, she tried to calm her down. Remember, the future you see isn't permanent. It's just one of the options you can see. We can change it. That's what Phil said, right? But it's important you don't keep these things to yourself either. Whenever you see something, tell us. Who knows, maybe one day it will save our lives. Layla's words had managed to calm down CIA considerably, and the two of them decided not to make a scene, especially when everyone was already happy and excited about going back. They just didn't want to damper the mood. Everyone lined up in front of the teleporter, and Dwight gave a quick brief to everyone. It was a repeat of what he had told Quinn, but he made sure that everyone knew the consequences and weight of this mission as well. They were now working for the Vampire Council, and he wanted to remind them all of that. Where will the teleporter take us? Logan asked. You will appear directly at the island of Military Base 2. Dwight replied. Island? The others thought. Paul, hearing this now, knew the vampires had more intel on them than he first thought. They knew that the military bases were located on separate islands, and somehow, it seemed like they had teleporters that would link them to each one. No, we don't have teleporters linking them to each one. Dwight said out loud as if he could read Paul's mind. We have teleporters linking to 7 of the military bases. We were never able to locate the location of Military Base 1. I hope when you find out this information you can pass it on to us. The teleporter will drop you off in the middle of the forest, located near the center of the military base. I believe that it is next to your beloved school. I wish you all good luck, and I hope you don't experience the same fate as the vampires that were there before you." The last words that were spoken made their excitement die down a little. They weren't going on a field trip. Instead, they were to do an important task, and if they were found out, there would be severe consequences. They all needed to remember that. Finally, while Aaron, Leo, and Edward waved goodbye, the others started to walk through the teleporter one by one with their hands on each other's back. CIA, who was stationed near the back of the group, had her eyes closed all the time with her lips slightly moving, as if she was saying a prayer. "Don't let me down, Quinn," Dwight said. "I look forward to your return." They had all gone through teleporters so often that the experience didn't feel new to them. Still, it was a discomforting thing to feel your body being warped as if it was being squashed and pulled apart. Nonetheless, the feeling would only last a few seconds, and finally, when they heard their feet land on the ground, they knew they had made it back to Earth. The first thing that was felt for each of them was the warmth of the sun hitting their body, a feeling they had greatly missed. "Give me that vitamin D," Vorden said with a smile. Just like Dwight had said, they were all in some type of forest. Looking around, they were trying to gather their bearings of where they were, and that's when some of them noticed something. "Hey, look at this. Was there a fight in the woods?" Vorden asked. The group looked, and they too could see it. Many of the trees were burnt, uprooted from the ground, or had been outright destroyed. "It must have happened recently," Paul commented. "Usually the team is quick on fixing things like this. It seems they have been quite sloppy in my absence." Paul too had been away for some time. He had spent most of his time with the Supreme Commander on the Bat Planet. Then, even more time after discovering the teleporter. He had been away just as long as the kids. "This is the sun," Kaz said. "My eyes, my skin. I'm melting." When speaking, she was doing dramatic actions and saying this in a sarcastic tone. She too had the ring, so they knew she wasn't affected by it. She was just trying to get a laugh from everyone, but it wasn't received well. Still, it was the first time they were feeling such an odd sensation even with the rings. "Remember the rings that you guys have only let you stay in the sun for so long," Quinn said as a reminder. It turned out that the ring Quinn had given to Leo was quite rare, and before he left, Leo had returned it to Quinn. After finding out it was so valuable, there was no chance he would be giving it to the others and would be keeping it for himself. "Let's head this way," Kaz said, pointing at a pathway she could see in the distance. She had immediately started walking, but then noticed she couldn't hear the sound of anyone else's footsteps. When she turned around, she could see that they were all staring at Quinn, expecting him to do something. "Quinn, you have to show that you're the leader," Vex whispered. "If you let her walk over you and start deciding things, then she's going to think she's in charge." "Oh, right," Quinn said. He thought that when he returned to school, he would be a student once again, taking orders from the teachers and listening to what they said. But his situation really had drastically changed from before. He wasn't just a student. He now even had the leader of the whole military base under him. "Let's all go this way," Quinn said, pointing in the same direction as Kaz. "Let's see if we can spot where we are." The rest then started to do as Quinn instructed and started to make their way out of the forest. Kaz wasn't stupid. She knew what the others were doing. As a group, they had all exited the forest one by one, and finally they could see it. They had exited a part of the forest that allowed them to see the school on their left and the city. However, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground at what they had seen, and tears started to drop from some of their faces. CIA was right, her vision had come true. "What happened here?" Quinn said. All of them were looking at a wholly destroyed school, and the city had shared the same fate. It was the appearance as if a war had broken out. Not a word was spoken by everyone there for a while, as they all looked at the chaos in front of them. The land in certain parts had been completely destroyed. The strong structure along with the school gates was no longer there, and it was exactly the same for the city that was on the other side. "What's going on?" Kaz finally spoke, confused. "Is this not what you expected?" Of course, Kaz knew nothing of what the human world was meant to look like. She was just there to make sure the others were doing as they were told, and at the same time to let her leader know if there was anything worth reporting. Is this worth reporting? She thought, but she had no clue. It looks like a large battle took place here, Logan said. I think even I figured that one out, Peter commented. But look, I can't hear anything. I can't even see anyone. The whole place, it's like it's been abandoned. Like a zombie movie, Vorden said. Vex couldn't help but chuckle at this comment. But he quickly placed his hand over his mouth when the others turned around to look at him. This was a sensitive matter to them more than him. This was their home. But he couldn't help himself. After all, Peter was the closest to a zombie than anyone here, so it just felt strange that Vorden would be the one to say that after Peter's comment. Do you think it was an attack from the Dalki? Or maybe some beast got out from the portal? Layla asked. I don't think it's from the Dalki, Paul said, looking up in the sky. When he first saw the destruction, it was his first thought as well. If it was the Dalki, we would be seeing their grand ship above us. Paul remembered from the last war. A ship that was large enough to be seen from nearly anywhere on Earth. At the time it had set fear in all of their hearts, and it was a day they could never forget. However, he couldn't deny that it could have been a few Dalki. But the place being abandoned like this didn't make any sense. The damage looked like it had been done a while ago. And there was no longer anyone here. They would have been repairing the place by now if it was like so. Is there any way we can get in contact with the head base? Quinn asked, looking at Paul. Or anyone or the other generals. The vampires took all our equipment from us, but it was useless at the time anyway. We block local connections from the rest of the world on the island. Anyway, there are only certain devices that can be used to contact others. Everything that can be used is either in the school or in the city, but it all looks destroyed from here. My research, Logan shouted. He started to think of all the gadgets he had still left in his room. Everything he had built over the years he had brought with him. Was that too all destroyed? All right, let's calm down, Quinn said. The more time they were spending standing around doing nothing, the more people were starting to worry. Let's try to find something that will help us get in contact with some people that may know what the hell is going on here. Peter, if you could run to the city, see if there's anyone, a single person who's alive, bring them back to us. Tell them Paul is here. The reason for picking Peter was because he had unlimited stamina. He would be able to run endlessly around the city trying to find someone. He also had great speed on top of this due to his stats. The others looked quite shaken, and the only ones that would have been able to do a task like this, he would have rather kept close to himself. The group minus Peter all started to head to the school, and along their path, they had spotted their first person. Quinn immediately ran to them using his super speed. But the person was dead. More precisely, he was burnt to a complete crisp. His hair frazzled. The person on the floor wore the standard military uniform and was one of the military personnel. Continuing to walk towards the school, they saw many more bodies, and Quinn decided to personally check each one of them. Every one of them had been completely fried. There were specks of blood on the floor here and there, but using his inspect skill, Quinn could tell it was useless. After dipping his finger in the blood, it did nothing for his stats. Whatever happened to these people, they had been hurt beyond belief. Have you noticed? CIA said. So far all the dead bodies we have found. It's only the guards. I can't see any of the students. You're right, Layla said. That shouldn't be too unusual, Logan replied. Remember, it was the summer. Most of the students had already returned him to be with their families. There weren't a lot of students here to begin with. Hearing Logan say this, many of them started to think of their own families, wondering if they were all okay in this. Even Layla was thinking about Pure. She couldn't help but worry a little. Reaching the school, most of the buildings had crumbled away. There were some parts left up they tried to explore, but it looked like everything was destroyed. Just in case, though, they all split up to see if there was anything they could find. Vorden had even taken Borden out of his little side pocket box so he could search as well. Logan had designed a small toolbox that could be attached to the side of Borden's leg for easy carrying. At first, Vorden was worried about how he would sleep since the box would be upright all the time. But it turns out that Borden liked to sleep with his legs tucked in while holding them with his hands, fitting him in fine. This image reminded him of the position Syl would often sit in and sleep in, which was making Borden wonder if Borden was based on him, the original, or a mixture of all three of them. Anyway, Borden was extremely helpful in moving large piles of rubble that could have possibly buried something underneath for them to see. Logan was trying to locate where his room would have been, and he had indeed found it, but just like with the guards, everything was destroyed and fried. The components inside were destroyed. It would have been easier to build new devices rather than trying to repair the old ones. "Damn it," Logan said as he kicked a piece of rubble. He wasn't hugely upset. Being the person he was, all the information he found was always backed up somewhere. The problem was that somewhere was where his parents lived. After finding out that they might have lied to him, Logan wasn't prepared to talk to them about such things just yet. He was hoping to get a small little break with the school life before then. Returning to the center, they all were now sitting on the field wondering what they could do. None of them had found anything. It looked like whoever had come by had even taken all the teleporters. "Is there any way off this island?" Borden asked. "The island was made so it would be incredibly hard for people to try and leave the place," Paul replied. "The most common way of travel was teleporters. If we didn't have that, we would call for an airship to pick us up. But with no way to call one." The group now felt like they only had one hope, and they could see it coming towards them in the distance. Peter had finally rejoined the others. They all were listening keenly into what he had to say, but he had only found out the same as them. Several soldiers lying dead. Still not a single student had been found, but any type of technology or such had either been taken away or destroyed. The other pattern again was the scorch marks on the bodies. "With no teleporters, are we stuck here forever then?" CIA said, as now she was really starting to worry. "Well, there is one option," Fex replied as he looked towards Kaz. With her, she had brought a family large backpack that she had been easily carrying on her back. The others didn't care to ask what was inside. It was her own belongings, but Fex knew. As she opened her back, they could see that it was a portable teleporter. "No, we can't," Quinn instantly said. "We can't go back to the vampire world after just getting here. We have nothing to report to them." "But what choice do we have?" Borden asked. "They said they have other teleporters to the other bases. Maybe they will let us use them." What Borden said made sense, but Quinn just had this slight fear in the back of his mind, that if he was to go back, there was a chance they wouldn't let him out again. On top of that, he wanted to know what the hell happened here, before hopping around to any other places. "I suppose there is one place we haven't checked," Paul said. "Also, if it hasn't been touched, then it might be our ticket out of here." They all turned to Paul, hoping and wondering what his answer would be. "The dungeon underneath the academy," Paul answered. The dungeon, a place where once Peter was kept. An area where they placed the troublemakers of the military in. The dungeon was known by everyone who had attended a military base, for it was not only used on the students but the military personnel as well. Each place had one, but it wasn't clear to everyone what exactly went on down there. They never explained it to students or the others. However, there were very few people who would come out from the dungeon, and when they did, they would do so as a changed person. Logan had done a lot of research on the dungeon when Peter was down there, and it turned out that most of the rumors were most likely just that, rumors. The reason for people's crazy change was because they had their abilities taken away. Essentially, the dungeons around the military bases were a prison, and they would spend their days waiting there until True Dream came and took their abilities away, making them a normal person with no such way to abuse their abilities again. The group followed Paul to a particular spot in the school. It was where the administration building would be and often where the other teachers would hold their meetings. The good news so far was Paul hadn't seen any of his generals or sergeants having been killed. Did they make it out safely in time? He thought. "It's right here." Paul pointed underneath the rubble. The others, including himself, got to work, doing the heavy lifting. As Paul was doing so, he found the rubble was far lighter than he had imagined in his head. Of course, he hadn't even had time to get used to his new body. Even if Leo had briefed him on everything, there was only so much you could learn from words. So right now he was on a learn-as-you-go basis. When the rubble was finally cleared, there appeared to be what looked like a large trapdoor. "This is definitely the place," Peter said. Only the trapdoor wasn't what it used to be. It too had been completely destroyed. The doors were bent and some rubble from the building was seen inside. Past the trapdoor there was a descending staircase. "The lights are on," Layla noticed. "Is someone inside? Maybe they can answer the questions we have," Quinn said, walking forward and taking the charge this time while the rest followed him. "Paul," Quinn said as he noticed he was still standing at the top. He was still thinking about the whole situation, and honestly, if there were people inside, he didn't want to meet them down there. If their abilities had yet to be taken away, they would have a huge grudge against him and the others. For more reasons than one. "You're coming with me. You know this place better than anyone," Quinn said, dragging him to the front. Walking down the staircase it was the same. They could see bodies lying across the floor, but for the first time. They had also spotted a student uniform. The students all looked at him, wondering if they could figure out who he was, but not one of them recognized the body. It was hard to with the burn-like marks everywhere. Maybe he was down here from near the start of the year, or was a second-year student, Logan said. Once the staircase had ended, they were finally there in the so-called dungeon. However, dungeon was a strange word to use, for the site they were looking at was pretty impressive and modern-looking. They had entered what could only be described as an underground base. The same materials that were used to build parts of the base outside were also used inside. The room was large and felt a bit like a square-shaped shopping mall. For when they looked up, they could see several floors above them. Each floor was lined with rooms going across both sides. Then, at the end of each place, there were doors that looked as if it led to different places. "It looks like they have enough doors here to keep the whole school under here," Fex said. "Why make so many?" The group started walking with Paul leading the way, and he was telling the idea behind it. "It was designed that way. When Pure came about, we started realizing that different people had different ideals. The military was afraid that these ideals were able to convince a whole group to go rogue. So they made us build a room for each student that was present at the school. There is also a separate one, underneath the city as well, for each of the military personnel." "You're saying it's bad for people to have different ideals?" Quinn asked. "It's your way, or you get locked up. When war is upon us, it's important that everyone has the same goal. We have to be fighting the enemy, not each other," Paul replied sternly. It was as if he was trying to convince himself that what he had done was right so far. They continued to walk, and inside the room, there were now several bodies. It was a mixture of both guards and students. The doors to the rooms were open, and some had been broken open. Still, they hadn't found a single person alive yet. However, there was a key difference to the people inside the dungeon and those outside. These bodies inside had different wounds. Yes, they were scorched, but they also had puncture wounds. Some had missing limbs, as if they had gotten into two separate fights with two different ability users. Vorden was looking at it all carefully, inspecting the bodies longer than anyone else, and he had his finger on his chin as if he was thinking hard about something. "Tell me, what do you think happened here?" Paul asked out of curiosity. When looking at the bodies, Vorden, who was well experienced in different abilities, came up with his own theory. It was only a thought, and there was no way of confirming it without asking someone, but he thought there was no harm in telling the others. "If we look at the bodies outside, they were all scorched. The ones in here are the same but slightly different. It's like they were in a battle beforehand. It was clear that this was done with an ability, and there had to be more than one person to pull off something like this, which meant they all had the same ability. It looked as if a group of people had come to take out the soldiers on the outside, while there was some fighting going on inside the dungeon. Then, when the intruders from outside came inside, they used their abilities on every soldier to make sure they were dead. There aren't many people that have the strength to take on the military, even if it's just one base like this. If I was to take a guess, it would either be the fire ability from the Big Four, or the lightning ability from the Big Four. It could be another faction with a power similar to theirs, but I can't imagine anyone else pulling off something like this." When Vorden said those last words, he had slightly bitten his bottom lip. for he had lied slightly. There was one more family that would be able to pull this off as well. It was his own family. It looks like me, and you are thinking along the same lines, Paul said. He could tell Vorden was a very observant person, the most out of all of them. But why would the big four suddenly attack? Layla asked. I mean, I understand if the big families got together, but if what Vorden says is true, this was the work of one family. Why now of all times? That's what we're trying to find out, Quinn said. The group continued to walk, and now they were out of the main area. There were no longer any cells for the prisoners, and instead just rooms with different objects inside them. Some had restraining chairs and tables with chains on them. Others looked like rooms filled with different types of games. Seeing all this, Layla wasn't liking it at all. It was reminding her a lot of her time at Pure. They too did similar things. What is all this? Vex asked. Before I say any more, I feel like whatever I say I will turn out to be the bad guy. Paul replied. I'm no saint, I know that, and I have already explained many times my reasoning for doing so. I just want to remind you all I am on your side now. I wish to save my people, and figure out what is happening here. Everything that has happened has already happened and was approved by several people, not just me. These words were mostly directed at Quinn. Now that Paul was a vampire, seeing all the stuff, he could hear Quinn's heartbeat getting louder as he was getting more frustrated. This is a testing room, Paul said. Often there are new technologies or new medical procedures. For the criminals that commit the biggest crimes, they are to be used here. It was a good thing Paul had said what he had said before, because if he hadn't, Quinn would have had another outburst, but it was pointless just to waste his breath. It was the fact that things wasn't fair. Crimes would be treated fairly. He was sure those with stronger abilities were free to get away with more things than others, while those low levels might just be put in these types of places anyway, saying that there was no better use for them. They couldn't fight, so they might as well be used to help against the war. It rubbed Quinn the wrong way because if he had never gotten his ability, he would have been one of these people as well as Peter. The reason we are down here, though, is because the experimentation wasn't just on people, but on new technologies and such being developed. Paul said. That's when they noticed so far, this part of the facility had remained untouched. They were going through several doors, and each time a passcode was required to be entered. By the sound and the way Paul's finger was moving, it was a different one each time as well. With each room they entered, it was filled side by side with different things, and then finally they had entered the room they were looking for. Whoa! Vex said. Now that's cool. This is our ticket out of here, Paul said. They had entered some type of hangar, and in front of them was a large spaceship. For the students and the young ones, the spaceship looked incredible. They had never seen such a thing like it before. It was strange, although humans were able to travel through space, it wasn't the same way the Dalki could. When they came with their ships, it was a sign of how advanced their technology was. From the war, the humans had actually managed to obtain the technology of teleporters before having manageable ships for travel in space freely. The ships that they did make would be used to do surveillance on some of the beast planets that they already owned, ready and preparing for another attack. This was why they had gone most of their lives never seeing such a thing before, and it was the same for the vampires as well. The spaceship was large and quite aerodynamic as this one focused on speed. The front part of it, the commander's cabin, had a glass front allowing you to see out of it, and then got wider towards the back. A bit like a paper airplane. It wasn't like a plane where there were two separate wings. The back end of the ship was slightly larger and thicker as it had 3 huge thrusters that would be its main driving force, while also containing mini thrusters in other areas for control. It's a new model that's still in the testing phase, but it's a fighter ship, Paul explained. As long as it has remained untouched, there should be a few things on board, weapons, mecha suits, a few exploration vehicles. It also should have some portable teleporters. Although all of their destinations lead back to this place, they are pretty much useless. The others couldn't wait and were already running towards it. Paul went off to the side towards another terminal. After inputting a code and placing his hand on the scanner, everyone felt a sudden vibration below. What's happening? Layla said as she tried to get her balance. Slowly, everyone including the spaceship was starting to lift from the ground. They slowly went up, and above, two panels started to slide and the bright sun was shining through. When it finally reached the top, they noticed that they were in the center field that was in between all of the buildings. "Shall we?" Paul said, pointing at the ship. Quinn had to admit that even he was excited, and all of them started running towards the ship. Paul had handed over what was considered the keys of the ship. It was a small remote-like device. There were many buttons on it and it seemed a little complicated to use. However, unexpectedly what had helped him learn how to use the strange remote was his system. Using the inspect skill, it told him what every button on the strange remote did. Then when pressing one, the ship opened, and a ramp started to descend to the ground, allowing everyone to climb on board. There was no tour as such, everyone was just running about going where they pleased, looking at everything inside the place. It looked big on the outside and looked even bigger when they got in. Upon entering the ship, you would have the main area. It was mostly a big empty space with not much inside. But in this room there were several automatic doors on the left and right. It would go off into certain areas, such as a large canteen, a sleeping area for everyone, a training room, a research room, and even more. Everyone was getting more excited as they went from room to room. It was like the whole school faculties had been compressed into one place. Seeing everyone's faces like that warmed Paul's heart a little. He had felt bad. But this whole time he had only been thinking about pleasing the Supreme Commander and winning this long war. He had never had the time to rest. In one of the rooms they found many uniforms and it was a design they were not too familiar with. They were all still in the clothes they had borrowed from the Tense Castle and didn't really fit in with the current times. So each one of them decided to change. The clothing was made with the latest technology in breathable air, made out of high-quality materials and would regulate the human body temperature. It was mostly blue and gray in design and had little lights of blue liquid going throughout that would regulate the suit. It's made of a special type of beast and is actually powered by its crystals, Paul said. In a way it's beast gear armor, or more precisely beast gear clothing. It's another prototype for the new soldiers. It will offer you some protection as well. The problem was, the beast it's made from is quite rare to find, so the project was discontinued. All that we have here on board is what was made of it, Paul explained. Looking at everything, there seemed to be about 100 or so suits. After everyone had finished exploring the first area, they all met up in the large main room again and changed wearing the new clothing. It was time to go on the bridge. The bridge linked the main room to the command center at the front of the spaceship. They all got inside a large round dome see-through room. It looked as if it could fit about 500 people inside at a time. Then all that was needed to do was pressing on the control inside the room if you wanted to go forward and back. Suddenly, it started to move forward and they were moving along the center of the ship. Looking through the glass they could see below them, which was the storage room. There was where all the other items were. The vehicles, the mechs, and other things. It seemed too good and strange that students who had yet to finish their military training were suddenly on such an advanced and expensive project. Quinn couldn't imagine the amount of money and supplies that would have gone into creating something like this, all in preparation for the future war. Finally, the bridge had stopped and opened. They had exited into the main command room. It was designed in a sphere-like shape. There was a small platform that went outward if one was to walk forward, and it would allow them to completely see out of the glass window, seeing everything. Then, from either side, a descending spiral staircase that went to multiple terminals which had screens and all sorts of buttons. It all looked too complicated for them to do anything with it. After looking around, they eventually all went back up to the platform area, where there was a digital table centered in the middle. It was a table that could cast projections that would show 3D holograms of maps and things. However, none of them had a clue how to use any of it. It was tempting to touch buttons while they walked around the place, but it was better if they didn't. "There is one problem," Paul said as everyone stood around the table. "I don't know how to fly this, and usually it takes quite a substantial crew to make it work. And you decide to tell us now," Peter said, frustrated. "Quinn, this guy is taking us on for a ride. Why get our hopes up like that?" Peter didn't really like Paul to begin with. He was one of the people that had been in the so-called dungeon. Still, Paul didn't have bad intentions. Part of the reason he wanted to come down here was to see if there were still people alive, and who knows, maybe they could figure something out and get it to work. I think we will be okay, Logan said, as both of his hands were pressed down on the digital map. He closed his eyes and he could feel it. He could tell the whole ship was speaking to him, as if it was alive. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. So many of the machines in the vampire place had rejected him, but for the first time in a while this one was accepting of him. They didn't need a crew to control such a thing. He could do it all himself. Lights and the sounds of multiple things clicking could be heard, and the start of the engine warming up had turned on. Since the spaceship hadn't been used in a long time, it would take a while for it to warm up, and Logan had to make sure he had every part of it communicating with him. It would take a while and it was hard the first time, but eventually he would be able to get the hang of it and leave them to their own devices. He would only have to come back from time to time if he wanted to change the instructions he would have to give each component. Next thing is, where do we go from here? Vorden asked. We have to assume that maybe the other military bases got hit like this one. Is there no communication devices on board? There is, Logan replied. Should we try to make contact? Wait, Quinn shouted. Not just yet. I think we should try to find someone, just anyone, to see what's going on first. It would be hard to explain to people how we survived an attack, and if the military has been taken over. Maybe we are just reminding them that we're alive. I would suggest we try to find the closest human settlement. Maybe a city of some kind. If we run into any trouble, I can give them my clearance codes. Paul said. Logan was on it, accessing the spaceship's database. He had access to a world map and where they were. I've got it, Logan said. But you're not going to like this, Quinn. The closest city to us is Dreamland. It was the city owned by Jack Truedream. No, we can't go there, Peter shouted in protest. Unless we're going there to kick his ass and pull his balls out. Everyone was silenced in the room from Peter's words. He had come off a little strong after hearing Jack's name. But Quinn had to admit it, he felt the same way when he thought about it. A man as cruel as Jack was part of the Big Four. His faction was so big that he owned a human city to himself. It had the highest number of members compared to any of the other factions. On top of that, it had a close relationship with the military. In a way, he was more untouchable than the other members of the Big Four. I know how you guys feel about him, but we aren't going there to team up with him, Paul said. We just need to find out what happened. If war has broken out somehow, it will be one of the safest places for us. Remember, you are all still technically part of the military. Me and Jack have a close relationship. If he sees us coming in, I can tell him why I'm here to see him. You guys can just stay on the ship. Quinn thought about it for a while, wondering if it would really be okay. They did just need information after all. And they could stay there until they figured out what was going on. With Paul, he could even get them to use the teleporters. No, an unexpected voice had protested, and it was from Kaz. I was told that that man can't be let out of our sights. He can't go in on his own. I will go with him. Now things just seem to be getting worse. Quinn couldn't have the two of them going in to meet Jack. Quinn still had no idea how wild she might be. Maybe a wrong word and a fight would break out. But he understood. There was a chance that Paul would tell Jack everything, and in turn, he would report it to the Supreme Commander. Then he started to think if he was to go along with the three of them, while the others waited on the ship. However, dark thoughts began to fill Quinn's mind. If he could sneak up and be right next to Jack, maybe there was a chance to get rid of him. Jack's main weakness was the fact that he wasn't very strong. Quinn had grown so much compared to the last time they had met. If there was a chance, he could pay them back for what they had done. After thinking about it for a while, Quinn had an answer. I don't think it's a good idea. Are there any other establishments owned by another faction? Or maybe a neutral ground? Quinn asked. Logan closed his eyes and started to have a look again, and the next closest one appeared. Yeah, there is a city past that, but we would still have to pass Dreamland on the way, Logan replied. I think that will be for the best, Quinn replied. Everyone sat at a terminal and pretended to look busy. They didn't need to do anything, as Logan was the one controlling it all. Still, it made them feel important, and they imagined themselves as a crucial part of the team to manage the ship. Even Kaz was getting into a part of the role-playing as she air-typed away and would refer to Logan as the captain. "Captain, are we ready for launch?" Kaz asked. "Yes, all preparations have been made," Logan replied. "Captain, all power thrusters are fully heated and ready to go," Vex commented, even though he had no clue if that was true or not. Paul started to shake his head. These kids were so strong, so brave, but they were just kids at the end of the day. The spaceship started to rumble, and slowly they could feel themselves lifting off the ground. When it was finally a reasonable distance off from the floor, the thrusters' powers from behind turned on, and they were ready to go. The acceleration started off slow as they went through the air, but gradually sped up, not to cause shock to everyone on the ship. Eventually, though, they were traveling as fast as an airplane. "Can it go faster than this?" Quinn asked. "It can, but I wouldn't recommend it," Logan replied. "We would have to be all buckled up, and we weren't really trained for these types of things yet. It could make us all seriously ill." The destination wasn't too far anyway. For a spaceship at least, they had to travel still miles over the sea. All they could do was wait. The ship was a lot easier to maneuver than a plane, and it was able to make sudden movements, moving up and down, left to right quickly for its size. "You have arrived at Destination Dreamland City," a voice said. It was a soft female voice and the sound of the ship. Logan looked towards Quinn, wondering what he wanted to do. "Let's just take a look," Quinn said. "I still don't think it's a good idea, but let's have a drive-by. Maybe even they were affected if a fight broke out. We can see how the city looks like." The ship started to descend out of the sky, but not entirely, still staying a reasonable distance in the air. Still, they were no longer in the clouds and could see clearly out of the glass screen and down by the sides. "Huh, I don't see anything," CIA said, poking her head right up against the glass. "Yeah. Isn't it a city? Doesn't True Dream live in some kind of fancy tower?" said Layla. "We should be able to see it by now." "He does," Paul slowly said, being just as confused as the others. "Are you sure we are in the right place?" Vorden asked. "Positive," Logan replied. "The map says it should be right here. Should I go lower? Maybe we can spot something?" "Go ahead and do that," Quinn ordered. The ship started to descend and move downwards. Finally, they could see something in view. They weren't prepared for this. They weren't prepared to be so shocked twice in one day. Just like with the military base, everything was destroyed. Only it looked several times worse. All of the structures looked like it had been hit by some type of nuclear bomb. The whole city was no longer there. Only rubble and destroyed buildings could be seen that had been completely pushed to the side from the center. And just like before, they couldn't see signs of life there either. "What has happened? Is the whole of the Earth like this?" Layla asked. She couldn't even keep her mouth closed because she was still in shock. "This really does look like a scene out of a zombie movie," Vex said. "Beep beep." "Quinn, there are some signs of life that have been picked up on the scanner. A small group of around 10 or so men. Should we land near them?" Logan asked. It was quick decision time. But the nice thing to hear was that they had finally met some people that were alive. However, Quinn still needed to be cautious. It could quite possibly be the enemy as well. "Let's land in the city, but away from them for now. Maybe a few of us can go check out who they are," Quinn said, and Logan started to do as he said. Paul was watching everything, and he noticed that everyone seemed to do what Quinn said without asking. They trusted his judgment. At the same time, his decision-making wasn't so bad. Although sometimes he perhaps was too cautious. Still, he had a good head on him and wasn't as naive as he looked. The ship had landed, and it was time to decide who would go off the ship to check out the people below, and who would stay to look after and protect the ship. What Quinn didn't expect, though, was for everyone to want to leave the ship. It was a good place, but they were just as curious as the others to find out what was going on in this place. The ramp was let down, and everyone stood at the entrance waiting to be picked. "Come on, you know we are bros," Vex said. "Quinn, I will do whatever you ask of me, but I have known you longer than him," Peter replied. The two girls just tried to look cute, as they gave him puppy dog eyes, and Kaz had suddenly joined in behind them. Vorden had already moved over to Quinn's side. It was a bold move, but he did this to ensure he was picked. Quinn struggled to make a decision, but it seemed like he didn't have to struggle for much longer. They could all hear the sound of tires screeching loudly. A few moments later, and two large jeep vehicles with men inside had climbed out. Lieutenant Bugin from the 3rd branch, a man shouted, "State your reason for being here." Turning around, they looked at who had arrived, and it appeared they were all wearing military uniforms. When they had seen the large ship, the soldiers had assumed that someone from headquarters had arrived for some unknown reason. When Paul turned around, they all recognized him instantly and gave a salute out of respect. "Head General Paul, you're alive?" Bugin said in shock. Paul looked at Quinn first, as to ask permission on whether he could speak or not. The other soldiers didn't notice this, but Bugin did and made a note of it. "Yes, it would seem so. You see, I have been away for a while and have come to this. Do you care to come inside and have a chat?" They were finally going to find out what happened during their summer away. Most of the soldiers had decided to head back to their temporary base that they had out on the field, while 3 of the men, including Lieutenant Bugin, had decided to come on board the ship. When entering, even though they wished to keep their composure, it was hard for them too. Their eyes continued to dart around the room at the spectacle that the ship was. They knew that there couldn't be many in existence being made of this caliber. Most likely the military only had a few. This was why, when they first saw it, they believed it was coming from headquarters. It was a big surprise when they saw Head General Paul on board. One of the rooms on the ship was a meeting room, and it was made for situations just like this, and they were on their way heading there now. In order to not make things look suspicious, the others, including Quinn, were acting like Paul was their leader. They followed him behind as a group while Paul talked to the lieutenant. They were quite a distance away, so much so that the lieutenant thought he would be free to speak without the others hearing him. Unknown to him that most of the kids had super hearing abilities and could hear every word that was spoken. "Is it okay for them to come along with us for this meeting?" Bugin asked. There were a few things Bugin found strange when entering the ship. The first being how empty it was. Seeing the thing, they thought a whole fleet would be on board. He never expected there to be so few people. The second problem was that said people. They were a bunch of kids, to put it politely. Most of them looked extremely young. It didn't make sense why a head general was even with them in the first place. However, only a head general would be able to have access to a ship such as this one. "They are with me, it's fine, they will not be a problem. The situation is an odd one, but for now they are under my direct command. I'm sure we both have a few things to talk about," Paul replied. Turning his head, Bugin still wasn't sure, and as soon as his eyes met Quinn's, he turned away. When entering the meeting room, there were chairs that were scattered around the edges of the room, not too far off from the table in the center. Then there were also a few chairs around the table. In a meeting like so, it wasn't normal for one to have their whole crew sitting at the table. One would usually bring only a couple of men with them, and Paul knew this, so he made some quick decisions. He asked Quinn, Vorden, and Logan to come with him and sit at the main table for the meeting, while the others sat on the chairs around the edge. They could still hear what was going on in the meeting but couldn't really interject or be a part of it. "Oh, they will be joining us?" Bugin said, surprised. He actually wasn't, but wanted to know if there was something special behind picking these. "You will be surprised how talented these kids are," Paul replied. "I believe they will be some of the people to lead us in the future." To them, it may have sounded like a stray comment, but deep down, Paul actually felt that way a little. He really did think these 3 were different from the other students he had met before. After sitting down, it was time for the meeting to commence. Paul was the highest rank, so he would be taking charge and asking most of the questions. The 3 boys at the table knew they wouldn't be able to interject much. "First question, since we are here, what happened to Dreamland? I find it hard to believe that a city that was protected by True Dream would just disappear overnight," Paul asked. The lieutenant paused for a bit before he answered and then spoke slowly. "That's actually why we are here. The truth is we don't know what happened." A confused look appeared on all of their faces, and this only confirmed Bugin's thoughts. "Sir, if I may ask, how long were you gone for?" I was assigned a special task by the Supreme Commander. We were on a red portal planet doing some investigations for a little over a month. Unfortunately, my team ran into some difficulties. They are currently missing. At the time, we were mentoring a group of students from the second military base. These here are the only ones that have returned with me. When we arrived at the second base, everything was destroyed. The soldiers were dead and there was nothing left of the school. After getting on board the ship, we proceeded to head onto the nearest city, and that's when we located you. A deep frown was seen on Bujin's face as if he was struggling with what to say. A month. Was it really only that long ago when things were normal? Bujin spoke to himself. I suppose you really don't know what has happened then. From the tone of his voice, it sounded serious, and the others were listening intently. It might come as a shock to you, but in that short time, many things have changed. I bet most people wished we were still the way we were 2 months ago. It actually all started right here, and it's why we were sent over for an investigation. Everything had been proceeding as normal, and one day out of nowhere, Dreamland City was no more. It had completely disappeared. We did an initial investigation, and what you see now is what we saw back down. The whole city was destroyed. Paul's hands were starting to sweat a little. So many questions were going through his head. One of the big four? Who did this? And what of True Dream? Is he still alive? Putting his head down in disappointment, Bujin couldn't even look at his superior when reporting this. We have no idea who did this. As for True Dream, he is currently missing. We assume he's dead, just like everyone else from this city. Not a single person who was a resident of Dreamland has been found alive. Fex and Kaz didn't really know what was going on, but judging by the look of the other faces, it was pretty serious. At least Fex understood one thing: a whole city had been taken out, and they had no idea who had done it. That alone was a scary thought. What was even more scary was that he didn't realize was that the city was owned by one of the strongest forces in the human world. Tightening his fist, Paul now realized why he was saying the world had changed. There were many simulations that they had run, many plans put in place. With the way the military ran things, they were heavily reliant on True Dream's power. It was the only thing keeping so many of the others in check and obeying their extreme methods. What would happen if True Dream was to disappear? The world is in a civil war, Paul said quietly. All the soldiers could do was nod silently. Quinn couldn't believe it. One of his most hated people had gone just like that. He didn't know how to react. He didn't know what to do nor what was happening. Getting rid of one person really affected the world that much. Nevertheless, there was something he noticed while he sat down at the table. He could hear a certain individual's heartbeat, thumbing faster and louder than the others. It was from someone he didn't expect. It was Vorden. Does he know something? Why is he panicking? Vorden did know something. There weren't many powers that would go after True Dream like so. He couldn't think of any other family that could wipe out an entire city without anyone realizing. He was 100% sure the Blades were involved. But there was still something that didn't make sense. The school. Vorden blurted out. Who attacked the military basis? Usually, a student asking such a question to a higher superior would be an offense. But Bergen could see that the students were affected by the news. Who wouldn't be if they had suddenly come back and heard of this? So he let it pass. The military was the first to find out about the disappearance of True Dream. Of course, we did everything in our power to keep this a secret from the other families and our own soldiers. However, could you imagine trying to keep something this big a secret? It was impossible, and it only took a matter of time. The Supreme Commander predicted that soon, someone would make a move. He didn't know who or when, so he started to make his own moves. Moving important figures and equipment from the base to the main headquarters, to the first base. It was important that everything wasn't done at once. It would alert the other families of what was to happen. As predicted, one of the powerhouses made the first move. It was one of the big four, or big three I should say. They had attacked every base one by one, freeing those that were kept in the dungeon. What family? Vorden asked with a little panic in his voice. It was the Greylash family, Bujin replied. The name brought back memories for Quinn. The Greylash family was one of the big four, and at the time of the military base event, he had caught the attention of others for how young he was. The youngest leader in history of the Grey Lashes. Now the scorch marks on the victims made sense. They had come from the power of lighting. Out of the 4 big families, the Grey Lashes weren't ones to be known as the aggressive type. They didn't raise any public concerns with the way others were doing things, nor did they seem to wholly agree with anyone in particular. Unlike some of the other families, such as the Sunshields, who would get in scuffles with everyone. This was why it came as a surprise to most that the Greylash family were the ones to act. Or at least the ones to act first. "Do we know the reason for doing so?" Paul asked. It seems strange that they were going after each base one by one, only to free those from the dungeons. It was like they were looking for someone. "Maybe not someone," Bujin replied back. "Everyone has their own theories, but the Supreme Commander Oscar thinks differently to most. When the old Greylash family elder died, he was replaced with the young upstart. Ever since, they have been less than cooperative with us. When asking for reports, additional information, or permission to enter certain shelters, everything would be slow, as if they just didn't care. Oscar believes that Owen is a very smart leader. But his philosophy and ideals are different to the past leader who he had a good relationship with. When hearing that True Dream was gone, one family would act sooner than later. He knew that civil war would break out. Every top faction out there is equal in power. People would start switching sides, and what better way to get people to come over to you than freeing prisoners? You can use the prisoners themselves, you can use their grudges against the military, and they can owe you favors in the future." Logan then raised his hand, as if he was at school once again. For his height, he even looked like he should still be in middle school. But because they were at the table, they had to take every question seriously. Even if Bujin didn't want to entertain the students there. "You talk about this civil war?" said Logan. "How many power factions are there? I assume there is a front runner in all of this. Someone who is ahead, and possibly some hidden factions that have chosen to come out." Bujin thought it was a good question to ask and one that needed answering. These kids did understand after all. If you were to ask many, even without True Dream and his men, the military were still the #1 power. Bujin replied. It was also still the one that people trusted most, but that started to change. After the attacks, people started to switch over to the other factions rapidly, and the military's strength weakened. We no longer have a hold on the people. It's a lawless era where you choose where you want to be. The way we see it, a person has a few choices: to join the military run by Oscar the Supreme Commander, join one of the 3 families, the Greylash family, the Sunshield family, or the Bree family. Then there was also one more power faction that, rather than hide in the shadows, have decided to come out altogether, pure. They have gained the most out of everything that happened, making themselves public, willing to take in anyone. Some of the medium-sized factions had teamed up. This had made them become one of the major powerhouses for a short time, and they had tried to take Pure down. Pure completely annihilated them, which only helped them even further. Hearing this started to make Layla feel a little nervous herself. What about the Dalki? Quinn asked. Have they reacted to this? It was well known between everyone that the Dalki was keeping an eye on them. Perhaps they even had some humans who were working for them. Humans who didn't believe they had a chance of winning the war after seeing their power. No, they wouldn't. Paul was the one who answered. Why would they? If the humans are fighting and killing themselves, then they will just come either when we are at our weakest or when we are trying to recover. If they come now, it will only give the humans something to unite over again and fight together. It was a fair assumption to make, but they didn't know what Quinn and the others knew. That the Dalki were created by the vampires. Who knows what the real reason was for the Dalki attacking the humans? Bujin continued his explanation of how the world currently was. Every faction now is under one of these powerhouses. No side is helping one another, but at the same time no one is fully attacking the other side either. In this stalemate there is a bit of a race going on. First, the favor to win the people over. The sub-factions underneath the big houses, the military and so on, are doing a mass recruitment, trying to recruit what we call the Wanderers. These people have yet to choose a side, but they are being taken in quickly. Unfortunately, if I was to be honest with you, the military has been suffering the worst in this regard. Many of them don't believe in us anymore. The only thing that is keeping many is the fact that they have the Earth ability. The only way to protect themselves and get stronger is to stay with us." Hearing this, Quinn wasn't really upset about the military. In a way, he felt like they deserved what they were getting for everything that was happening to them. "And the other ways?" Paul asked. "It's the beast planets," Bujin replied. "The hunt for new equipment. No longer are portals being as strictly regulated and factions are hopping over from planet to planet trying to discover the highest tier beast. When Pure was attacked, everyone saw the power of a demon tier weapon. So each faction is trying to get one, but so far none have been found. They're rarer than we thought, and no one had dared to tread their feet on the planet the Dalki own. Still, there are planets that have yet to be explored. Ones that people don't have teleporters to. The military has the most spaceships in this regard for travel, so we have the advantage there." Crazy was the thought that came to many of their heads. So many different things had happened in such a short amount of time. The world just seems completely different to what it was before. However, it looked as if Bujin was ready to speak again, as it was not the end of it all. "There is one more thing that the powerhouses are fighting for. First, the search for True Dream. There are many that just don't believe he is dead. Who would get rid of an ability like so instead of using it for themselves? This was why we were sent here for investigation, to see if there was anything we could find linking it back to True Dream. Unfortunately, there have been no results so far." Vorden actually couldn't agree more. His family wouldn't just outright kill True Dream. That wasn't enough, and his ability was a good one to have. More so than likely, he had become one of them. Thinking about this, he could hear the sound of metal clanking against the floor. The last point. I have put these two together because they are similar. Each of the powerhouses are searching for Richard Eno. Quinn had jolted back a little. A sudden movement from his seat. Hearing the name. Part of the reason why he wanted to come back to Earth was to find Richard Eno himself. He had questions he wanted to ask. It was his most likely suspect, wondering if he was the first king. Not only was he looking for him, now Bujin was telling him that everyone was looking for him. He had introduced many different technologies into our world. Some feel his ability might be related to this. However, as soon as this all started, no one has been able to find him either. At least that's what our intel says. The meeting was finally over, and it looked like it was already dark outside. Paul offered the three men to stay over and sleep at the spaceship for the night. After all, they had plenty of beds. They accepted. They felt like they had to, due to Paul's position. After communicating and radioing in to let the others know their plans, they decided to stay for the night. Once they were asleep, the others secretly met in the meeting room to have another discussion. Watching the three men, Peter was placed in charge, as he wouldn't fall asleep like the others, and as long as Quinn ordered it, he would follow it through. This time everyone was sitting at the table, and it took a while for any of them to be the first to speak. They were still trying to wrap their heads around everything that they had been told. "Let me help you guys out a bit here," Paul said, starting off the conversation. "There isn't much you can do. The way it is out there, according to them, we only have one choice. To join one of the powerhouses. We have to look at the task or mission at hand to gather information, correct? We can't do that by becoming a wanderer, but now the situation has changed. The military doesn't hold the keys to everything anymore, and at any point in time, there could be a big clash between them all. The question is, which one are we going to join?